now just hours away. Tensions on Capitol Hill boiling over as tens of millions of Americans brace for the economic impact. We're live with the latest. Then the ABCs of AI. With more students turning to artificial intelligence, teachers now rebooting their approach.
I think for us to fight it is a losing battle. We should be teaching kids how to use it as a tool and not as a shortcut.
What parents need to know just ahead. Plus, behind the scenes, Dylan takes us backstage at the People's Choice Country Awards from the big
Dan and Shay!
The big winners.
What is it?
I am the most artist in country music.
You're not on social media. Are you? Have you changed things?
Stop it, Dylan.
Her exclusive look coming up. And Feel Good Friday, some serious music icons releasing new songs overnight. We're talking NSYNC, Ed Sheeran, Winona Judd, Trisha Yearwood, even U2, Lady Gaga, and the Rolling Stones. We've got the new tunes and pop start to start the weekend off right today. Friday, September 29th, 2023.
Kicking off the weekend from the Kentucky on fall break from Edward, Georgia.
Celebrating 7 years of marriage.
From Tulsa, Oklahoma.
On a birthday bucket list trip
from Plainville, Michigan.
On our 20th anniversary trip
From Dakota Dunes, South Dakota.
Hi, girls!
From Nashville.
Dallas and Denver here for Sherilyn's birthday.
Sending love to our friends and family.
Back in South Carolina.
From Franktown, Colorado.
Got engaged to the love of my life.
52 years ago today.
We're back 8:13 with our ongoing series exploring the AI revolution.
When it comes to its use in the classroom, you may have noticed the rules are changing. NBC's tech correspondent Jacob Ward has been looking into that for us. Jake, good morning. This is a real interesting issue.
I know, right? It's something we are all going to be grappling with. I mean, last school year, programs like ChatGPT took educators by surprise. And now, as teachers and students become more familiar with these tools that can write an essay in seconds, more schools are being forced to reconsider AI bans. And in some cases, they are even embracing these new digital aids.
AI is the new reality in classrooms across the country.
So how many of you use the AI like ChatGPT or Bard in this discussion? How many of you pulled it up? All right.
As more students turn to tools like ChatGPT or Google's Bard to generate explanations or whole essays in seconds. A new survey found nearly half of teens say they will likely use AI to do their schoolwork this year, even though more than half in the same survey say they consider it cheating.
I know plenty of people like that, actually.
High school senior Zachary Clifton says since ChatGPT's release last November, it's become normal at schools like his.
I think that the learning loss that was brought on by the pandemic, it caused an influx of students who felt compelled to cheat.
He says he uses the tech only to create study guides, but says it's no secret AI can easily be misused.
I think whether or not ChatGPT will enhance or impair a student's education is ultimately their choice.
Schools are struggling to set the rules. The nation's 2 largest districts banned the use of generative AI tools last school year, but school officials in New York and Los Angeles are now openly wondering about exploring AI's potential benefits. At Mountain View High School in Silicon Valley, there is no formal guidance on AI, at least not yet.
So that would be a categorical grant.
But this year, Ms. Hancock tweaked the rules for her class.
I think for us to fight it is a losing battle. We should be teaching kids how to use it as a tool and not as a shortcut.
She now allows students to use programs like ChatGPT as directed and only on some assignments.
I think it's different to use ChatGPT to research a question in Gov versus to use it in English to write a paragraph.
Ms. Hancock says she may even consider changing how she evaluates her students.
I think that the way we assess student knowledge is going to increasingly be in this format. It's going to be conversation and discussion, maybe formal debates of some kind. But it's,
Tell me about what you know here and now.
Right.
Don't write it down. Don't email it to me.
You'll have a chance to prep it and write it, but I'm going to ask you to speak it because that lessens the chance of them using the AI as wholesale for their knowledge.
Is it logistically feasible for you to have a sit-down conversation with every one of your students and assess them that way?
No. So we have to figure that part out as well.
So for now, students are left to navigate how they will implement AI in their own education. And in the end, AI may force us all to reconsider how school works entirely.
I see 150 kids sometimes a day. And so how do I ensure all 150 have access to the material? This is a tool that can help us do that. Am I creating problems? Probably. Will things be lost? Probably. But maybe it's okay that they're lost because new things will be found.
So, I mean, this is so fascinating. What should parents know, especially when you have high schoolers or if you're paying for your kids' college and they're doing all their essays on ChatGPT? That's irritating.
I know, right? This is such a strange moment we're in. I mean, I think the tech just like raises all these big philosophical questions, and it I think invites a conversation we have to have with our kids, right? And the big one is, I mean, you have to, of course, like lay out what ChatGPT is and isn't. It's useful for summarizing things. It is useful for this, that, and the other, but it often gets things wrong. It's full of all kinds of mistakes. And I think fundamentally we have to get into this question. This is the thing that so many people we spoke to were talking about with us is, what is education for, right? Are you going to school so you can get into college and own a house and buy an expensive car, right? And in that case, the message we're giving our kids is it's a transaction.
Just crank it out.
Crank it out. And so of course their instinct is going to be to cheat and use this to cheat in that sense. But if instead, as so many teachers are trying to point out to us, we treat it as a way to become a more informed citizen and a thinker, right? Yeah. Then maybe you can have that philosophical conversation with your kid, but it is absolutely inviting us to rethink how we think about education and certainly how we assess how kids are learning.
I gotta say, but I mean, kids, even college kids, you can be immature. Yeah. I would not read the books and look at the Cliff's Notes. I mean, I'd rather go out to the bars on Thursday night than write my essay.
The teachers that I speak to, some of them say, maybe we're entering a phase in which actually reading Romeo and Juliet is not as important as getting the gist of it through something like ChatGPT. I find myself, the hair stands up on the back of my neck when I hear that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, maybe on average, you'll get this sort of broader sense of it. I don't know. I mean, you guys, it is such a big philosophical question. And I think the thing to remember, and I take some comfort from this, is that it's the kids who are going to determine how this stuff gets used. And I have to say, when I talk to these kids about it, they don't, a huge number of them, I'm sure, consider it cheating and are worried about that. But a lot of them are being really creative about it too. And I like to think maybe they'll come up with something that we, who assume that everybody cheats in our cynical older person way, maybe they can teach us something about how to use it. Maybe not.
It's a new frontier. I mean, maybe it's a starter. Yeah. You start with thing and then you give it your own.
That's right. A study aid that accelerates the process in some way. I hope so. I hope so, you guys.
Thank you, Jay.
Good topic. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, coming up in the next half hour, we've already gathered a crowd here at Universal Studios Florida. We're going to explain why we are here in just a little bit. Back to you.
Right. But first, what time is it, Al?
Bring it, Al.
It's the best time of the morning. It's time for Pop Start.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, your Minions edition. It's not your Minions edition. It's your New Music Friday edition of Pop Start. We got a very special edition for you. First up, NSYNC. The boys are back together. Overnight, the 90s pop superstars released their first new song. It's crazy, in 20 years. Wow. The track is called Better Place off the upcoming Trolls Band Together soundtrack. Here's what it sounds like.
Just let me take you to a better
Song of the winter.
Song of the winter.
Song of the winter. Trolls band together from our sister company Universal Pictures, starring JT himself, hits theaters the 17th of November. You're not going to want to miss that. Next up, Ed Sheeran. Lately, we've been keeping up with Ed's adventures while he is out on tour, popping up in the most unexpected places. And guys, last night, he did a bar crawl here in the city where he went around, he was buying folks drinks for 6 hours straight, all ahead of the midnight release of his 7th studio album called Autumn Variations via his own record label. It's called Gingerbread Man Records. It's deeply personal, and the new project, he describes it as a soundtrack for autumn that feels like a warm hug. And although, who doesn't want a warm hug from Ed Sheeran? Although there is no music video slated for this one, Ed did post a stripped-down acoustic performance of a new track called American Town. Here's a piece.
With my English girl in an American town, no elevator to the 5th floor out. Bring on the bars, and then you'll be right down. I wish time would freeze. Dungarees over the hoodie we're out. Feet up 3 feet off the ground. Lost in love and we don't want to be found. It's just you and me. English girl.
Safely though. Only safely. Chanel said she wants to sit by a railroad
Yeah,
track
in front of it.
safely.
In front of it.
I went to the concert last weekend with my son.
You did?
No, there's little Noah Soberov. He loved it.
Look at little Jacob.
Right? He was talking about, his hair is way better, the new album. And if you're around here long enough today by the plaza, you guys, you just might run into Ed too. He's doing a pop-up on our plaza this afternoon, even in the rain. Yesterday on Instagram, he revealed he even plans on hanging out.
What do you mean a pop-up?
He's going to show up.
Just pop up?
He didn't tell me that.
Okay.
That's what he said. It's on his Instagram.
All right, cool.
Ed, it's raining, no problem. Come anyways. Next up, Winona and Trisha Yearwood. Talking about two music legends. They just dropped a reinvented version of Cry Myself to Sleep from the special upcoming project titled A Tribute to the Judds. Winona and Trisha lending their voices to this soulful and powerful track. Listen.
I gave to you everything that I got. Woo. So take this heart, oh, what's left to keep, and I'll go home and cry myself to sleep.
Oh my God.
Hoda said this is her other than the fact Carson's not here, her favorite pop star now.
With you here, honey bunch.
All
All right.
right. The upcoming album is called A Tribute to the Judds in celebration of the beloved duo's 40th anniversary. It's coming out on the 27th of October. You're not going to want to miss that. Next up, the Rolling Stones. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have released the second single from their upcoming album, Hackney Diamonds. The new track is titled Sweet Sounds of Heaven, and it features a really cool collaboration with two major music icons. Lady Gaga lends her vocals to the song. Stevie Wonder assists on the instrumentals. Here's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Social media, go check out Lady Gaga because she opened up about how she got involved on the album. She said the Stones asked her to hang out while she was preparing to film this upcoming Joker movie she's doing, and what she thought was a casual jam sesh turned into this epic gospel ballad. Doesn't it? It's
That's
beautiful.
exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, their next album, Hackney Diamonds, is out October the 20th. And guys, we got one non-music pop start item for you. SG has some very exciting news to share. Yesterday, I saw it. Netflix announced season 2, the premiere date of Princess Power. Everybody knows about this, but the beloved kids show is based on you and Ali Oppenheim's best-selling book series. What's it going to be? What's happening in season 2?
Well, oh my gosh, the girls are just getting into more adventures. It's very exciting.
How did you not
October
tell me?
23rd.
My children have been waiting for this second season.
It's good.
All right.
Congratulations.
Oh, yay. Thank you so much. Thanks for the shout out. Coming up, Dylan getting more Southern by the day. She's with us live from Nashville. Okay, we're ready to talk about Dylan's big night in Music City.
We've been waiting for this one. The inaugural People's Choice Country Awards were handed out last night. Dylan was there for all the fun. She's right there in the heart of Nashville. Hey, Dylan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. A pinch me moment for sure. You know, the party got started right here on the stage at the Grand Ole Opry, and Little Big Town kicked off the whole night. We had Blake Shelton, Toby Keith, Winona Judd, who's who of country music royalty. And I got the chance to talk with a few fan favorites backstage at the first ever People's Choice Country Awards.
I feel no shame. Y'all sing. You know I got it. Come and get it. Who's your daddy? Pile that red dirt on, bury me in Georgia. Look out your window and smile.
Lainey
Wilson was a big winner, taking home 3 awards, including Female Artist of 2023 and Music Video, which she shared with Hardy.
What does this award mean to you?
Oh my gosh, well, first of all, it's really cool to be able to work with one of your best buddies, and especially somebody, don't be getting a big head, but he's somebody that you look up to.
Your performance was absolutely incredible. That's your first time performing here at the Grand Ole Opry?
I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed.
I had a moment for sure, like, and everybody says the first time you step in it, think about it, and yeah, I was extremely nervous for some reason tonight, and then like the second the music kicks in, it all just kind of goes away.
And I got the money, you got the honey, let's cut a deal.
Blake Shelton! Blake Shelton, the coach with the most wins on The Voice, adding social country star to his trophy case.
What is it?
I am the most social artist in country music.
You're not on social media.
So,
are you? Have you changed things?
Stop it, Dylan.
Dan and Shay!
Congratulations. I mean, it sounded like you guys had some nerves up there. How are you feeling?
We weren't prepared at all. Honestly, my heart was beating. I could hear it through that microphone. The last few years have been a crazy journey, a crazy roller coaster for us, and I think it's made us appreciate all of this so much more.
What's wild is it's the first award given out at the first ever People's Choice Country Award. I mean, does that add pressure up there?
Absolutely.
Don't be too surprised because you guys are awesome and everyone loves you. Dan, you've actually said that this is your best album. And here you guys are getting recognized for just your work together. How much does that mean to you?
It means so much. It truly, this album is, I don't know, we poured our hearts and souls into this album. I feel so proud of it. We went into this album, no matter what it did on the charts, no matter if we ever won an award, which I'm glad we did. It's awesome.
That someday it would end.
Poignant moments in the show included 62-year-old country legend Toby Keith, who's battling stomach cancer, receiving the Country Icon Award.
I want to thank the Almighty for allowing me to be here tonight. He's been riding shotgun with me for a little while.
And Winona Judd, honored with the Country Champion Award, spoke about the death of her mom, Naomi, and channeling her grief into music.
I kissed her on the forehead, shut her eyes, and said, "I love you, Mom." And I walked out of that room the next morning and showed up at the Country Music Hall of Fame to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
You talked a lot about your mom tonight. Where is she in your heart? How are you feeling?
Today, I'm a little angry, I'll be honest, because the grieving process is so weird. Some days you cry, some days you're mad. Suicide's a weird thing, and so today I was a little angry. She should be here. She should be applauding me, and she's not, but I feel her. I do feel her in my heart.
It was just very interesting to talk to Winona about her mom. The whole night was really all about celebrating some old school country, but the new up-and-comers. The biggest winner of the night with 4 wins was Jelly Roll, rapper turned country singer. He actually couldn't be here to accept any of the awards because he was in concert in Cincinnati, Ohio, but he did kind of check in remotely to accept all of his awards last night. And guys, I know you're wondering, am I still wearing my cowboy boots? And yes, I am. I'm still wearing my cowboy boots.
As you should be. We want to see proof.
I'm full on country now.
Wait, where? I don't see them.
I don't know if
Proof.
Can you lift your leg that high? But they're here.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. There we go.
Those are cute. You're
Thank you,
when you go to Nashville, you're forever changed.
Yeah.
You're like, that's
the
my
best
new
there.
spot.
Great, Dylan.
All right, Dylan's gonna have a lot more coming up, by the way, in the third hour.
All right, up next, Al's adventure at Universal Studios Orlando, checking out the newest ride at Minion Land and chowing down at their cafe. Inside all the fun he's having. But first, this is Today on NBC. Okay, let's go back to Al and learn more about what has him at Universal Studios Orlando this morning. Just a few of his friends.
Hey, guys. It's only fitting that I'm surrounded by my Minion buddies because we're here in the brand new Minion Land. Rue's mischievous henchmen or hench people have taken over the main drag here at Universal Orlando. And now there's a Minion Cafe, an evil stuff gift shop, even a villain con ride. And I got to check it all out. And because it's spooky season, we also got to see what Universal's Halloween Horror Nights is all about.
There's something different about Universal Orlando these days. Something villainous.
One might even say despicable.
Let's find out. The Minions from Illumination's smash hit Despicable Me franchise are now front and center in Orlando with their own Minion Land.
Well, if you're going to be evil, you've got to laugh evilly. Let's go, boys!
So I decided to join in on the fun with my friends, Kevin and Bob. You can work up quite an appetite being evil. Luckily, the banana-obsessed Minions have plenty to offer.
Banana? They've even got banana popcorn here at Minion Land. But I feel like something a little bit more. Let's check out the Minion Cafe.
This colorful cafe has a great deal of Despicable Me themed food, and I was lucky enough to give it a try.
Oh, look at this, Otto's Noodle Bowl. And look what happens. Boop! Hey! It's like Minion brains. That's fantastic.
Although my dessert may not be Minion approved.
I feel very weird about this because it's like I'm about to take a bite out of a Minion. Is that wrong? If loving this is wrong, I don't want to be right.
With a full tummy, I headed toward the newest experience, Villain Con, Minion Blast, but not before bumping into some of the other Illumination stars you'll find at Minion Land.
Oh my gosh, from Sing, it's Johnny, it's Rosita, and Gunther. I've got to get me one of these.
Is that got one for you too? Finally, it was time for the main attraction at Minion Land.
We've brought together a gaggle of international villains for Villain Con!
Blaster in hand, I joined some fellow Villain Con attendees for some fun.
Ready to do some blasting? All right, let's go! We gotta find us a gift shop or something.
And As luck would have it, oh my gosh, there is a gift shop. Come on!
It's so fluffy!
It's so fluffy! But things soon took a turn. As the sun went down, something in the park changed. It was transformed into the annual celebration of all things spooky, Halloween Horror Nights.
Welcome all to this night of horror and delight.
And this year, the Stranger Things 4 haunted house is taking center stage. So I had to check it out. I mean, how scary could it be?
Okay. Good to see you. Oh, wow. Oh, you should have that looked at.
I don't like this, Christy. Wake up!
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, you're back. Jeez. I can't shake this guy. Ah!
And just when I thought I was home free.
Ah! Oh, whoa, whoa. Woo! And that's a wrap for me here at Halloween Horror Nights. Remember, never go alone. Oh, and love doing the blasters with the Neal family. They were so much fun. And of course, the Stranger Things thing, it's scary, but not so scary, our little Minion pals. So come on down, have a good old time. And of course, our crowd has to endure all this horrible weather here as well, just like you guys in New York.
It in because it's raining sideways outside.
It's crazy out there.
It's a monsoon here, Roker. We want you to know. That's really mean. That was just salt in our wound, okay? But you know what? No one has more fun than Roker. Man.
You know what?
Nobody.
Enjoy your Minion friends.
Al, enjoy it. Enjoy the sunshine.
Banana.
All right.
Yes. Oh, hey, we're going to the Today Cafe in the next hour.
Nice.
You know what? That's enough showing off, Al.
Bye,
All right,
Al.
love you.
Have fun.
All right. He's got a lot more fun ahead for us in the third hour. We are back in a moment, but first, this is Today on NBC.
This morning on the third hour today, Jingle Bell shock. Major retailers rolling out holiday sales earlier than ever. But are you really getting a good deal? Watch out for fake sales.
Yeah, we always say sale fail.
How to make sure the price is right before you buy. Then later, our football expert Steve Khaki Kornacki is here to break down the latest in the league. Plus, the biggest NFL story of the week, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Plus, in Today Food, we are taking lunch to another level with a ham and cheese that is unbelievable. And then to start today, we're kicking off our October challenge and helping you reach those fall fitness goals. That's all ahead today, Friday, September 29th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Jacob Soboroff, and we have some sad news this morning we want to start with. We have learned that trailblazing Senator Diane Feinstein has died. She was the longest serving female senator in U.S. history. She passed away at the age of 90. Senator Feinstein served for more than 30 years, a very vocal advocate of gun control.
Senator Feinstein had announced plans to retire at the end of her term, this current term. Prior to being elected, she served as mayor of San Francisco. She is certainly a towering figure in California politics, nationwide as well. Stay tuned here to NBC News for more throughout the day. And Chanel, it's a sad day, not just for California, but for the nation as well. She was elected in that historic 1992 Year of the Woman. As you said, as we said, a real trailblazer, and her life and legacy will live on.
Absolutely. We'll have much more, of course, here on Today and, of course, on NBC News. All right, turning now to another big story today. Now, this may surprise you, but the holiday shopping season is here. If you don't feel it, it's certainly when you go to the stores. That's why we're talking about it, because already, look at this, major retailers are rolling out sales. But before you buy, we want you to hear from NBC News senior investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen and what she has to say. Good morning to you.
Morning, Vic.
Hi, good morning. That push to get those holiday shopping dollars, it is already underway. Retailers from Target to Walmart, they're rolling out deals even before we've hit Halloween. This morning, we have a look at what they're offering and some shopping strategies to make sure you are getting the best deal. Al Roker is the one person who's done already by this time.
Famously.
Al, the trendsetter, as more Americans say they're starting their shopping earlier this year.
You have to start Christmas shopping early.
In a recent survey, 27% of consumers say they started their holiday shopping back in August. By the end of September, that number shoots up to 42%. That means many of us are celebrating Halloween while also gearing up for the holidays.
From October 1st through the 7th, Target offering up to 40% off thousands of items for Target Circle members. That's the store's free-to-join loyalty program. Members also gain exclusive access to Target's Deal of the Day program through Christmas Eve. Best Buy hosting a 48-hour flash sale October 10th and 11th, featuring hundreds of offers on the latest gadgets. Amazon announcing Prime Big Deal Days October 11th and 12th, where members can expect deep discounts across categories like fashion, home, and toys. Additionally, the company says during select periods, new deals will pop up as often as every 5 minutes. And Walmart getting in on the action too. From October 7th through the 12th, it is unwrapping deals on popular holiday gifts across electronics, home, fashion, toys, and more.
This is a trend that started well before the pandemic and has only picked up.
Catherine Cullen with the National Retail Federation says the holiday creep gives consumers more time to shop deals.
What are you noticing when it comes to the way that consumers spend over this longer holiday season?
From years past, we know that consumers will drop well over $1,000 on average on the holidays. And for many households, they like to spread that out. That's a lot to come out of a single paycheck.
56% of consumers say inflation has impacted their holiday budgets, prompting many to spend less per person on gifts, buy discounted products, and cut back on holiday decorating.
They are going to be shopping for value, looking at maybe different brands.
But are consumers really getting a bargain?
The main reason these sales exist is to make you think you're getting a great deal.
Kevin Brassler, executive editor for Consumers Checkbook, calls the holiday creep a money-making strategy for retailers.
Even if the sale says 40% off or 60% off or hundreds of dollars off, you need to make sure you're getting a legitimately good deal before you press buy.
Watch out for fake sales.
Yeah, we always say sale fail.
How can you tell a real deal from a gimmick?
The only way you're going to know whether or not you're getting a good price is to shop around.
Brassler recommends a quick internet search to compare prices among main competitors. Browser extensions like Honey, The Camelizer, Invisible Hand, and Shop Savvy can help you see an item's price history. And make a shopping list, set a budget, and be firm. Brassler flagging another common trick.
Countdown clocks on their sites to make you think that if I don't hit buy now, I'm going to lose out on this deal. We find usually that's just not the case.
Consider this shopping advice our early gift to you.
Okay, and a couple other ways you can save. Remember, I always say have a separate email for shopping, so you can also use that email to subscribe to retailers for promo codes and other deals. And also keep track of the pricing of your item. Don't hesitate to ask for a price match or a price adjustment if your item goes on sale.
Really good advice.
I love a price adjustment.
Yeah, I know, right? And even down to the separate email address. I never want to give them mine because I don't want my email. And you can't give fake ones because I've tried. For some reason, it knows.
Yeah, it knows. They know. How do we do?
Vicki Nguyen, the legend.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thanks. Have a good weekend. Guys, you might know already, Al's on assignment. He's got a little bit more animation than usual this morning. He traveled to Universal Studios Orlando. Dylan's gone, too. We'll get to her in a minute. Al was able to check out the new Minion land. He scared up some fun at Halloween Horror Nights as well. And right now, very fittingly, Mr. Roker has made his way to the Today Cafe. It's delicious there, isn't it, Al?
Oh, it's like the Today Show, only more delicious, yummier. And in fact, we have a new item menu that I've come up with that is available starting today on the Today Cafe. It is Al's Butternut Squash Tart. Here it is right now. It's got roasted onion. Oh, it's got roasted onion, applewood smoked bacon, Gruyere cheese, creme fraiche in a savory tart shell. So let's get how's it taste, guys? Awesome. Wow. Was that an incredibly tepid response? How does it taste, guys? It's yummy. No, this is really good. Unlike all that pumpkin spice stuff, who likes pumpkin spice? Ooh. Anyway, so there you have it, guys.
Al, tell us about Minion Land. I want to hear about your favorite part of Minion Land.
I got to tell you, it's so much fun because the Minions are there. There's all this stuff there. I mean, besides, this great Minion Land itself, which is on the main drag, you've got the Minion Cafe, which was awfully tasty. And in fact, I got to eat something that it's the soup that looks like Minion brains when they bring it out. It looks grim, but it tastes fantastic. There's a lot of yellow. Banana's the big theme.
Yum. I love it. People love it. I have to say some of the greatest memories I've had in my family have been right where you are there at Universal. And really quickly, you got to experience.
And we also did VillainCon.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about.
Yeah. It's all the great villains in part of the Despicable Me universe, and you're on a moving walkway, and it's like you're immersed in this giant video game. That's the Neal family there. And you're just shooting at all this stuff, blasting, and don't forget, there's also the Stranger Things 4 house, which is it's part of the Halloween Horror Nights here, and that goes till November 4th. So show up, you're going to love it. And guess what? We've got great news for one lucky viewer with today's Fall Family. It's a giveaway we're doing. Today's Fall Family. Today's Fall Family getaway sweepstakes.
That's amazing.
We're sending you, that's right, up to 3 guests to Universal Orlando Resort to experience the new Minion Land on Illumination Avenue. For all the details, head to today.com/getaway and enter for your chance to win. Of course, as you may know, Universal Orlando Resort is part of our parent company, NBC Universal, and is a prize provider only in this sweepstakes. And you do have to pay for Al's
You're
butternut.
disqualified.
Darn. I love it. What is that?
Oh,
that's
the
squash.
Do you not pay
tart
attention
thing.
to anything?
Well, I can't see.
I know.
anything.
I'm listening.
The monitor's far away. Bye, Al.
Bye, Al. See you later. Have fun.
You need glasses, remember?
No, I went to the doctor yesterday, by the way, and they told me I only need readers 1.5. Thank you, Al Roker. Okay.
Enjoy that
You need
butternut
viewers,
squash.
too.
He said, I sent him a text yesterday, and I was like, hey, she said I don't need glasses. And Craig said, you need a second opinion. All right, well, now it's our new
Leave her
Friday.
alone.
Our
Leave
new
her
Friday
alone.
tradition, Friday Football Fever. Every week, we put our football knowledge to the test to get ready for Sunday Night Football. Here's the thing. Craig always answers. So
I
you're
have
just like, look at
no
him.
idea.
Chanel Jacob, I don't know if we're going to be able to help you, but here with this week's question, a member of the Sunday Night crew, NBC Sports, Melissa Stark.
Hey there, third hour friends. Here's our Friday football trivia question. We will be headed to the Big Apple for the game between the New York Jets and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Jets made their debut in 1960, but they were not always named the Jets. What was their original name? Was it A, the New York Thunder, B, New York Titans, C, New York Generals, or D, New York Tigers?
I would have said the Generals.
I have no clue, actually. And Steve Kornacki, thank goodness, is standing right beside me.
We're phoning a friend.
I said, Steve, what is it?
What
is it, Steve?
The Titans.
The Titans.
Well, let's see. Melissa, what's the answer?
The answer is B, the New York Titans. Right. They were sold and renamed the Jets in 1963 as a nod to the proximity of their stadium to the New York airports. And we'll see you in New York for Sunday Night Football.
That's what we said.
Stark Kornacki duo, baby.
Thank you.
Thank
If
you,
I
Steve.
ever
Thanks, Melissa.
get on that show, you're going to be my friend. I'll phone a friend. Melissa, thank you. And be sure to tune in to Sunday Night Football beginning at 7 o'clock on NBC and Peacock.
Coming up, our phone a friend, Steve Kornacki, the legend, is here to break down the game. Latest Super Bowl odds, the stats on Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, I swear. But first, we are heading to Nashville. Dylan is standing by to share highlights from one of country music's biggest nights, Dream Assignment. That's when we come back in the third hour of today. Stick around, everybody. Thank goodness.
Thanks. We are back on this Friday morning, and the party is probably still going on in Music City. It was a who's who of country music legends and icons at the inaugural People's Choice Country Awards.
And you know who was there, the one and only Dylan Dreyer.
Hey.
She is still there. She's still live in Nashville this morning. Dylan's never leaving, right, Dee?
I can't get myself to leave. This is just a magical place. And you know, country music royalty descended on the Grand Ole Opry last night. From the performances to the awards, it was a night to remember.
I feel no shame. Y'all sing.
You know I got it. Come and get it. Who's your daddy?
Pile that red dirt on, bury me in Georgia.
Look out your window and smile.
Wilson was a big winner, taking home 3 awards, including Female Artist of 2023 and Music Video, which she shared with Hardy.
What does this award mean to you?
Oh my gosh, well, first of all, it's really cool to be able to work with one of your best buddies, and especially somebody, don't be getting a big head, but he's somebody that you look up to.
Your performance was absolutely incredible. That's your first time performing here at the Grand Ole Opry?
I had a moment for sure, and everybody says the first time you step in it, think about it. And yeah, I was extremely nervous for some reason tonight. And then the second the music kicks in, it all just kind of goes away.
And I got the money, you got the honey, let's cut a deal.
Blake Shelton! Blake Shelton, the coach with the most wins on The Voice, adding social country star to his trophy case.
What is it?
I am the most social artist in country music.
You're not on social media.
So,
Are you? Have you changed things?
Stop it, Dylan.
Dan and Shay!
Congratulations. I mean, it sounded like you guys had some nerves up there. How are you feeling?
We weren't prepared at all. Honestly, my heart was beating. I could hear it through that microphone. The last few years have been a crazy journey, crazy roller coaster for us, and I think it's made us appreciate all of this so much more.
What's wild is it's the first award given out at the first ever People's Choice Country Award. I mean, does that add pressure up there?
Absolutely.
Don't be too surprised because you guys are awesome and everyone loves you. Dan, you've actually said that this is your best album. And here you guys are getting recognized for just your work together. How much does that mean to you?
It means so much. It truly, this album is, I don't know, we poured our hearts and souls into this album. I feel so proud of it. We went into this album, no matter what it did on the charts, no matter if we ever won an award, which I'm glad we did. It's awesome.
That someday it would end.
Poignant moments in the show included 62-year-old country legend Toby Keith, who's battling stomach cancer, receiving the Country Icon Award.
I want to thank the Almighty for allowing me to be here tonight. He's been riding shotgun with me for a little while.
And Winona Judd, honored with the Country Champion Award, spoke about the death of her mom, Naomi, and channeling her grief into music.
I kissed her on the forehead, shut her eyes, and said, "I love you, Mom." And I walked out of that room the next morning and showed up at the Country Music Hall of Fame to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
You talked a lot about your mom tonight. Where is she in your heart? How are you feeling?
Today, I'm a little angry, I'll be honest, because the grieving process is so weird. Some days you cry, some days you're mad. Suicide's a weird thing. And so today I was a little angry. She should be here. She should be applauding me, and she's not. But I feel her. I do feel her in my heart.
And you guys know Wynonna is very open about talking about her mom. I have been a fan of hers with my mom since I was a little girl, so it was so special to get to talk to her. And the big winner of the night was Jelly Roll, rapper turned country singer. He just wasn't here to receive any of the awards. He was at a concert out in Cincinnati, Ohio, so he thanked everybody remotely. And I just want to take a moment to thank all of my crew, Joe, George, Mike, Jeff, Colby, Carter, Kim, Brooke, Brittany, everybody. There are a lot of moving parts when you're on a big event like this, and I just want to thank everybody for making it happen. And now I'm going to rush home, bake some cupcakes, because today is Rusty's second birthday. So the party continues.
Rusty.
Get home soon, Dylan.
I love that. And to your whole crew, we know it takes a village. Oh, look at these cuties. They're watching you right now. How about that?
Yeah, they are.
Kind of, maybe.
Happy birthday, Rusty.
Thank you, Dylan.
Get home safe. Good job, you guys.
That was great, Dylan. Thank you.
Coming up, everybody, it's kickoff with Kornacki with a Taylor Swift twist. Steve's going to break down the stats on the game and the rumored celebrity couple, a little of that. Then later, we are hamming it up in Today Food by leveling up your brunch game. Get hungry. We'll be right back on the third hour of Today.
Yum. I'm telling everybody. Okay, so in case you haven't noticed, there has been a lot more NFL talk this week, and not because of the games. It's the Taylor Swift effect.
This morning, we have the perfect person to break down some stats on Swelsey. Maybe he's not the perfect person. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki joins us. And listen, here's the deal. Steve just said he didn't know before this week who Taylor Swift was because he said, was she an actress? Was she a musician? And I said to Chanel, have you ever looked at Steve Kornacki's Instagram? It has pictures of trees and lakes, mountains.
But how? I mean, I live under a rock, but you're like rock. But it's okay, because we have you.
I knew she was prominent. I'll put it that way. I just never heard the name
I love
before,
it. Yeah, but just didn't know all about her. Okay, so here we go. Let's start with the game itself. So we have the Chiefs facing off against the Jets. What do we need to know, X's and O-Y?
Yeah, so if we get away from the music star element for a minute, because I know a lot of people care.
We'll get back to it. Don't worry,
At the start of this year, people had this matchup Sunday night circled. This was going to be huge. Patrick Mahomes, he's won 2 Super Bowls. Aaron Rodgers coming from the Packers to the Jets. Look at these career stats between the two of them. Rodgers almost 60,000 yards, career QB ratings for both of them over 100. This looked like it could be the matchup of the season. Yes. A possible AFC Championship preview in September, and instead, well, fourth play of the season, Aaron Rodgers goes down. Zach Wilson comes in, and no offense to Zach Wilson, but this is not quite the same matchup here. Here's career stats. 17 touchdowns, 22 picks, a QB rating under 70. The Jets, in fact, brought a new quarterback in this week who's on their practice squad. So they may be changing things. Joe Namath, legend icon of the franchise, led them to their only Super Bowl. He's been publicly critical this week, so the whole thing with the Jets falling apart on the field.
So maybe they'll like this as a distraction then, maybe.
Well, you know what they want. They want swell, what is it called?
It'll bring the
Trailer?
ratings up.
You never fail to impress or surprise, but I have no idea how you're going to break this down.
Well, I would just say, this was the pairing everybody was originally into. It was the Mahomes-Rodgers pairing.
Yes.
And the one that's getting all the attention this week is the Kelsey Swift music star.
Oh, my goodness.
Taylor Swift.
He knows.
And the fans, I've learned, are called the Swifties.
Yes.
I've done my research. So how about a little comparison here?
Okay.
Both share the same birth year. Taylor Swift, did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I'm sure you did, but I didn't.
No, wait, I
She
didn't
has
know
a
that.
song or an album
That I
called
knew, yes.
1989.
Yes.
So, and they're both born in 89.
wow.
She's got 16-year
internet is
career
gonna
here,
come after
12
you so
Grammy
hard.
wins. I'm giving it positive things here. 212 Billboard Top 100s, and of course, Kelsey, he's had those
this is
2
great,
Super
Steve.
Bowls, 800, and he has 8 Pro Bowl appearances. So if it is, I don't know if they've officially said it's a pairing, but if it is a pairing,
Not yet.
it's quite a match.
There you go. That's
good.
actually really
That was
good.
great.
All right, last but not least, everybody always thinks about the Super Bowl. What about for you? What's our last little tidbit?
Well, we came on here a few weeks ago at the start of the season and said, what are the odds? Who are the favorites here to win the Super Bowl? Let's take a look at how that is looking right now. Here are your current odds to win the Super Bowl, and the 49ers have been off to that great start. They have become the favorites. The Chiefs were the preseason favorite.
Okay.
They had the hiccup week 1. They lost to the Lions, but they've looked good since then. The Eagles have looked fantastic, 7-1. And how about the
Look at
Miami
that.
Dolphins?
All right.
Tua, the quarterback,
All right.
absolutely. They put up 70 points on Sunday against Denver. So they have moved to the 4th choice, only 9-1 on the Dolphins. One of the biggest movements we've seen since the preseason.
Impressive as always.
Yeah.
Didn't fail to impress.
We love you.
Who
Well,
doesn't?
Now I've learned about Taylor Swift.
No,
so
that's good.
I can
loves
join
you
the rest
too.
of the country.
She loves you too.
That's the beauty of life. We just continue to evolve and learn new things. Thank you, Steve.
You
All
got
right.
it.
We'll do Pop Start next week, guys, on the Today Show. So
Up
stay tuned.
next, we are in the kitchen with a man whose recipes are all over TikTok. He's cooking up lunch and a fun punch. He's going to show you how to do it. And we come right back.
Already eating. This morning on Today Food, we are joined by you've seen him on social media. Laurent Dagenais has millions of followers on TikTok and Instagram. He just released his very first cookbook titled Always Hungry, and he's here to cook some recipes from it. Good morning,
Good
Laurent.
morning.
Morning, guys. How's it going? Bonjour.
So congratulations on your new cookbook.
Thank you so much.
Tell us about it.
70 recipes from some videos from TikTok. There's some new ones. There's some cocktails, some appetizers, some salads, some seafood, everything you need in there.
How did it differ? I mean, you're used to the TikTok videos, millions of folks, but to kind of sit down and pause a little bit and make a book out of it. How was that for you?
It was quite the process, but
Yeah.
you know, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's out. I'm happy. Thinking
And now
about the
we can
second
just-
one already, but you
Oh,
know what?
really?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, now
yeah,
we
have
can eat.
to.
Let's do it.
Now we
Manger.
can-
Let's go.
Let's do the Monte Cristo sandwich from one of my videos, actually. So easy peasy. You want to get in there too? You want to help?
Yeah, I'm eating, but I'll
After
do
your hand,
it.
there you
No,
go.
I've already had
There
some.
you go,
Yeah.
right?
Delightful.
So we have some mayo here, some Dijon, some gratin. Yeah, just mix it up. There you go. And I have some bread here. We'll
It's just straight mayo, huh?
just straight mayo
Just
and
mayo.
mustard, granny mustard. Yeah.
Mayo and Dijon.
So we're just gonna trim all the crust off this bread here.
This is like fancy bread. What do
And
we do?
It's like fancy, but it's not too hard. You
Spread
know,
it.
it's easy. We're just gonna cut these in 3 little pieces here.
Okay.
It's like a
Triple-decker.
triple decker. There you
Yep.
go. So 1, There you go.
Like you know, that's why
So
this
you
bread is
can
like
spread it
yummy.
away. There you go.
Okay, here we go.
Stack it.
You want
Oh,
to
so you
get
put it on there.
on the cheese and ham there?
That I can
There you
do.
go.
So what do
There
I
you
have to
go.
do?
Just gonna layer like some cheese
Oh, I
and
see.
ham.
Let's go like
Yeah.
this.
Put it on
even
top
have like
of
a
there?
little example
Yeah.
for you there.
Okay,
There you go.
okay.
Perfect.
Okay, Laurent. And how long you been making this sandwich?
I mean, I did it on a few TV sets, to be honest, but only once in a video.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of cheese is this?
It's Gruyere and Emmental.
Okay, sure.
Some good French cheese, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do I put this on top of here?
Yeah, you can. You know, there's no rules
Are
here.
you
We're
sure
just
I'm not
having,
doing
yeah,
too
of course.
much?
We're not. Yeah, we're having
I'm
fun.
gonna be too heavy-handed.
And then the next thing we're gonna do is like with this finish here, I'm gonna get my hands dirty because you
Go
know
ahead.
I'm the chef. You
Yeah.
guys are so clean. You're looking
All right,
good,
fine.
you know.
Thank you.
So let's put this in there.
Well, it's almost like French toasty.
It's what it is. Yeah, it's like pretty much a ham and cheese sandwich in a French toast. It's crazy. So good.
And I just tried it. It is. I mean, you could put syrup on it, but it's good in
I mean, you
either
know,
way.
I'm from Canada, so maple syrup is like in my veins,
true,
so I have
that's
to
true.
go with it, you know.
So here's my version. Your version looks much nicer. I'll watch you do that.
mean,
So you just soak it like
Yeah,
that.
soak it because it's kind of like hard to make it like stay in one block. So there
Your
you go.
pan is what? Is butter in there?
It's just butter, yeah. Could be
Okay.
a little hotter.
How long
There you
have you
go.
been on TikTok?
It's been 2 years and a half now.
And can you believe all these millions of people?
I still can't. No.
What do you think it is?
I bet you they come up to you on the street.
Yeah, it happens even here in beautiful New York City. Yeah,
Really?
Yeah.
What do they
Beautiful
say?
Today, but
They say, "Hey, chef, love your stuff." I
That's
said, "Thank you so much." Yeah.
what's your
yeah.
specialty? Like, what kind of things do you do?
Honestly, I do like a bit of everything. I do like some Italian, some French, some Mexican, whatever goes. You know? Yeah.
What's your favorite?
I'm a big pasta guy. I like pasta.
Pasta.
Yeah.
Ooh.
If I'm home, like I'm always gonna make pasta.
This smells delicious. So this is
Right?
what the final product
That's
looks
the
like.
final
I also want
product
to make
here.
sure we
I
get to
have
the
full-
cocktail.
I have a bunch of eggs on my hands. I'm gonna wash this
Okay,
up.
well,
There
I've
you
been
go.
eating already during
Here, give me
commercial.
this knife. I'm gonna have a bite.
There you go.
So it's
for
delightful.
here,
Yeah.
for the finished touches,
Yes.
you can add some cheese on top because
Okay.
you know
On
there's
top?
never enough cheese, right?
No.
Yeah, like this. And if you
then-
want to do me the honor
at that.
of pouring a generous amount of maple syrup,
gosh.
you would be a legend.
Oh, my pleasure. All right,
There you go.
what's up with that drink?
Listen, you can't go wrong with that.
I mean, it's what's not to like in there, you know?
me right now.
All right.
Some
And I have
black
to be
pepper.
honest, I've tried the drink already. It's delightful.
Yeah, there you
so
go.
how do you do? How do you
Yeah,
make
drink,
just
super
gonna
easy
eat
to.
like this.
It's like I call this one the fun punch.
it? Okay.
So we have some ginger, some limes in there. Just gonna muddle this.
How did you eat this?
I cut
Yeah,
it.
you have to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta go in.
Okay.
It's
All right.
it's a fork and knife kind of situation
Okay,
here.
I need a napkin.
So wait, you muddle ginger and lime?
Ginger and lime, and then this.
Oh, I
will
gotta
be
turn this off before we set
already
the
in
fire
here,
alarm off.
And we're just gonna put a bunch of fresh raspberries in there.
Okay.
We have some limes as well,
Okay.
and we have some chartreuse. You like chartreuse?
I do now.
There you go. Yeah, it's good for you. Now it's
Gonna
rain
burn that.
season. It's full of herbs. You know, it's like
Oh,
a
really? See, I don't even know.
medicinal drink for you. You know, so it's a good
see,
reason.
this is
Yeah,
healthy.
there you go.
Anything green is healthy.
Right? Some ginger beer in there.
This is too big, chef. How do I even get this thing in my grill?
You got this. You
Oh,
got
there's
this.
ginger beer in there,
Oh,
too.
there
All
you go. Get it in there.
You read it.
There you go.
Well, thank you so much. If you
Yeah,
want to
thank
find
you.
these recipes, you can go to today.com/food. And Laurent's
Thank
new
you.
cookbook, Always Hungry,
Get it.
is out now.
Guys,
Thank
Delicious.
you so much,
coming
guys.
up, we ate, now we exercise. Stephanie Mansour and some of our Start Today community members are here to help us kick off our October challenge. I need it after eating this.
I know.
Then later, a country music performance to close out the week. Brittany Spencer, the rising star, is here. You are not going to want to miss that either. We'll be right back on the third hour.
Never get over how we were over before we even began. Yeah, we're better as friends.
Need a workout after that sandwich? It is almost time to say so long, September, and welcome in a new Start Today monthly walking challenge. Scan the QR code to access beginner, intermediate, and if you're advanced, we got something for you too. We got October training plans designed to help you prepare for a 5K. If that's your goal.
That's cool. Today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour is kicking off the October plan with some of our Start Today community members. Good morning to all of you
What's
this
up, you guys?
Good
morning.
I love that. So let's start with, why do you think this is a good time for it? Some people don't think they can do a 5K, but this is doable.
Yes, and you know firsthand that it's doable, Chanel. So if you're looking to get back in the swing of things this fall, it's great to set a goal. So you can run a turkey trot before Thanksgiving if you start with our 6-week training plan. Now, this is for all levels, guys. So we've got a walking plan for a 5K, a running plan for a 5K, and also a combo, walk and run. So scan that QR code and download your plan so that you can follow along with us.
Yes, you should do it. Look, if you can walk or run or one walk, you can't beat that. Okay, so I want you to meet Nancy Stover McCarthy of New Jersey. Fun fact, she just told me her late mom, Dorothy, used to work here as an executive assistant here at the Today Show.
Is that not crazy?
That is so crazy. Thank you guys for this full circle moment.
Well, how beautiful
It's
is
beautiful.
that? I love that. Okay, and by the way, I should tell people at home, I'm going to brag on you. You consistently surpass 10,000 steps every single
Give it up for
day.
Nancy. Come on.
Yes. Proud of you. Thank you for joining our little club. So do you have a question for Stephanie?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I've walked a 5K before, but now I want to walk and run a 5K.
Yes, I'm proud of you. Yes.
Okay. So
All right.
how do I prepare my body for the running part?
Yes, so we're going to step it up here, and part of our training plan includes stretch and strength. So I'm going to have you hold onto this chair here for balance, Nancy. So anyone at home that needs a modification, go ahead. We're going to do some forward leg swings. Now, this is loosening up the hip flexors, which get really, really tight when you're walking or running a lot. So I want to make sure that you're incorporating.
Balance to do this.
Yeah, you do. I know.
And heels.
Good job, Chanel. I want to make sure that you're really loosening things up, but then for strength, we're going to hold it here in front. Squeeze that quad. Good. Strengthen the quad for 5 seconds and then reach it to the back. Strengthen the glutes and the hamstrings. This is going to help with running, that motion. We need to build the quads. We need to build the glutes, the hamstrings, so that we can move forward faster and with more power. But we also got to stretch things out.
It's a good
Does that feel
active
good?
stretch.
Very good.
Yes.
This was great.
Feel it.
Well, let's tell
Yes.
everybody about Joe. Joe Marrow. Marrow?
Marrow.
Yes. Joe Marrow of Long Island, New York. I want to make sure I got this right. You lost 130 pounds in 3 years?
All naturally.
Give it up for Joe, guys. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
And is it true that all by walking? You kept it off by walking?
So cardio was very important for my weight loss. Without walking about 9,000 to 10,000 steps a day, I wouldn't have achieved my weight loss goals.
Man, I'm so happy
Yes,
for you.
thank you very
Dude,
much.
That's so
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
You got something for Steph?
Yes. So last year, I ran my first 5K at my alma mater's homecoming, FGCU, Florida Gulf Coast University.
Oh, yes. I went to high school in Naples.
Oh,
I know
wow,
FGCU.
that's
Yeah.
wonderful. I'm planning on running my second 5K next month.
Yes.
Do you have any suggestions or tips for me for my next 5K?
Yeah, especially in the heat down in Florida, it is hard to, keep up your stamina. But one thing people forget is to stretch those inner thighs. So what we're going to do is open the feet wider than the shoulders, nice, and then go ahead and bend to one side, keeping the other leg straight. Do you feel that stretch in the inner thigh of the stationary leg?
Yes.
Good. And then we're going to come back through center and over the other side. And Jacob, props to you. This is dynamic stretching. We're stretching in motion here to warm up. And then we're going to hold this stretch here and turn this into a strength move. So again, strengthening the quad, the glute, but still feeling that stretch, coming through center and going to the other side and holding this strength pose for 5 seconds. And then alternating. That's going to help you be more loose and limber so that you can run maybe faster even, break a personal record, and feel better afterwards. Less recovery time when you do the stretching.
If they can do it, you can do it at home too. Thank you, Steph.
Amen.
Yes.
Thank you guys. Congrats.
Thank you guys for that.
Yes.
Great job.
All the things.
Exercise.
By the way, you met the moment, my friend, both of you guys. Head to today.com for more information on our Start Today October challenge.
Very inspiring, and we know you guys are going to be on it too. Coming up next, rising country singer-songwriter Brittany Spencer's here. She's got a fantastic performance to send us into the weekend with a big old smile. We'll be right back. Stick around.
When a 1-2 step on yesterday, rainbow down the interstate. in the
The
perfect
City Music
world.
Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
All right, our next guest is definitely one to watch. Brittany Spencer is a rising country music star who has already shared stages with icons like Willie Nelson and Reba McEntire.
In a few months, Brittany will release her debut album titled My Stupid Life. And today, she is dropping her first single from that album called Bigger Than the Song. Brittany, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's so great to have you here.
I'm so excited.
Chanel said you've already been collaborating with some of the biggest names in music. You've been featured and sort of spotlighted as this rising star and Rolling Stone, I saw, and People magazine as well. What has it been like sort of to experience all of this success?
Wild. Unexpected, really fun, very stretching. And I don't know, I have fun with my friends, and we get on the road and we get in a Sprinter or a rental car and we
Make it happen.
Yeah, we just have fun. You're like tired, but like who cares? You're about to go on stage right before Reba or Maren Morris.
That's
and
awesome.
Crazy.
It's wild.
So your album is out on January 19th. Please tell me why you named it, what is this, My Stupid Life? Because I was like, your life is splendid. So what's up with the title?
Oh gosh, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and I feel like I talk like that. I'm like, man, that is so stupid, and I'm talking like it's a good thing.
Stupid good.
But also, I mean, in so many ways, I feel like life is just hard sometimes, but it's a combination of all the good times and the hard times, kind of having a rhythm of just kind of giving you the most out of life, I think. You don't have the sunshine without the rain, the highs without lows.
True.
And I wallow in both of them.
All right.
We could talk to you all day, but you know what? I want to hear some music. Performing Bigger Than the Song, Brittany Spencer. Take it away.
Thank y'all.
It's your very first kiss in the driveway. It's the party that you almost missed. It's the mixtape when you pour young heartbreaks. It's the memory you can't forget. Playing in the background takes you to the front row. Says it better than you say yourself. The high and low feelings, everything between them, everything you've ever felt. Makes you wanna be fancy like Reba, a queen like Aretha, your love like Johnny and June. Get mad like Alanis, scream like Jane, do it all like Dolly could do. Yeah, it's more than a 3-minute whistle when the radio's on. It's bigger than a song. Been your favorite ever since that first dance. Now you hate it as he drives away. You play another one to numb the heartache and get you to a better place that makes you wanna be fancy like Reba, a queen like Latifah, your love like Johnny and June. Get mad like Alanis, scream like Jenna, do it all like Dolly would do. Yeah, it's more. Dancing on the kitchen floor. Every time it comes around, yeah, you should know you're gonna want a little bit more. To put your love on top, like Beyonce at my church on Sunday. When Mary starts singing that tune, who should do it again? Like Britney with a voice like Whitney singing, I will always love you. Yeah, it's more than a 3-minute listen when the radio's on. It's bigger than a song.
amazing.
Oh my goodness, and you guys as well.
Guys, thank you so much.
I bet y'all have some fun
Brittany
jam
Spencer,
sessions.
thank you so much. Guys, her new single, Bigger Than the Song, is out right now. Go download it. We'll be right back. Stick around.
So good.
Great job. Thank you.
Jacob, as always, thank you for holding it down for us this morning. It's so fun to have you here
We
as
asked
well.
Brittany to hang around.
So Monday on the third hour of today, we have the fastest man in the world, Olympic medalist Noah Lyles.
You want to come back? You should come back.
Oh, you know what? Don't you threaten me with a good time.
Hoda and Jenna's going to be great today. How to clean out your closets, maybe even cash in, too.
I love it. Have a great weekend. We're going to have a jam session now.
I also love you said these are your friends. They're your real friends. I love it. You guys have a good weekend. See you later. Thank you guys again.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. What? You deserve to be celebrated. Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker. Today, style expert Xana Roberts-Rossi is here. She'll show you how to clean out your closet and make some extra money. Plus, the stars of HGTV's Bargain Block stop by with 3 easy DIY home projects. And great weekend getaways to soak up the fall fun all across the U.S.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody, welcome in. Friday, September 29th. Oh, yeah.
Do you guys hear this song? Put your hands in the air. Let's raise the roof.
Wait.
We're in sync.
Wait, is this the song?
This is their
this
new
Better
song.
Place?
Yeah, Better Place.
Wait, let's hear it. Wait.
Better Place.
Wait.
All of a sudden, I have a belly button ring and I'm 18 years old.
Did your parents freak when you got that? How did they even know?
Because I told.
You told
think
them.
I can
You
keep
tell everything.
secrets?
Yeah, you do. You
no,
tell it all.
I told them. They didn't really care. I mean, they were sort of like, you know how they are. They just were like,
yeah.
Ew, you know. And then it got infected, and he was like, "Told you so. Told y'all that. Told you it would get infected."
You are so crazy.
Anyway.
Wait, Better Place dropped today.
Oh my gosh.
Today.
And it's their first song in 20 years. That's why I'm all of a sudden going back to
I wonder what that is like to get back together after all those years. I wonder if it is just like you do you remember how we
Yes.
did or after 20 years. The reason I'm thinking about all these years is because I actually have a high school reunion
Exactly.
this weekend. And I was thinking about that. Like, it's not a reunion just for my grade, but for all the grades in our school. It's like kind of a big thing. And I was just thinking, what is it like after all those years to come back and see someone? And do you see them like you did, like
It's
you saw
so
them a
funny
long
because
time ago?
When you just said that, I was like, it must be like a high school reunion.
Yeah.
It must be like, oh, there's
there
the
you-
boy I thought.
Yes.
Or is there anybody you're looking forward to seeing?
You know what? There are lots of people. I was literally going through my old yearbook Because you know how you forget stuff?
Totally,
You're like,
yeah.
okay, oh my God, that was so fun. Like you don't really, until you kind of page back through it, because I played sports, so my core group of friends were all my sports teams.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of friends who weren't in sports, and they're all going, and they're like, oh my God, girl, we're going to see you there. It's like Kush, Cameron, Bronwyn, Lori Olson, like all these people, Holly McGovern, like Margaret, they're all going.
Oh my gosh,
Isn't that
so
going to
much
be
fun.
wild?
And you look great.
No, but it's going to be fun to see.
But you know how you kind of want to look great for your high school reunion? Like, hey, everything turned out all right. I know you may not have thought so, but I'm doing just fine.
You know what's so funny? I think people who were late bloomers in high school, the ones who were the ones who you know, didn't really get invited to things or were still, trying. You had to figure out how to navigate.
Totally.
You weren't just dazzling when you walked into a room. Like we had some people who were like that.
Yes.
They walked in the room and everybody stopped.
Like all the girls that everybody.
Yes, and all the guys who all the girls wanted to date. Like they were showstoppers.
Yeah.
And I wonder often, like, if life is easy, if things come easily for you, then you don't have to really work for it. But for the rest of us, like we had to work.
Yes.
To make
and it kind of shows you for any of you that either are teenagers that are going through a hard time or have teenagers. That builds resilience.
Yes.
And I think if you have a trickier teenage years, then you're kind of happier as an adult.
Yes.
Because you're
I
I've been
totally
through
agree.
that. I've been left out before.
And the other thing that I've been thinking about, even with my girls now, is you know how you want to raise your kid to be good, to be someone who is respectful and listens. And sometimes that can morph into pleasing and what do you mean? And it seems like the girls who are pleasers can be, and I don't want to, this sounds weird, but you don't want them to be victims of people who can be aggressive.
Themselves to somebody else's even views.
Right. Or just say, oh, you want me to do that? Okay, I'll do that, because you were raised to listen, be obedient, do the right thing. And sometimes I think that can get you.
So what are you doing differently?
I just, you know what, I actually was thinking about it yesterday. And I was thinking, like, what's my path forward here with my daughters to make sure that they obviously are polite, but know that you don't have to go along with that one or do what that one says, because there are going to be boys who want you to do things you shouldn't be doing. There are going to be girls who, and if you're a pleaser and the good girl, sometimes you find yourself like,
well, I read this article about Cindy Crawford when she dated Richard Gere. And this is also just being young. You know how sometimes you change yourself for a boy, or for a girl. Like, you don't ever want that. But she said that she would say, oh, yeah, I love that band. Or, I love baseball.
I love strawberry ice cream. You're like, you don't like that.
Yeah, because she wanted to please him.
I think that's important to teach. Like, kids who have a strong sense of, I like you, but I actually don't like that. Or this is what I enjoy, as opposed to morphing into your friends. But there's a way to do it. We just have to figure out what it is.
I know, somebody help us.
Okay.
Okay, so David Beckham is a proud and probably a slightly nervous dad today. He took to Instagram to shout out his youngest son, Cruz, 18 years old, for just passing his driver's test.
Good for Cruz.
This is the caption. Watch out, someone passed his driver's test. Well done, mate. Love you.
Oh, do you remember learning to drive?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
yes,
God,
I do.
this is going to be good. Give it to me, girl. Who taught you, your mom or your dad?
The Department of Public Safety.
They wouldn't get in the car, your parents?
My parents weren't allowed to drive at that stage. My dad was governor when we learned to drive. So the Department of Public Safety. So you would think I'd be an excellent driver.
Excuse me, is there a rule that you can't drive? You're not supposed to?
I don't know. They did not drive when they were governor.
When they were governor. Okay.
Maybe they do now. I've sort of left that in the past.
Don't act.
I don't yet. Sorry, governors, if you're watching, I'm not sure about the rules for every one of you.
Okay,
anyway,
so what happened?
So I learned in their little Department of Public Safety cars.
And how was that?
Were
you a daring driver early, or were you a cautious driver?
I think I was cautious.
Yeah.
And I took, I went
driver's
to driver's ed.
Yeah, of course.
Some boy threw me in the dumpster, like we were flirting, Anyway.
Okay. No.
Anyway.
You know, that's not an anyway.
Well,
no,
anyway.
Certain stories are anyway.
No, but that wasn't anyway. You know, just like, it's like driver's ed was fun, right? It wasn't like you're, well, that's how boys flirted back in the 90s. You know, it was fun.
How'd you get in the dumpster?
He threw me into it, and then I climbed out of it. Anyway, I don't know. It came to me from nowhere.
This is real weird.
I know.
Okay, let's let's gloss over it.
Okay, you.
Okay.
I've tried to.
I took driver's ed in school.
Yes.
That's how we learned everything in school.
Totally.
My parents did not teach us sex ed.
No, me neither.
I think now that I'm remembering, I think what my parents were in the car when we were learning, like in a parking lot.
In a parking lot.
Yeah. How else? Going out in
You
the
have
street.
to get on the open street, dudes. Y'all learned in a parking lot?
You start by crawling and then walking. Oh, Lord.
We took it out on the
Why
street.
is everyone so outraged? I mean, look, everyone's mad about everything. No, you go on the street.
By the way, when I was in North Dakota, one of the questions they asked me was, can you tell us more about that puberty talk? And Barbara looked at me like,
wait, what puberty talk?
Remember we had that conversation about Mila and then how our parents, and they were like, well, did Hoda learn from her parents? And I'm like, no.
Everyone learned from classrooms.
Barbara said that too. Barbara was like, did y'all think, did she say on TV that our parents taught her anything? Because that's a lie.
Oh, she said that?
Anyway,
all right.
Okay.
Today is
earlier this week. We got to make sure we celebrate this important day on the day of its celebration. Earlier this week was National One Hit Wonder Day. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
It's a day to celebrate all those artists with one big chart-topping hit.
I love a one-hit wonder. Don't you?
I sometimes feel sorry for them.
Why?
Because I don't think
they peaked.
I don't think any one-hit wonder wanted to be just a one-hit wonder. They hoped they at least had 2 hits.
You're right.
Okay, anyway, our producers decided to test some of our knowledge. Ready?
Okay, here's a snippet of a one-hit wonder. Macarena, of course. They were a one-hit wonder?
They only did the Macarena?
No, let me tell you. I have to tell you, they better be making money off of that song.
Sorry, that's played at every wedding, every bar mitzvah, every birthday party.
Everything. Okay. Next music. Oh, Belle Biv DeVoe? No.
Yeah. Pump up the jams. Is that it?
Wait, play more.
I'm too sexy for my cat. I love that part.
For my shirt.
Too sexy for my shirts. To my shirts? I never knew what hurts.
He does say, I'm too sexy for my cat. Too sexy for my cat.
Why do you always make it about cats?
It's sorry, I didn't make it, but that lovely
Well, that
artist
lyric
did.
is deep into the song. Okay, next.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Irene.
That's a one-hit wonder? How many times did you dance it?
Wait, Dexy Midnight Runners. That's the band.
Everything.
Come on. Okay,
How
last
many
one.
times did you dance at that song?
1,000.
I love that
1,000.
song. Okay.
Next.
Ice Ice Baby.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no, but Vanilla Ice only had one? Vanilla Ice only had one
That's
hit?
sad.
I like to say it over and over.
All right, calm it up. Should you go to a wedding if you're not inviting the bride and groom to yours?
Ooh, we've got it in the social dilemmas.
Wow.
After this.
it's that time of the week when we give our viewers a helping hand in a segment we like to call Hoda and Jenna's Social Dilemmas.
Okay, first one. I'm invited to a wedding of a college friend. I have my own wedding coming up, and I don't plan to invite them.
Oof.
Should I still go to theirs?
You should probably invite them.
Yeah.
Invite them. Or don't go to theirs. No, I think they want you to go to theirs, and then invite them to yours. Unless
two
yours is
extra
intimate.
people, unless it's really small.
Yeah.
You don't have to please everybody.
Right.
So if you don't want to invite them, you don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to. But I think that if it's like no problem and you're on the fence and should I or shouldn't I?
And you like them?
And you like them. Obviously, you like them enough to go to their wedding.
Yeah, then invite them.
Yeah, I think invite them.
Okay, cool.
2 more plates. All right.
All right.
Next, my kids have had a few play dates with their friend Paul. I noticed Paul plays rough, and now my kids don't want to play with him. How do I tell Paul's mother?
Okay, this is a great one, actually.
Yeah, it is, and
'Cause
hard. Go.
It's hard, but this is works.
What would you say?
This works by experience. You just, hey, Paul would love to play with Hal. Is Hal around this weekend? Oh, I'm so sorry. We're busy. I know this is bad, but kind of
Ghosting them.
Just slowly ghost him out. And guess what? I'm not ghosting Paul. I'm ghosting Paul's parents. And then slowly, Paul will find other friends.
I do have look, here's the thing. An aggressive kid in the group does make your kids either more aggressive or not want to play with them.
Totally.
Those are the two. There are some kids who are like, haha, pound.
Yeah, ow. But also, you don't have to, it's not our job to communicate that to the mom.
No,
is my opinion.
Hey, your son is aggressive, so my kid doesn't want to play.
No,
that's a terrible.
You don't need to say that because guess what? Paul's mom knows Paul's aggressive.
Yes.
Paul's mom watches
already
Paul
worried.
hit his little bro.
Yeah,
you know?
Paul's mom's already worried.
Yeah. So just say to Paul's mom, "Hey, we're traveling this week, and
don't be seen." Because what if you're seen?
Then you hide, then you hunker down and you watch Bluey, and everything will be fine. Okay, so don't be seen. But the other thing is, Paul's gonna make other pals. There's other aggressive kids out there. Right? They can all hang and just sort of beat each other up. Okay. All right, next one. Last one. After a long dry spell. Wow, my roommate is dating her boyfriend. Wait, hold on. My roommate is dating. Her boyfriend has been sleeping over every night for the past few weeks. I'm glad she's happy, but we aren't in college anymore. What's the best way to tell her we aren't a hotel?
I think you have to have the conversation with her. And just say, if it gets to a point where because that means you can't walk around your own apartment and you're always like, oh, is he here? Oh, God, you can't go to the shower from your room, just stuff like that. I think you have to say something. I think you have to say to your friend, look, I love him and I'm so happy you're dating.
But you know what's going to happen?
What?
Her friend's just going to go sleep at his house every night.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So she don't care? Then she won't be a little lonely and want to hang out and watch The Bachelor and stuff?
They can make dates. I think that she should say something. Just say,
be like, I
love him.
Space.
I feel like we're the ones paying rent and I love you and I love him, but I need some space. I need some space. I think you can do that.
I think that's good.
If you got a social dilemma, go to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button.
Coming up, an epic closet clean out. We're getting organized right after this.
good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
If you have a closet full of clothes and nothing to wear, you're not alone. It's been estimated as much as 80% of what we own isn't being used.
So, style expert Xana Roberts-Rossi is here to help. She's going to show us step by step how to clean your closets out, and more importantly, how you can actually make some money.
Hi, ladies. You know, it can be so hard to say goodbye to styles once loved, and it's especially true for our producer, Kelsey, who hasn't had a proper closet clean out in over a decade. So we rolled up our sleeves to make some space and some money. Take a look.
Kelsey, what is going on here?
It just feels very, very, very crowded.
I've got 3 questions you should ask yourself at the beginning of every closet clear out. Number 1, what is your personal style? For you, block colors. That's your filter and you have to stick to it. The next one would be, when was the last time you wore it? And if you've not worn it for 1 year, it's gone. The other question, does it fit? Now, like currently.
I think these jeans went in a closet pre-pandemic and have not seen the light of day since.
So many of us have that shop, by the way. This could be traded for thousands of dollars, and I'm going to show you how to sell. There are so many platforms out there now to help you resell, and some resale sites are better for certain pieces than others. We're going to basically look through this entire closet, and we're going to split it into 3 piles. You're going to have your high-end labels and designer, then you're going to have your mass brands. And then you're going to have a purge pile, which is actually my favorite.
The purge pile is going to ThredUp. They send you a clean out bag to fill with gently used items from any brand in your closet, and it's as simple as shipping it away. ThredUp will sell what they can and recycle the rest.
So, bin number 2. These are those really common name brands that we see all the time. Think J. Crew. We are gonna sell these on Poshmark. Now, the brilliance of Poshmark is that you control the sale.
So you take a picture of your product, you upload it to the website, and you write a blurb using searchable keywords, and then you're basically the retailer.
Next bucket. Some of us at home may have that one item that we've saved up for, and now we don't wear it anymore. That is heading to the Real Real. Now, they will literally come to your house, white glove service, take it away, photograph it, put it on their website, write the blurb, and sell it. Like, done. The work is done for you.
Should we do this?
Let's do it.
Neither of these have been worn in years or at all.
Okay, Zara, this is really interesting. So, new with tags. NWT is an acronym you're going to become very familiar with. This makes it instantly more valuable. For that reason, I'm putting Zara into Poshmark. This is a really good example of something that will do excellent on Poshmark. Okay. It's a great name. It's very versatile. It's universal. For that reason, she is going on Poshmark. It's very similar to the other 17 I pulled out earlier.
This I got, I think I was 12 years old.
You were 12?
And it has somehow made its way into this closet.
I think this can have a new life.
Okay.
We're gonna recreate this.
Okay.
You have 18 pairs of jeans that I can see. You are one body. There are 7 days in the week.
Okay, I can make this easy because candidly, half of these jeans no longer fit.
No wishful thinking pieces.
I know.
Accessories sell the best on places like the Real Real. This is a classic. You could sell this bag for more money than you spent on it. I've given you a system. You have to do this 4 times a year. The end of a season, beginning of the next. 1 in, 1 out. If you're buying 5 things, you're gonna get rid of 5 things. These 3 piles are gonna be turned into some hard cold cash. Also, I've taken a few pieces that I think we can hold on to, and I'm gonna make some magic looks for you.
All right, 4 cleanouts a year is kind of a lot. It's a lot for people like us who, you know, on the weekends are tired.
But you've got a trick.
Yeah, what's the hanger trick?
So the hanger trick is really easy. So basically you have all the hooks of the hangers facing the same way at the beginning of the season, right?
Yeah.
And when you wear a piece, flip the top of the hanger around so the hook is facing the other way. And after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, check in about what you're actually wearing, right? And then you'll see the pieces that you're wearing more frequently and those
Ones you've never touched.
You haven't touched them?
And what do you do with those? Get rid of it.
Touched them. Okay, cool.
If you're wondering what kind of payout Kelsey got for selling her clothes, you're going to find out right after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are back with style expert and Milk makeup founder Xana Roberts-Rossi. And as we saw before the break, Xana helped our pal and producer Kelsey clean out her closet. Great news. 90 items were recycled.
Oh
90.
my gosh. And even better news, Kelsey got some cash.
She did?
Cash. How much cash did she make?
Should we break it down?
Yeah.
There is plenty.
Break it down.
Okay, so we had 3 different categories.
Okay.
The stuff that went to ThredUp, we sent 56 items, and then we sold 35 with potential earnings of $430.57.
Wow. $430?
That's a lot.
ThredUp, okay.
Poshmark.
Yeah.
So we listed 25 items. Potential earnings of $1,708, and it's possible to negotiate the sale price.
Wow.
Then we have the Real. So we had 9 items and accepted, and the potential earnings of that is $1,500.
So what's the grand total of Kelsey's
Total,
closet?
you ready for this?
Yes.
Potential earnings, $3,638.57.
That's insane. And that was just sitting in there.
Yes.
Exactly how it
And
was
just collecting
hanging there.
dust.
And it's going somewhere else, so we're not just throwing it, which I think is good for the environment.
Exactly. And her closet's clean. It's going to save her time every morning.
She talked a lot about that vest that she wore when she was 12 years old, that furry-looking vest. She was going to toss it. You said, wait.
Tossing it.
Maybe we can find a way to restyle it. So you have restyled some of the clothes.
We've restyled some of it. So we started with this neon dress, okay? Yellow. Yellow is a big trend for fall 2023.
Oh, is it?
It's surprising, right? But I saw it, I was like, let's save this. We can do something with this. So we're going to take something that's notoriously quite a tricky color to wear,
Oh,
but
look
then
at Kelsey
team it
holding it
with
up. How
something
cute is
that's
she?
really easy to wear and something she wears all the time. Oversized blazer.
She loves oversized blazers.
She's always in
That's her
suits.
signature.
So it makes it more familiar with her when it's an unfamiliar piece. Less Vegas, more business.
Yeah, we love that.
But what are you going to do?
We're dying and we want to
vest?
know about the faux fur
It's
vest.
very important.
Especially since she's had it for a long time. Juicy Couture, wow.
Juicy Couture, she bought it when she was 12.
I can't believe that it's so nicely preserved.
Yeah, most of our clothes don't look like that after 1
especially
year.
when you're 12, one birthday party.
This
ruined.
is the ultimate fall topper. You can wear this in so many different ways. You can wear it over sweats, you can wear it with jeans, you can wear it with cargo pants, you can wear it with a dress. But we wanted to elevate it into a way to business again, right? So you wear tone on tone.
Is that her oversized blazer again?
By the way, you totally got what Kelsey's style is.
Yes.
She loves suits.
I mean, she loves suits. She loves tailoring. She loves
who
function.
would have ever thought to put
it
that on the
over.
outside?
I would have put it under.
Definitely.
But how great for fall as well. It keeps you warm and it's not too chunky because often
And it's
cozy
cool.
clothes are a little bit too big
So it's
and
hard, and when
sloppy.
it's kind of chilly out, it's hard to put a big overcoat. She can just put on her faux fur vest.
Fall topper. Do not get rid of this, baby. It's a workhorse in your closet.
Okay. I feel like I've seen her in this. I've seen her in this.
Wait, I thought, okay, what is that?
This one. So this is a
That's that
white
cute-
blazer dress.
It's a blazer dress from Zara.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it. And she was about to get rid of it. I'm like, actually, you know what? This is a classic that can be updated to cool and contemporary with just a few accessories.
Okay, show us what you
Let's
did.
see. I like
All
what
right,
she's
the
up in the
accessories
front.
of fall. Everybody, if white blazer or not, the accessories of fall are all
what?
silver. Silver top handle bag, that's the shape of fall. The silver sling back with the pointy toe is the shoe you will all want to be buying. And then also these big silver dome earrings.
Oh, how great.
How cute is she? So you can take that from preppy to party.
Zanny, will you...
What did you do with all of her jeans? She had so many of the same jeans. We all have
literally
them.
like 80 pairs of jeans, I think.
And you
They all
said
went
7
Poshmark.
days a week.
7 days a week, one body. You don't need that
You don't
many.
need that many.
Maybe you need different silhouettes.
Yes.
But you don't need 20 pairs
That
of the
look
same
the
silhouette.
So you gave those to which place?
They did Poshmark.
Poshmark.
And she raised so much money for herself, and she can go and buy something, one bag.
So if people are listening, what's the easiest website, would you say? Would you think it's Poshmark?
If you've not got the time, then it's a thread up because you can just
ThredUp.
pop it all in an envelope
You
and
need to do
say
the ThredUp.
goodbye.
Yeah, because that
Say
way you don't
goodbye.
have to take pictures and write
It
blurbs.
does, but if you have got something that is more of a designer, then the Real is great because they'll also come over, they'll pick your stuff up, and you can say goodbye to it.
So now you need to go and shop with Kelsey. Get the three items she needs for the fall.
That's right,
We're gonna have a
because
lot
you
of fun.
said you take one out, you put one in.
Yeah, that's what Oprah. You know that Oprah says that,
and it works.
It sure does.
I'm going to hold you all to it.
Okay.
You need to also go. There's somebody's closet that you're going to have to wear a hazmat suit.
Are you talking about mine?
No, I'm just saying.
What?
I have a friend. Her name rhymes with Moda.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. All right. Coming up next, customize your living space.
The stars of HGTV's Bargain Block have some low-cost DIYs ideas after this.
Coming over.
You really should go over.
Are we done? Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all. If you want to liven up your home for the fall, one way to do it is by adding a little art, and you can do it yourself.
Yeah, Keith Bynum and Evan Thomas know a thing or two about DIY design. They're helping rebuild Detroit one block at a time on their HGTV show, Bargain Block. And they're going to show us a few projects from the last season. Hey, y'all.
Hi. First of all, when I read DIY, I was like, wait, we're going to make art?
Yeah.
Is that for real? People without artistic ability can make something?
I tell people this all the time. You don't have to have a ton of artistic ability to be an artist.
Really?
It's really a lot easier than you think.
So how often do you guys use DIY to decorate homes?
Every house.
Every house you
Every
do.
house.
Yes, all right.
Okay, so let's start about with the custom painting.
Something we would do inexpensive, easy to do. What's the
process?
price tag on this first?
Canvases are like anywhere from $20 to $40. This is
Okay.
a nice size.
Well,
it's not too big.
Did y'all use this in one of your homes?
Yeah, that's a big one. That's actually a piece of plywood that I did because I'm real cheap. But you
Wow,
can
that's
do plywood.
beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
So how do you make that? How do you get that effect? How would you do that?
So it's pretty easy. The big thing I think is make sure you limit your color theory a little bit to keep it classier.
Oh, okay.
So 2, 3 colors, maybe 4 at the most, but keep them in the same tones.
Okay.
And then beyond that, it's pretty easy. If it's a latex paint, water it down a little bit so it's a little more viscous.
Okay.
And then I use a lot of spray paint because it's pretty viscous, but it's actually really easy. You're gonna grab your color.
Okay.
And
do you need a brush?
Nope, no brush.
Oh, what?
So
Here,
This
you
is
go
great
down
for
there.
kids too.
Here.
'cause
Oh,
it's
you want us to
super
do two
easy.
different?
Yeah,
okay.
2 different ones. So what do we do?
All right, so my first step, I like to do a big chunk, so just dump that one on flat, fast. Yep.
Okay.
Ooh,
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
All right, so pick your next color.
Okay.
This-
Wait, this is here. You have this.
Oh,
have
sorry, I
this.
took your blue.
I'm gonna take brown.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay.
All right, this time, just kind of like do this all over it, all over the whole thing. And you can get like real shaky, you know?
Like
Oh,
this?
yeah.
And don't be timid. Just
Yeah.
go for it.
Oh, I love that. Great.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
You like it?
Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Simple.
Okay.
Third color, grab your next one. Mm-hmm. The blue, for you, the blue. Mm-hmm. This time, go a little bit like this.
Okay.
Are you from the South?
I am. Remember, we're from Midland.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
We
Hey,
went to
that looks
preschool
great.
together.
Yeah, that's right.
Except for you're a lot younger than I am.
Nobody needs to know that.
Okay.
Okay.
The white,
And yours is
you're
brown.
the white, you're brown now.
Okay. And what are we doing here?
Now, again, just kind of like give it something from above. Oh, I love it. Yes.
Sorry, that doesn't
Look, you
I
got
know.
your little mix here.
Ooh,
Love this.
is that what you were talking
That's
about?
pretty.
Oh, that's
gorgeous.
how did? Oh, look,
I
I
don't
mixed
know.
a little
You
tie dye.
Oh, I love
So
that.
if you don't
Wait.
touch it, it'll just sort of like do its natural thing, and over time will dry and create a really cool effect.
It's
So
really
you
beautiful.
how long does this take to dry?
Couple hours.
It can take a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just let it sit.
Put it out on your porch.
Yep.
But
Put
by
it in
the
the
way,
sun.
and then you just look. It kind of looks like something worth hanging up.
Right. It's amazing.
It kind of does.
Kind of.
Ours,
on.
we're talking ours. Yours is awesome.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
tell us about this cool string art.
So string art, obviously, it's been around for a long time. It was really popular in the 70s.
Yeah.
I have a ton of wood scraps from all the furniture
Yeah.
we build.
Yeah.
So sticking those all together is kind of fun. The one that we've laid out over here, I think is
Oh.
kind of like midway. But these scraps, you can really get creative with the layout. It doesn't really matter how you put it together, but think about your balance. And then you've got your little detail nails.
So you already glued all these together?
These are already glued together.
Yeah.
And how do you know where to put the nails to start?
That's the fun of this. You can kind of put it anywhere.
Anywhere?
Oh, it doesn't
It's
matter.
random. It's
Okay.
totally different every time, and that's the uniqueness of it.
And you
each
just
one.
string them up like that? That's
Super
it?
easy. Yep. You tie one off,
That's
and then just
embroidery
literally go around.
floss.
Embroidery.
What is that?
Embroidery floss.
Is it stretchy or just like string?
It's string. It's
Oh.
just glittery because
Okay.
we like glitter.
Yeah, it's
Like glitter.
pretty.
Beautiful. You just hang it up. Gorgeous.
Hang it up. It's
Yeah.
really simple.
Love it.
Amazing.
Another fun project for kids.
Okay, let's talk about how we can create interesting dimensions and art on the ceiling.
So everybody has a chandelier that they probably don't like. I mean, unless you just built. But
Yeah.
one way to really dress up a chandelier is to put a ceiling medallion up, and it's not terribly difficult to do. I think there's 2 steps.
Look
to
how
make it
pretty
really-
that looks. Is that one of y'all's houses?
Yep.
In Detroit?
Do they sell these things?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You can buy
At
them
Home
there.
Depot?
Home Depot?
Home Depot,
Yep.
Lowe's, Amazon has
Oh,
them.
okay,
They're really
okay.
inexpensive. That chandelier actually was painted to match the
It was
medallion.
actually thrifted.
Yeah, it was a thrifted
Oh
chandelier.
my gosh. Okay, so tell us. So you take the chandelier down and then you put that thing up?
Yep. Caulk your edge so it's like it looks like it was original plaster. That's the key to making it look
Yeah,
really
you
good.
want it to look like it was always there.
Yes.
Right.
And that
then
caulked edge does a great job. And
how do
then
you
the brush.
stick it up there?
So you use a construction adhesive that you just have a caulk gun and you put it on it and you just stick it up and you just let it dry and then you put your.
Why were you painting yours? It was a different color or something?
Yeah, we painted everything to match so it felt more.
Yeah,
So should you do that too? Maybe here, like paint it the color
Yeah,
of the
definitely.
ceiling or whatever?
Definitely, yeah.
It helps it look more natural
Yeah,
to the space.
it's so cool.
Great ideas, and they actually seem doable.
Totally.
They really
Yeah,
are.
totally doable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And if you don't take your chandelier down, cut this in half, put it up, then caulk the seam and paint it, you can't even tell.
That's
Love it.
amazing.
Makes
Great
it easy.
idea.
Guys,
thank
thank
you
you, guys.
guys.
Bargain
Thank you.
Block, by the way, airs Wednesday nights, HGTV, and you can stream episodes the same day on Max.
We love what y'all are
We're
doing.
so happy
Thank
you're
you.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, it's fall, y'all. So let's get out and enjoy it. We've got some amazing getaways to make the most of the season. Right after this. Thank you guys.
Thank you, guys. That was
Thank you.
great.
Oh my God.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Fall is the perfect time to plan a getaway. From apple picking to leaf peeping and football games. Why not make a weekend out of it?
Here to show us where to go and what to do is our pal and travel expert, Mark Elwood. Mark,
you know everywhere
you have that
to
thing.
go. I like to text Mark just to dream about
You're
vacation.
like, where should I go? But you think we should go to Wisconsin?
I do. I'm going to take you. You're going to step inside a pumpkin spice latte. This is basically, you are going to make it your world.
Okay.
We are going to northern Wisconsin, right up there by the Apostle Islands. We're going to see all of these orchards because it's an apple hub. And those from Wisconsin will know this, that there are so many orchards there, and they have an apple fest. First week of October, where you'll get a queen of the fest who's probably, or a king of the fest, one of the local families will get crowned. You can test how long you peel an apple for. Can you get a really long apple peel? There's a contest.
Look at all the fun things to
This is what I love, because Mark, if you email Mark, he'll be like, I'm in Singapore or I'm in Italy.
Yeah.
But you're taking us just in the United States, which we love, and it's so Americana. Where should we stay when we go to Wisconsin?
Oh, well, we've got a beautiful sort of minimalist accommodation.
I like
this is, if you need to, I don't know, reset this
pretty.
fall. Do you want to have a bit of yoga?
Yes, I
bit
do.
of meditation?
I want to go there right now.
In the woods. And of course, look at that. Imagine that with golden foliage around you.
Oh, okay.
By the way, we have to go.
We're dreaming of that.
All right, take us to the East Coast, Virginia. Great state.
Again, I know Virginia, I know Roanoke is somewhere close to your heart.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to take you to Roanoke because we have a Go Outside festival in Roanoke.
Go outside.
Look how gorgeous that is.
Look at this.
And this is close to where you went to college.
I went to college at Virginia Tech, and when we went to the city, we went to Roanoke.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to just take this? I feel like you know more about this than I do.
Take it away.
She remembers cake parties, so it's best you tell us.
Okay, we'll talk about fall getaways. But again, you're going along the amazing parkway that's just been finished. I mean, again, do you want to take a moment? A little hokey?
Wow.
Hokey, hi.
Hi.
Tech, VPI. This is really cool. So where should we stay?
Well, you know what? I'm going to take you to an old bank. A lot of older towns in America.
Yeah.
The bank in the centre of town has been turned into a hotel.
What?
Look at this.
Oh, that's a brilliant
Can you imagine
idea.
if you could have stayed there at one of your formals? It's beautiful.
Oh my God.
And they use, of course, elements of the old bank as beautiful details for the hotel. So the vault is a bar, that kind of thing.
How beautiful.
I like
Okay,
that.
let's go to the southwest. Where should we go hike?
We're going to go to Estes Park in Colorado.
Colorado, you can't
This
go
is
wrong.
the gateway to the Rocky Mountain National Park. Look at that spectacular scenery. And what I'm going to say, I want you to imagine deer and moose and elk romping through those trees.
Oh.
And in the fall, because it's rutting season for the elk, you see the elk rutting, mating season for the elk. They're much more likely to come into town.
Means, rutting?
Rutting, yes.
I've never heard of rutting.
Rutting is
Are
when
you ready to rut?
You know what?
That's a whole other show. It's a whole other segment. We're going to celebrate the elks with the Elk Fest. We're going to go on an elk 5K run. We're going to learn about elks. There's a great Native American tradition there, so you can go to Estes Park and learn about
And where should we
rutting.
stay? Tell us where we stay to rut.
We're going to stay in the Landing, which is a gorgeous mountain lodgy, sit on an Adirondack chair, gaze at the aspen trees kind of place.
Okay, we're into it.
All Americana.
All right, let's go to Massachusetts, shall we?
We are going to go to Massachusetts.
Let's go.
And I'm going to take you
Where
out
are
to
we
the
going?
beach. I'm not going to take you into the mountains. I'm going
Where?
to take you to Provincetown.
To P-Town.
Look how beautiful that is.
Which people think of as a summer getaway.
Yes,
and
definitely.
one of my friends who lives up there said, no. Fall is towny summer.
Towny.
The weather is still, it's crisp. So you're on the beach in a cozy sweater
Yes.
for a nice walk. You're not bikini beach, but gosh, you've got this gorgeous countryside. And P-Town stays very active in the winter. In the fall, you've got a food and wine festival. You've got music festivals. Don't hesitate to think of Cape Cod a little out of season.
Yeah, I kind of love that.
I
It's
love
not
that.
as crowded. Where should we stay?
We should stay at the Gifford House.
The Gifford House.
Which is a renovated, historic, old hotel
beautiful.
downtown. There's a pumpkin spice martini here, which is a little more.
Pumpkin spice martini.
Are people
See your
into
eyes.
that?
I will say,
Is
put a little
pumpkin
bit.
spice everything?
I think it is.
Is pumpkin spice taking over?
I think it is.
It is.
Any martini's good with me. Any martini.
We agree. Mark, we adore
Thank you, Mark.
Please come
Thank
back
you.
soon, and we'll be back right after this. Gratin season.
I've never heard of that, honestly. Is that what it means?
For animals.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes. Y'all love Al Roker. All right, thank you for spending your Friday with us.
Okay, next week is star-studded Reese Witherspoon, Mindy Kaling, and Victoria Beckham.
Plus HGTV's Aaron Napier on creating beautiful new spaces inside your home.
You guys have a great weekend.
See you Monday.
Enjoy.
Jocelyn Delk Adams, she's back with us. She's the author of Everyday Grand. Jocelyn, welcome back.
Good morning.
Hey now.
It's been so long, guys.
Good
It's
to
been
see
so
you.
long. Thank you.
What
for
are we
the
making?
perfect meal you're making. Lemony chicken rice casserole.
chicken thighs.
Yes. With chicken thighs, because you know it makes a difference.
Yes, it does.
Right? Makes them nice and juicy. So we're going to start by dredging our chicken thighs. We've got some flour here. I'm going to add in some Parmesan.
Oh.
Yeah. I've got onion and garlic powder. You're like, ooh. And then, of course, some lemon zest. You know how to, you know how to zest it? Okay, let me see. Let me see this. Let me see these skills.
Hey, this is a woodworker right here.
Yeah.
How much do you want?
All right, just, you like how much you want? You're like, I'll be over there all day, right? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right,
I'll give you more. I'll give you more.
All right. I'm putting you to work here. We're gonna whisk that up, and then we're gonna dredge these. Okay, we're just gonna add this right in.
And why is it so important to dredge?
Well, we want to get that nice coating. It's gonna give us like that nice crisp coating. Want to get it in that flour.
Does it help thicken up the sauce?
Well, it's also going to thicken up the sauce too, right? And then we're going to add
almond flour if you want.
Of course you could. Oh, come on, you know. And we're going to put this right into our oil. You can definitely play around. You can even use, any type of gluten-free flour.
Okay.
If
And
that's
you like to start skin side down?
Yeah, I do too. I do. I like to
crisp
get
it
that
up a little
nice
bit?
crisp.
Crisp it up.
Yeah, we're going to get that crispy, and then we're going to work on our casserole dish.
Do you have
We've
to
got
cook
some-
it through in the pan?
Well, you don't, because we're also going to throw it in the oven too.
Perfect.
So we just want to get it browned, and then we can get it in the oven.
Okay.
So we've got some cream of chicken. You want to whisk this up for me?
Okay.
And then
Oh,
I've
that's
got
just cream
some
of chicken
stock.
soup. There you go.
Yeah, because you know nothing's more comforting than some cream
I
of
use
chicken
cream of mushroom
soup,
last
right?
night, so.
Got
And
some
what'd you
chicken
add? Just
stock
some
there.
Yep.
And then I've got our rice that was going to go right in
Okay.
here. And then I've got some garlic too. I'm going to pop that in. Yeah, because we love garlic. And then down here, of course, you can see that our chicken thighs are ready. And then this is when we're just going to add this right into our dish. Goes right in. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You already
This
tasted
is,
it, didn't
Craig
you?
started it. This
You
is worth
already
making.
did it. I know you did.
This is worth making tonight.
Yeah, look, you're going to do it, aren't you?
Oh my goodness.
Chicken goes in.
So you just put it in there.
Yep.
So it's just a one dish.
Pop this in.
that is-
Pop this
And then
in.
how long are you going to put that in the oven for?
We're gonna put this in the oven for about 40 to 50 minutes, and then usually we cover it with foil because we want to make sure all that rice gets really tender. Y'all over there are killing my dish, right?
Listen.
Y'all know how I do. All right,
wow.
and then the lemon goes on top because it's
So you
beautiful.
cook it with the lemon there.
Yeah,
Oh, my
'cause we want to
goodness.
get a little bit more of that.
How long
in the
do you
skin, too.
bake it?
She told
So
you
bake
you
it
were
about-
eating.
I'm sorry.
You're eating. She already
Come on,
said.
Shanae.
I was like, what's going on? What's going on? I can't remember.
Oh my God.
So yeah, this goes in. You put the foil over the top, bake it for about 40 to 50, then take it off if you want to brown it a little more for about 10 minutes, and then you're ready to serve.
And you got an air fryer sandwich.
I sure do. Four
Wait, this is an
ingredients.
air fryer?
Yes, 4 ingredients. Because we were talking about the air fryer, how it's like the perfect appliance. If you want to add another appliance,
I've
'cause
never made
sometimes you
salmon
know.
in the air fryer.
So easy.
How easy is it?
So easy.
What are the
Because,
ingredients?
So easy.
And it's done really quickly
that's great.
too. 4 ingredients.
what are
What's the
That's
glaze?
it. So I've got some soy
God.
sauce in there. I got some honey.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. What else do I have in there? I can't
Got some
even remember.
sesame
Sometimes-
seeds?
Yeah. Oh, that's a garnish. And then you just drop it in the air fryer for about like 10 minutes. But sometimes it depends on your air fryer. Sometimes it cooks really quickly. But I love the air fryer because it gets that nice crisp skin at the top.
This is delicious.
Come on,
great.
y'all.
Jocelyn, well
All
done.
right.
I like to make salmon skin bacon.
Oh, wow. I like that. What do? You
Just put it
Jocelyn,
on.
this
Just
is
take some of the
amazing.
skin off the. In fact, I go to my fishmonger, and
Yeah.
you know, he gives me extra.
He
Because a
goes
lot
to
of
his-
people
And
don't
it's
like
so
to use
good.
his
I
fish
love
mouth,
this
right?
skin. It's so
He
good.
goes to his fishmonger.
Yes.
I want 2
That
for
wasn't
2 on
last
this.
Sunday.
You guys love them?
As one,
thank
as
you.
one.
So
like a
good.
fishmonger.
It's been a little while, but it's time once again for Cooking with Cal, and this time we are making my mom's famous casserole, like super famous within our family.
Okay.
It's a super easy weeknight dinner, and my boys literally eat bowls and bowls of this. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Casserole.
Casserole. So there are so many different types of casseroles, but this is what my mom made when I was growing up, and she just called it a casserole. Whatever mac and cheese you like to use, we're gonna use gluten-free, right? We're gonna use some veggies, some ground beef, and we're gonna throw it all into a pot, and that's your casserole.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm gonna cook the pasta. So, I use the zucchini and the carrots because I hide them in the casserole and you guys don't even know they're there.
But we like them.
You do. Well, you finished that one already?
Yep.
Are you a speed peeler?
No.
You're just really good at it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like record time. What should I do next? The zucchini or the onion?
Zucchini. But what do I do while I'm just standing here?
That's true. You are just standing here. Want me to give you something to do?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I could do the zucchini.
This knife is really very sharp. So, I'm gonna give you these strips.
Cut them in like to little pieces. So hard to open and shut.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, what's this? Baby, listen. Glug, glug, glug.
So much glugs.
So many glugs. That's how I measure things, in glugs. Okay, when that starts sizzling a little bit, we're gonna add the meat.
Can I mix it?
Sure. So while this continues to brown up, Let's finish up the mac and cheese. Pop this right in.
And that's it?
So after 50 minutes, all the flavors should come together. It'll be a little crispy on the top, and we'll be good to go.
Oh, it's so hot.
Love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
This is delicious.
Thank you. It's just like a good family style meal. Now, if you want to go super crazy, and make this even more retro, if you take slices of American cheese and put it on top,
1984
and throw it in the
call.
microwave for a second before you eat it, it is so delicious.
So
good.
My kids would love this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cal.
Thanks, guys. We'll be right back.
Very good. It's like comfort food.
This morning on Today Food, we are bringing you a dish straight from the south of France.
It is called Provencal vegetable casserole. Brings back some childhood memories for our guest chef.
Chef Daniel. Hello. He owns several award-winning restaurants around the world, and he's joined us this morning to show us how to make this beautiful dish. Chef, it's always a pleasure to have you. So let's start with this special place that it has in your heart. What's the story there?
Thank you. Well, this is the kind of dish I cook every summer in my parents' home in Lyon because all those vegetables come from the garden. They are in full bloom. And we always make this. And sometimes I cook it in huge pans for at least 30 people around the table.
Wow.
And you can also cook it for just
So
a
it's
small
scalable.
gathering.
Okay.
Scalable,
Great.
totally. And normally it's called a bayaldi or a tian of vegetable. So here you have some red pepper and some onion. So there's always a base here. Attends, be careful. I never used that knife here before. So, you know, NBC knife is good. and so I am slicing the vegetable, and you don't have to be too fancy. I'm putting pepper, I'm putting onion that has been sliced. And this is the base with some garlic, a little bit of, you can put pepper flakes, you can put jalapeno.
Okay. And you use the red pepper. I assume you can use
a little
green
bit of salt.
or whatever peppers you have.
Yes, absolutely. You put a little bit of rosemary
And how long will you
inside.
cook this down,
You
Chef?
put a little bit of thyme. Ooh, the pepper is hot. So you let it sweat until it's tender and not color a little bit. And
Now you're going to do a little.
Do you keep the herbs in
and
there?
then
or
you
do
slice
remove
me
the
some
herbs?
vegetable.
What about the basil here? We not use
You can put some basil as well. Yeah, why don't you put some couple of leaves of basil?
Sure.
So this is the base: onion, pepper, basil, herbs, garlic, and then all the vegetables. So normally you could take your time and make this dish very fancy.
Kind of like
I
a
think
ratatouille?
they may have a picture to show like of a tian of vegetable where it's layered, color by color, vegetable by vegetable.
Okay.
The difference of this with the ratatouille is that this we don't roast the vegetable, we bake them over the onion that has been sweated like this.
So we use some
And
eggplant.
Voila.
zucchini.
So I am putting olive oil. I have eggplant. I have yellow squash. I have tomato. I have zucchini.
Kind of whatever you have in your
salt,
garden will work.
pepper, of course. This, and then we can put a little bit more basil leaf inside. And actually, I just toss it like this.
Okay.
That's the quick version. If you have time and you want to play with the family and all that, then you can
just
make
dump
it.
that right on top.
Voila. You put it all on top like this. And then you bake it in the oven
put that
at
right in the oven.
350, 375
And that's it.
until it really baked down and it evaporates. And voila.
That's all.
This is the casserole of Provencal vegetable.
And this is the perfect side dish
my.
to use
Yeah.
up all those vegetables.
Absolutely. And this is totally vegetarian. And you can use it with a roasted leg of lamb. You can use it with a roast chicken. You can use it with eggs on brunch.
Oh, wow. This is...
And it's a quick version. I don't know. They told me, Danielle, you will not be able to spend an hour making all these vegetables beautifully laid down. So do you have any quick version? And I said, yes, I'll make one. And that's just toss your vegetable.
That's your version of TV there, by the way.
Oh, voilà.
That's your version.
Yeah, that's the cook one. And there's the other one, which is the raw one before I put it in the oven. And that is like beautiful. It's in a way, it's very artistic. It's very soulful. It's very Provence.
And
it's
how long
very
does it
summer.
cook for? Because the vegetables have still a bite to them and a lot of flavor.
You could cook that for about an hour, I would say 45 minutes to an hour. If you like your vegetable a little firmer, you cook it for 40 to 45 minutes. But an hour and a half, and what's delicious is you don't eat everything. The next day you reheat it, and
Put
it
it in an
has
omelet.
different flavor
There
in
you
an
go.
omelet or something.
Chef, thank you.
Merci,
Thank you
Alex.
so much, Chef.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
By the way, for this
Happy
recipe,
summer.
it's today.com/food.
It is Superfood Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is turning two family favorites into casseroles. Good morning to you, Joy.
Hey, Joy.
Hey guys, we are casseroling right into the weekend with two scrumptious recipes. And the first is a veggie-packed, cheesy pizza casserole. Can I just tell you how much I love my job? I love my job. Okay, so what we're starting with is a cauliflower crust. So here I have 4 heaping cups of cauliflower florets that I microwaved. And then you're just going to want to mush them with a fork and take out all of the water. Then putting in some eggs, some mozzarella cheese, whoops, got a little bit stuck here, a little bit of Parmesan, and because I want to bring all those pizza pie flavors to the table, this is Italian seasoning and a little bit of garlic, salt, and pepper. So this is going to all get stirred up, and I'm going to show you what it looks like because I push it into the bottom of a casserole dish, and let me show you how it cooks. It's a crust. This is a real crust, and at the same time that this is cooking, we are going to have an antioxidant love fest because I roasted all these vegetables, again, at the very same time. We're going to layer it. Look at this. And you could do any vegetables that you want. And honestly, you could also open up your fridge and you could throw in whatever you have left over from the night before.
This is really good, Joy. And I think with all these veggies, it's like you wouldn't even know. It feels naughty, but it's yummy.
No, I feel like I'm
It's like
getting ripped right now just eating this, Joy.
Oh, you are. It's an antioxidant love fest, I tell you.
It's good.
So here I have tomato sauce goes over the top. Whatever marinara sauce is your favorite. Of course, we're going to layer on some more ooey gooey mozzarella cheese, or you could blanket it with slices of mozzarella, and then you get those puddles of cheesy bliss, and a little bit more Italian seasoning. And then I like to fake out pepperoni slices. So look what I've done here. I just sliced some tomatoes. You put them right in the oven, and it just until the cheese melts. So I would say that this is probably about 15 minutes. I'm going to show you what this looks like.
And Joy, I want to also get to the taco. We're already picking out on our casserole. Tell us about. Oh, there it is.
Really good.
We're going to eat that while you tell us about the taco.
Okay, so this is a Tex-Mex dream. I'm going to grab over here on the skillet I have some sauteed lean ground turkey meat. I'm going to bring over all my fixings. And all you're going to do after the turkey meat is cooked, I put in a rinsed can of black beans, of some corn. I have 2 cups of jarred salsa. You know what I say? You are the boss of your sauce. So it could be mild or spicy. And a taco seasoning packet.
Oh my gosh, we can do this.
You stir this up, and you're going to then, let me show you how easy this is. You can do this tonight. I have a casserole. I layered some whole grain tortillas right on the bottom.
I'm sampling one.
You put your meat on top. Then you're going to add some cheese. I'm going to get to the finished one. You add some cheese. You put another layer on top of the tortillas, and then anything you want. I'm going to show you this taco bar. And you can set up a taco bar. Look what I have here. Shredded lettuce. I have tomatoes, scallions, jalapenos, guac, sour cream.
This is a no-brainer.
And everybody, right? You could make your own personalized taco.
Good. Really quickly, Joy, how long do you bake it for?
I mean, maybe 10, 15 minutes, because all you want to do, the meat is already cooked. Right. So all you want to do is melt the cheese, and you want to slightly get those tortillas a little bit browned. It is sensational.
So good. Home run, Joy.
Thanks,
Thank
Joy.
you for these
Happy
recipes.
weekend, everyone.
You too.
You too. Head to today.com/food.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish, the casserole.
And you're going to help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get the
Tortilla
kids
chip
involved. You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be. I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're gonna get this together. So to start, I'm gonna show you how we're gonna dice up these like bell pepper, right? You're gonna get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices, right? Really easy. Just gather them up. And that's all you
Even
gotta do.
I can do that, Josh.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
You can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion and some garlic for me?
So that's it. That's pretty
That's
simple
it.
so far.
So yeah, you're gonna start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic.
Okay.
All right, add it in. All right.
yes, ma'am.
Add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
The
here.
chunky one, Jocelyn,
Yeah,
not
you
like
can
a
grab
syrupy
the
one.
chunky
Yeah,
for that
chunky.
texture.
You
It's
take
so
your salsa
good.
seriously out there.
I do.
You can't play around with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning?
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al?
It's very good.
Really oh, yummy, right? Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this, and then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
can throw
love
it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Oh, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything.
Wow.
It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend?
cheese. Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, there's a
And
nice-
then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, you know, just go for
Oh,
it. And
yeah.
just, you know, get that
Get the
out.
kids. This is
Get
my
the,
job.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over. Right. You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
So bottom
that's-
layer is Doritos or whatever your
Yeah.
corn chip is?
Yeah.
Okay.
mhm.
I
You
bet
can
could
use the
do
cheesy ones. you can-
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are, the flaming hot, you know, get
I
some
like
spice
that.
in there, like whatever you love, like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost
Yeah.
like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is, and like you bake it off and you get all those textures, you get the crunch,
Oh, it's
you get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
Mhm. And then it comes
It's
out
so
I'm gonna
perfectly.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
I've got
The
something
book
for
is
hey,
terrific.
Ooh, that's good.
Thank you. Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
Our good friend, Chef Ryan Scott from Ryan Scott to Go.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take chicken apple sausage.
You want me to cut it?
Yes.
Okay.
Look
Like
at,
this?
oh my goodness.
She can actually
I
chop.
have been gone for 2 years and I come back and
You've been
Jenna-
gone for 2 years?
Well, I mean, it was COVID. I haven't been in the studio.
You haven't been in the studio in 2 years?
No. Hi.
Why does it feel like
This is your first time in
I know,
2 years?
right.
Because you know what, you were on Zoom and then we just love you
Feels
so
like
much.
we know you.
All right, so we
All right,
chop that
so
up.
chicken apple sausage, you can do pork sausage. You can even do the vegetarian sausage if
Yeah.
you wanted to.
Okay.
I wouldn't really.
Yeah. Okay.
So this caramelizes and it gets super delicious.
Okay.
So once that goes in there, get it nice and crunchy because you want those little pieces in there.
Crunchy.
Then we're gonna take some onions and some sage. These are already caramelized. These are
Look at that.
already cooked. And then what we do, Hody, take these out.
I like how he calls me Hody.
Hody,
Yeah.
take those out for me.
Okay, okay.
Oh, by the way, wait.
Yeah.
I watched you a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Light Bright in my house.
Yeah. Still
I
now?
have the old one from the 80s and I have the new one.
Wait, does the new one hold up?
No, I can't stand it. I like the
Old one.
You know why? Because it has
Light
like
Bright's the best.
two extra like things.
No,
Yeah, we don't want
need that.
extra.
I want the car to start
Simple.
without a button. I just want to turn the
Yes,
key.
yes.
Like, give me old school. Thank you. See?
Okay.
All right, now what is that?
Watch.
Apple.
Apples, not onion rings. Look. So,
So you
here's,
leave the onion juice
Yes.
and you put the
Yes,
apples on
and you
top.
put it in away from you. And look at this. So now we have that sweet and we have that savory that goes all
Okay.
together. Now we're gonna go into our pantry, kind of like a little quick fix.
here.
I'll take this away from you.
Okay, thank you.
A nice little quick fix. So what we're gonna do is make the wet batter, and this is pancake batter in your pantry.
So easy.
Plain
easy.
old pancake
Everybody
batter.
has it.
All right, Jenna.
Okay.
You go over here and take 4 eggs.
Okay,
and
is this
some
cream?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Heavy
Because we're
cream.
super
Since
watching.
you haven't seen her in a while, she's no longer lactose intolerant.
Oh my God.
Something happened.
Here,
it's a
here,
miracle.
here. Just drink straight from this. There you go. Oh, wait,
Now, do we add
for
the
11
cheese?
years,
I
I've been making
know.
dishes
I'm
lactose.
not kidding. I don't know what
No,
happened.
she's fine now.
Drop it.
Weird.
Like literally, you woke up and you're like,
Yeah.
I can have dairy.
By the way,
We'll tell you what she did later.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so chives and a little bit of salt comes
Yeah,
down.
this
just
is
like
giving me like,
I like that vibe.
Okay.
yeah, it's
Now
giving me
what?
like baked potato vibe.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's
So
this?
now this is pancake batter.
Yeah.
A little bit. So we have sage and onions in there. Here is dried sage.
Should I join this?
No, not yet. Watch. And a little bit of water until this comes together. Could you use milk? Yes.
Should you?
Should you use
well,
milk?
Well, since now you're not lactose,
Dump
we'll
it.
go ahead and just go. So
Yeah.
is what I would do is go like this. So you have your egg batter. You have your apples caramelized. So Jenna, let's do the layers. Come over here, girl.
Okay.
So here's my favorite part.
Okay.
So
Here
everything
it
is
is.
mixed.
Okay.
Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our sausage and our onions and our sage, dump it on top of the caramelized apples.
Oh, I love that.
Right? Doesn't this look fun?
And
Looks
you kind of
good.
spread it.
Spread it out.
Spread it out.
Okay, then
the
what?
next thing you do, watch this.
Wait,
Ready?
wait,
Ready,
wait.
camera guy? Oh, yes.
Wait, what are you doing?
He was ready.
Layering. Oh,
He
that-
was ready.
Yes, he was ready.
Look
Look
at
how
him.
Ryan turned the bowl right way.
So
There
that
we
becomes
go.
kind of like a giant pancake.
Okay, watch now.
Now, do you
Pancake.
start cooking that?
Oh, watch, Mama.
Well, you're
Here we
just
go.
still
Go.
adding?
We're gonna put the egg on
Eggs.
top.
Is that what
Wait,
makes it a Dutch
for
baby?
real?
The Dutch baby is more the pancake aspect of it all, and then the eggs usually would be inside it with a little leavening, and then you have to bake it real
Okay,
hot.
so what's
watch.
happening?
This guy goes in the oven.
Oh, in the oven. Okay.
15 minutes, about 400 degrees.
Oh, look at
And
that.
then you cover it for 400 degrees for about 15 minutes, and then you uncover it, and then it comes out. And then what's cool about
Wait,
this
look
is
at that.
this can go in
Big,
the fridge
like
the night
a pie.
before.
Get over here.
The
Get
night
on
before,
it.
this can
Get
go in
on
the
it.
fridge,
And
and
you
then you
put-
pop it out.
and you
hold
put
on.
a little syrup?
Hold on, a
Oh, I
little
need
bit of
syrup.
syrup.
I
And
need syrup.
because you're no longer lactose,
Yeah, what
this
else would
has
you
butter
put?
and maple syrup in it.
Do
too.
it.
Oh, girl,
Do
here,
it.
just-
Bring it.
And you know what else she could do?
Hold on.
What else
Because
can I
she's
do?
no longer.
What?
You could add a little whipped cream.
Oh, girl,
Good
you are
crunchy.
crazy.
Or tequila.
Oh my God.
Right?
Hold
Well,
on.
that doesn't have lactose in it.
just-
That doesn't have lactose.
It's a.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Okay, you can tell me.
What do you think?
She's waiting for you to
Wait,
eat.
wait. The sausage, the apple, the egg,
Hold on, let me try.
the maple.
Oh my gosh, you did it. It's sweet and savory.
If tacos can totally fall apart and still be amazing, so can you, bestie.
All right.
I love it.
All right. Words to live by. This morning in Today Food, we are getting a delicious meal with a side of inspiration and humor. Plant-based cook and content creator Radi Devlukia Shetty is here, and we are making tacos.
Roddy, good morning.
Good morning.
Yay.
Thanks for having me.
I did my love fest during the commercial break so that I could be normal during the segment. Yeah, so we're gonna be normal now. I really admire you. Whenever I'm having a crappy day, you talk about health and wellness.
You've really been
You're
using
so,
that
I
word
know,
a
I
lot
use it
today.
twice today, and I'm using the word
Using it a
crappy.
lot.
But you're such a light, and it just jumps off of your social media.
I really appreciate that.
And I
Thank you
didn't
so
realize, I knew you were cooking, but I didn't realize that was how you started.
Yeah, that's how I started everything.
So let's get started on
Yeah.
but we're using cauliflower in tacos.
We are.
Cauliflower can be difficult to cut. How would you?
It can. So we're gonna start off. Honestly, I usually just throw it back and cut off all the green part.
Okay.
I'm gonna chop that off.
Boom, it's gone.
It gets a bit messy, but
It does. You drop it
cooking
all
is
over the
never
floor.
clean. Okay. If it's clean, you're not doing it right. I usually just chop it off the stalk, and that's it. Chop it up into small florets. You can also buy them as florets as
But
well, like
this is cheaper.
Yes, this is much cheaper.
Much cheaper. Okay, and you have a lot of seasonings
We are.
here.
So we're going to actually marinate it with different spices and also chickpea flour. It's a good egg substitute. So
Really?
Yeah, it's a great egg substitute. It keeps it really
That's
thick.
chickpea flour.
This is chickpea flour.
Okay.
So I've got vegan yogurt in here, but you can use any kind of yogurt that you have at home. Throw in your chickpea flour. We've also got some tomato paste.
And what's your goal? Because there are a lot of us, I'm not a vegan, but I'm trying to eat healthier, and I'll see that you're doing it. So I'm like, okay, let me try it. Are you trying to help us kind of step into something a little healthier, or what's your thought?
My honest like desire is to help people figure out how to use spices to make plant-based food taste great. Because a lot of the time, the issue is we don't use enough flavor in food.
Right.
And so when you use spices, everything can be so delicious.
Okay.
We've got garam masala, we've got smoked paprika, and we've got turmeric. So we're going
I think the other thing that's
chuck that
important is to
into.
let people know what it is. Like they always say, oh, it's such and such that it tastes like. No, it's
Right.
cauliflower.
Yeah,
That makes
and
it
it's
great.
good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in this recipe, with this marinade, you can also use tofu, you can use jackfruit. I use this marinade for so much. We've also got some oil that's going in here.
What kind of oil?
Well, I use avocado oil when I'm cooking, but you can use olive oil or sunflower oil too. So we're gonna mix that up, throw in some milk.
I'm so curious to taste this. I can't wait.
I'm excited for you.
What kind of milk do you use to keep it vegan?
I use almond milk.
Okay.
I find I prefer that, but you can use oat milk as well. It's a little bit thicker. So you're gonna mix that up.
Right.
And then we're gonna take these cauliflower.
Just like marinate that up?
We're gonna marinate up. So
And how long are you going to keep that in?
I honestly don't keep it in for long. The spices are quite vibrant, and so I usually just mix it up in that. You take it. I usually use my hands. Love pan cooking, but I'm not going to do it right now.
What is that?
And just breadcrumbs?
Breadcrumb it up, and then you're going to put it onto your oiled tray.
Okay.
And then, while this goes in the oven, we're making a slaw. Now, fennel is a great spring vegetable. And so, if you haven't seen one before, it looks like this.
Do you do anything with the tops?
I do. You can cut them off and you can use them in your soups, you can use them in your stock, you can freeze them and keep them for later. But this is also great for garnish and it tastes amazing.
Okay.
But we're gonna just slice this up. So I usually just chop off the bottom.
How often are you cooking now? People should know you're married to Jay Shetty. You guys are
I am.
a power couple, rock star couple. Are you guys
We
cooking?
should say Jay Shetty's married to you.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You guys are together. Beautiful couple. Do you have time to cook together?
I do.
And
Well,
do you guys, you know what I mean? Because you guys are both so busy.
He's not a cook, and I prefer he stays out of the kitchen, if I'm completely honest. I usually try and do a lot of meal prep in the morning, so I'll usually do a lot of my chopping and everything in the morning.
Okay.
So then I can have it all ready for
That's a
the
mise en
evening.
place.
Yeah. So you're just going to chop up, shred it up if you've got a shredder or a mandolin.
Okay.
And then we've got our slaw. I've got cabbage, carrots, and the delicious fennel in here.
And is there a dressing for
There
that?
is a dressing. So what we've got here is it's an apple cider vinegar, mustard, agave. Go on, you can pour it all in. You've got your olive oil, mustard, agave, and apple cider vinegar. It's zesty. It's really refreshing. Salt, pepper, perfect. Mix it all up. And then we're going to throw that into this.
It's a yummy dressing. I could put that on. You can put that
So
on.
that goes on that.
That goes on this, yes.
And then what's in this one? I feel like the sauces bring this all to
Honestly,
life.
everything is about sauces and spices
Yes.
for me. I love that. So
Good.
this is a yogurt and mint sauce. So we've got yogurt and then there's a zesty mint. We're going to drizzle that on top.
Okay.
You know what?
It's yummy.
You are a pro in the kitchen.
Well,
Al is definitely
Oh
a pro.
my goodness, I
And
love
Dylan,
this.
they both
I
are.
should just leave, really.
and then you're putting this on some naan?
Yeah, so we're putting it, you can use a wrap, you can use lettuce wraps as well, but I traditionally use it on a naan. Go on.
So good.
This is fantastic.
Take a
It's,
bite.
you know what? It tastes fresh and yummy.
Oh my God.
Isn't that good?
Yay! So yeah,
Yum.
then you're just gonna throw it on here and drizzle this on top, and that's your
Oh.
tikka taco.
That's fantastic.
Mission accomplished.
Roddy, thank
There's
you
just
so
so
much.
many
Thank you so
flavors
much.
that they all come together so nicely.
Yes.
For these recipes and more, you can check out today.com/food.
We are dusting off the air fryer. We're whipping up a super simple restaurant-style bowl that you can make in a pinch. And here to show us how it's done is Chef Kevin Curry, author and founder of Fit Cook Meals. Kevin,
what's going on?
So I love this because it's delicious, but it's low carb and it's yummy. And we're starting with a cauliflower rice.
Cauliflower rice.
Okay.
It's super easy to make. So you
All
can
right.
actually buy rice in the store, but if you want to save yourself about $5 or $6, just do this at home. All you're
Chop
gonna do
it.
is chop it up and break off the leaves and also the cauliflower
Yeah.
florets, and then we're gonna add these to a food processor.
That's it.
Now this part is super easy. This is also a kid-friendly thing to do together with the family. And then I'm just gonna pulse blend it.
Okay.
There we go, and just like that. Go ahead. Boom.
Okay, so when it's done,
It looks
is the
just like
texture?
this. Now,
Okay.
it's really hard right now. You taste it?
Yeah,
It's like really crunchy. Kids aren't gonna like that. So we're gonna steam it. You're gonna add a steamer basket to a pot of water and then put it on here. Steam this for 10 to 15 minutes. Boom, it comes out literally
That's
soft,
it?
just like rice.
That's
Doesn't it, y'all? It
easy.
tastes kind of like,
Texture is exactly like rice.
See, there
It's
you
good.
go.
My kids will not eat vegetables.
Yeah.
This is good.
and there's no
brilliant.
bite on cauliflower way either. All
Okay.
right, next is the bang bang sauce. So this is an
Bang,
all-
bang.
Bang, bang.
Y'all ready?
Hey, you I was waiting for someone to do that. So this is some olive oil mayo.
Okay.
We're gonna add in some Greek yogurt.
Yogurt. This
And
is non-fat, or what is it? Regular
This
fat,
is
full
2%.
fat? 2%. Okay.
2% tastes much better than the non-fat.
Yep.
Not as much sugar in there.
What's
And
that?
This is
Tabasco? No.
Sriracha. This is
Sriracha.
sauce. If you don't like too much heat, it's okay. And then some garlic.
Garlic and
then honey.
I love honey.
And then mix that together.
that. Look at
Gets
that.
Super nice.
Dump
A
it
good
in.
combo of sweet and
Okay.
spicy.
And then
now,
hot peppers.
and hot peppers. If you want some heat,
Yeah.
stir it all
Okay,
up.
so this is just what you're going to dunk the shrimp in.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. This is the dipping sauce for it.
Okay.
And now for the personality of this dish, this is going to be the shrimp. Look at you.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
Get it
'cause
get it right. This is camera.
The dipping part is very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here's my thing about shrimp that's breaded, because I wanted a low-carb shrimp, but
Right.
when you buy the shrimp in the store that's like coconut shrimp or whatever, it's it's got a lot. So how
It's
do you,
got a lot.
Yeah.
So first off, this is going to be an eggless recipe. This is garlic, onion, smoked paprika, and arrowroot. Arrowroot is going to be our key here. Arrowroot makes it really sticky. Also, in medicine, arrowroot is good for gastro problems. So if
Okay.
you've got a little bit of, kind of digestion issues, it's perfect for that. And arrowroot just makes this super sticky once you do this. So I'm going to get my hands dirty for you. I know. This is...
You're solving all kinds of problems, Kevin.
We're learning
a
lot. Yes.
So
Maybe
so
too
wait,
much.
can I ask? You
Oh,
left
yes.
the tails on, but you took out that vein
Yes.
in the back.
Please peel
gotta
and
get the
devein.
vein out.
Yeah,
I know,
get
but
that
tails
vein.
and veins,
I know.
Sometimes you don't know. Okay.
All right.
Now,
once we do
what's
this, this is cornflakes.
Plain old cornflakes?
Plain old cornflakes, and they can be gluten-free too. So crunch these up.
Oh, yeah, that
And the
sounds
cool
good.
thing about cornflakes is that cornflakes stand up to liquid, right? Because you put them in milk. So whenever you're coating it, it won't get soggy. So then you're gonna mash these into the shrimp just like this. Just mash them up.
Okay.
This is why kids love this type of recipe.
Yeah,
it's really
it's
easy
fun.
for them to do.
So you get a lot
Mash
on there.
it, boom.
Look at that.
Add it
This
to
air
the-
fryer is the most brilliant invention
Isn't
of
it?
all
How
time.
do it know?
Put it into the basket of the air
You
fryer.
don't even put anything on the bottom.
Yeah.
You just plop it out.
Al, he's got strong thoughts about the air fryer.
I know.
Al.
Strong views.
But how does it work?
Uncle Al, you don't like it?
Here's the thing. Everybody who wants to use it, go with God. I'm
Yeah.
happy for
But
you.
why are
I
you
just don't want
dissing
one
it?
more thing on my counter. That's
It's
Oh,
super
'cause it's
easy,
big.
but
Yeah.
the end product. I mean, you liked it. The
It's
end
very
product
good.
is great.
It's so
So
good.
You
it
know
gets
what's
it really
good about
crispy.
it, though?
Yeah.
Because when you preheat your oven to 425, it takes forever.
Yep.
This thing, you go, boom, 425. And then it's half the cooking
and
time.
everybody knows I don't have much time left.
Oh, stop it. Al.
Absolutely that. Oh, yours is
Look
so
at
much
mine.
better. Look at that. Look
Okay,
at that.
now you place them in, and then how long do you cook them
This
in the
is
air fryer?
5 to 7 minutes.
That's
Wow.
it.
Look at
That's
that.
two.
I'm telling you, and then all of a sudden,
What do you
get
got?
your beautiful bowl with your cauliflower rice with some slaw
That's
on the
gorgeous.
side.
And the
if you
slaw
want
is
to.
terrific.
I love
delicious.
the slaw. What did you put on the slaw?
It's just a store-bought slaw that you can just buy.
And,
All right.
Can't beat
and
it.
you dunk it in the
Save time.
aioli, and how is that?
That's what I
Yummy?
do.
And
Delish.
spicy?
It's
Bang,
bang,
bang.
bang. It's bang,
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 bang.
bang. Kev, thank you so
Thank
much.
y'all.
Great job.
Elena. Good morning.
Good morning, my friends.
Hi.
It's so great
We love
to see you.
when you're here because you always make something
So
delicious.
good. Thank you. It's spooky season, so we got to keep it spooky. We are making really delicious forbidden rice bowls. So we start off with this gorgeous purple forbidden rice. This has tons of antioxidants in it. You're going to bring your water up to a boil. You will pour that rice in, cook it for about 20 to 25 minutes, and then we're bringing in some sweet potatoes. So this recipe is great because it's vegetarian. If you want, you could also make it vegan by substituting the crema, which we'll get to, with some coconut yogurt instead. We are seasoning this with some salt, and then I made a little spice blend, some cumin, paprika, chili powder, a little garlic powder as well. We give this a nice toss. Jacob, would you like to toss this?
Oh, I'm gonna eat
He's
this
vegetarian, so do it. Yes.
Oh, that's revealed for the first time on the show. I'm always faking it, guys. Faking it with the meat.
I love it. And then next up, we are creating a little dressing to go with our rice because we want to add as much flavor as we can. So we've got lime juice, olive oil. We're going to add in some lime zest. You're going to want the zest of the entire lime.
Can I do that? I have a lot of fun doing this.
I would
Thank
like
you.
if you
Thank you
did.
so much.
And make sure you stop when it turns really light green because that part is bitter, the pith.
Oh, okay.
So
The
we are
pith.
adding in, yes, the pith.
You learned
We are
something new.
adding in the white parts of scallions. What's going to happen is to make them a little more mellowed out, that lime juice is allowing that to happen. We have some cilantro that we're adding in here, some very finely diced seeded jalapenos. So it's just a little bit of heat, not too much. And then we've got garlic powder and of course a little salt.
Stir it up.
And stir it on up.
You got it.
So that's the dressing.
This is the dressing. So
Okay.
once this is all
Goodness.
done, you're going to take that rice, you're going to add it in there, toss it together,
got it.
and you have this delicious flavored rice. We are going to decorate our flavored rice with a little bit of black beans that have been warmed up on that sheet tray after we've roasted the sweet potatoes, and some of our sweet potatoes, some avocado, and a nice healthy drizzle of, this is the crema. It's salsa verde and sour cream, equal parts mixed together.
Okay.
And you will drizzle that on top.
I will
That is
do
our
that,
sweet
yeah.
potato bowl.
I love that.
Next up, if you want to
All
have
over
a
the whole
fun
thing?
little,
Yeah,
wherever you
Yeah, drizzle.
And next up, if you want to have a fun little appetizer for Halloween, I am a huge fan of buffalo wings.
Yes.
My husband and I actually have a framed photograph of buffalo wings above our bedroom, giant one.
Wow.
Yeah, we went. You know Chanel. Did you ever go to Buff Joe's at
Are you kidding? That's
Northwestern?
where we used to date.
So that's where we dated.
Oh, that's
too.
right. Her husband also. Okay.
Yes,
sorry, that's our
exactly.
connection.
It's
You have
all
a picture
connected.
above your bed of
So
buffalo
we are
wings?
making our homemade buffalo sauce. So we've got, I'm sorry, you guys.
It's all being
It's just
revealed
keeping
today.
it real. We're really
God.
giving you all the info. We've got the butter that is melted. Buffalo sauce is just butter and hot sauce mixed together with a little bit of garlic powder. So we mix all that together, whisk it up so it's nice and emulsified, and then we take our finished sauce and toss it in roasted cauliflower. And
Did
then
you do the same thing? Olive oil, salt, pepper.
Yes, olive oil, salt, pepper. We add this sauce. We toss
Is
it
it
together.
really that simple?
It's that simple. We crank it up to high heat to get a nice crisp, and then we're getting spooky again, you guys.
Yes, what
So
is
this
like?
is black tahini. So we all know tahini paste. It's sesame paste, but it also comes in black sesame. So this is a little more roasty, toasty flavor. We're creating our own tahini ranch. We've got maple syrup. We've got tahini. We got olive oil, lemon juice, lemon zest, garlic powder, fresh garlic, medley of herbs, dill to give us that ranch flavor. And you do actually want a little bit of water in here to thicken it up.
Okay.
So
30
we
seconds.
garnish it all up.
Hurry.
Oh no, here we go. This is panko breadcrumbs and more sesame seeds
Oh my
to give
God.
it the crunch we want. We're gonna give some celery on the side. We have our dressing, a little
Elena,
more buffalo
this is
sauce.
ridiculous.
You
This
like
might be
it?
one of the best things we've had.
Oh my
goodness. That is
Celery
delicious.
leaves, which
And
are
what
a
are
fun
these?
garnish. And then I couldn't help myself. I wanted you all to have a little bit of sweet. We have some homemade Twix bars that I love for all of
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
I'm coming to your house.
We did it.
Oh,
We did all the recipes.
This is amazing.
Time.
Oh.
Thank you, Elena.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Elena?
Elena, thank you.
we're back with Today Food. This morning, we're joined by two very special guests on a mission to make your meals extra good. Take a look at this first.
Yotam Ottolenghi is one of the most celebrated chefs in the world.
Smoking.
The Israeli-born food writer and best-selling cookbook author has quietly amassed an international food empire. From his debut cookbook in 2008, he quickly gained a cult following, bringing to life 8 cookbooks and 7 delis and restaurants in London. And inside this humble warehouse, he developed this creative hub.
This is our modest test kitchen.
A vibrant test kitchen, the home of mouth-watering magic, where recipes are tried and tested by his team of chefs. It was the breeding ground for Ottolenghi and co-writer Noor Murad's new book full of delicious, fresh ideas called Extra Good Things.
Cheese on toast with extra good things.
Quick chili sauce.
Pickled onion and green chilies. Jammy peppers.
Ottolenghi and Murad cooking on tour for their audiences.
We're going on tour.
And we're gonna bring it to you.
A mission to bring that little extra in every meal.
Oh, let's get right to that little extra. Our gang is over there. We're going to cook here in a second. It's great to have you both. So, I mean, from America to the Middle East to Europe, what is it about your cooking and your style that just transcends borders?
Well, I think there's just this attention to flavor. So it's all about big flavors with spices, with herbs, with vegetables, with contrast. And people love when you can inject their vegetables with lots of flavor. And this is kind of what we're doing here now.
You talk a lot about flavor and these flavor bombs that are created in the
That's right.
test kitchen. What are some other examples of flavor bombs?
So flavor bombs are like sauces and condiments that have so much packed into them. We're doing one today, which is za'atar tomatoes. You'll see them being prepared in a minute. So it's olive oil and tomatoes that have been cooked slowly, and then you add za'atar spices, fresh herbs, a bit of a balsamic vinegar, so you've got like earthy and sweet, and that can go in a jar in the fridge, and there's your holiday condiment.
Well, let's get to it. We got about 3 minutes, so let's fire through. Norm, where do you want to start?
Okay, I'm making a vegan take on shawarma, so it's shawarma cauliflower. So I'm going to start with the spices. You've got cumin, coriander, allspice, paprika, turmeric, and cloves. These are very typical shawarma spices. I'm going to add the cauliflower florets in the olive oil with a bit of vinegar and a pinch of salt and some pepper. And just kind of mix that up. You want it to marinate so the flavors really, really permeate into
How
this.
long at a minimum?
So I would say at least half an hour, but you know, you can do it the night before, throw it in the fridge, get ahead.
Cauliflower
really
needs the flavor bomb, that's for sure.
It really
Have you guys
does.
had the cauliflower yet? We're prepping it over here.
Are you eating?
Are
we eating?
Oh, wow.
What it is, right?
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
We're also adding some onion in there too and give it a good mix.
All right.
And then
You're going to blend that?
Yeah, and then while that's marinating, you can get on with your extra good thing, which is this green tahini. So you have lemon juice, garlic, and all this.
Oh, there's a moans for the tahini. That's top tier tahini.
And some parsley. If you don't have parsley, you can use any other soft herb, and then you just give that a good
Maybe
blitz until
cilantro.
it's nice. Oh yeah, cilantro if you like, or coriander depending where you are in the world. And then you make your red cabbage. So you have thinly sliced red cabbage with some thinly sliced red onion, and a pinch of salt and this lemon juice. Because usually shawarma has some kind of pickle there, so this kind of emulates that, and you get it, and it has this really nice sharpness that cuts through the rich tahini and that spiced cauliflower. It's such a wonderful thing.
Yotam, people might be watching at home just thinking, well, here's like one of the best chefs in the world. You and Noor, you guys do this here in the test lab. It looks like I can't do this at home.
Oh my goodness, you can so do this at
Absolutely
home.
can do this at home.
Every one of these steps are so easy to make. But the thing is, when you make it, you can make more than you need, and these extra good things, they keep in a jar. So next time you just roast a potato, make a bowl of rice, make some eggs, and the extra good things give it all the flavor.
All right, so the cauliflower.
Okay, so the cauliflower would go into a
Only got about a
very,
minute.
very hot oven. Put it in
Yep.
with some chilies, and then you have a nice sauce. You plate the whole thing. You got your cauliflower, cabbage, tahini.
What do you got going over here with the tomatoes?
So I'm gonna do what we call a polenta pizza. It's not
the
really
polenta
pizza, but it's got
you guys have the
tomatoes
pizza?
that are
Oh,
cooked.
you kidding? Yeah. Finish it.
Insane. Tomatoes are cooked with balsamic
God.
vinegar.
It's
Then
good
we
cold.
add za'atar spice mix. Those are your magic ingredients. And then we make a bechamel. So we've got butter and flour here going nutty and kind of like popcorn. You add your liquid. I'm kind of fast forwarding.
Yeah.
it. Then you add your polenta, and you do that like that.
Polenta.
Like
That's
that.
the creamy goodness.
We used to call it grits.
Yeah.
It is like a grit. It's a cousin to a
like
grit,
Italian
right?
grits. And then we spread it out and we put the bechamel on top.
Oh my gosh,
with
Noor,
feta
what did
and
you
oregano.
do?
We
I
put it
know.
under
Look
the
what
grill.
you've done.
It is.
Why the parchment paper, chef?
The parchment paper is just to protect the bottom of the pie.
Yep.
And then we take these za'atar tomatoes,
Those
which
tomatoes
are
are
The tomatoes.
Okay, we're just going to watch you do this in the final 30 seconds.
And leave those in the fridge?
This is easy to do at home.
It is. It's so easy to do at home.
And for the home chefs, get the cookbook. This particular one, extra good stuff. I mean, get it, and it's called Extra Good Things is the name of the book.
Norm?
Buy it, that way you can help guide you.
Marry me?
Thank
you.
All these recipes, of course, at today.com.
He's married to me.
/food.
You're already
that was
spoken
awkward. Chef, thank you very much. If you reconsider opening up in New York, please let us know.
We're back launching a new food series called Today Table.
So the idea is simple. Order the ingredients for the recipes we're about to make by using the QR code on your screen. You can even find the kitchen tools to help you make it.
Like it.
All right, and it works like any grocery service. After you check out, just schedule a store pickup or maybe even a delivery for your order.
We're taking care of everything.
This is a great idea that we're just finding out.
Never need to leave this show.
So we're going to start with a January resolution reboot. Healthy, easy recipes from Gabi Dalkin, creator of What's Gabi Cooking. Gabi, good morning. Thanks for helping us launch this thing.
You are so welcome. Do you like the darkness outside in LA?
Very early. Oh my gosh.
It's an early one. Who doesn't want to wake up and make chili? What do you got for us today?
So we've been making all sorts of healthy recipes in January, and this is one of the most popular recipes on my website. It's a black bean sweet potato chili that even like a true meat lover would love. As you saw earlier, I just sauteed some onion and some sweet potatoes in like a large heavy bottom skillet. And I'm going to season it with garlic, salt, paprika, cayenne, and a little cumin, and just kind of toast that up. And then everything just goes into here. So we have black beans, we have quinoa, we have fire roasted tomatoes, and it's just going to sit on the stove and kind of simmer with a little bit of stock. You could use quinoa, you could use farro, you could use barley, you could use rice, and literally it's just kind of a set it and forget it kind of thing, and I'm obsessed with it.
Could you swap out the black beans? Gabi, if you don't like black beans, could you use a different kind of bean?
You could use chickpeas, you could use kidney beans, any red beans, like whatever kind of beans you have, it's amazing.
Could you use meat? Asking for Carson.
Yep, ground beef.
So yes, if you wanted to saute some like chicken or ground turkey or put shredded chicken in before, it is like perfect, and then extra way to add some protein.
And Gabi, with most chilies, they're better even later. Is this a good make ahead?
This is one of the, so yes, this I actually made yesterday, and it's better today than it was last night when I made it. The flavors have time to develop, and I'm just gonna season it with, or garnish it with a little cheese, a little cilantro, some lime juice, and then if you wanna get a little fancy, like you see on that photo, I like to add a little crema, which is just kind of like a watered down sour cream to give it a little extra creaminess. And it's perfection.
Looks yummy. What's our second? You got another dish for us?
Yeah, so let's talk about vegetables, because I feel like so many people don't know how to make vegetables properly. And the key to vegetables, in my opinion, is roasting them. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of cauliflower. I haven't overcrowded the pan, and it's super caramelized. I just popped it into an oven, 425 degrees, let everything roast up until it's nice and golden. And then to make matters like even better, I make a homemade tahini sauce. So this is a little tahini. I'm just going to put a little bit of garlic in there, a little bit of Meyer lemon. I mean, I'm in LA. Why not? Yeah, you could dip your French fries in it. Some salt and pepper. Stir it all up. And this, you could put it on cauliflower. You could put it on broccoli. You could, I mean, I'm blanking on other vegetables right now because we're live, but truly,
look at that,
carrots, you could put it on every vegetable known to man, and it's a perfect way to make vegetables, you know, a little bit more delicious, especially for kids.
Yeah, Gabi, speaking of vegetables and kids, you're admittedly, you ate like a 7-year-old until you were 17, right? I have a 9-year-old, and I'm asking this for every parent watching right now, because it's really concerning for Siri and I now that Etta literally only eats grilled cheeses and pasta, and I wonder, like literally almost, and I'm wondering, like, is there anything we can do to help that along, or are we supposed to just let that happen?
My parents let it happen, to be totally honest, and then I went to culinary school after college, and I seem to be okay. But I will say, when you make vegetables like this and you get that caramelized flavor, and you tell your kids it tastes like candy, like when I was a private chef, I used to tell the kids that, and they would clear the table. So I feel like, and getting them involved in the kitchen is really nice. My daughter's 1, she can't cook yet, but I can't wait till I can make her chop things.
Well, you're living proof that there's hope for us all, so thank you.
Thank you, Gabi.
I've actually wondered that, you know, when your kids eat no vegetables, like what happens?
They turn into world-renowned chefs like Gabi.
There
you go. It's incredible.
Makes me feel a lot better.
There's hope out there.
There is hope.
Lost time. I also never had seafood before I was 24, so my culinary school teacher thought I was.
There is hope. You're right.
That's right.
It's gonna be just
Eating
fine.
Nutella every morning for 20 years is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. Gabi, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Remember, you can get these recipes.
Thank you.
And anything you need, just shop the ingredients, the tools, whatever it is, with the help of our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning that QR code that you see. Or you can text food to 34318. And just so you know, Today earns a commission from purchases through links on today.com.
Probably went apple picking over the weekend. And if you're thinking, what am I going to do with all of this fruit? I'm sure you are.
So many apples.
We've got some ideas.
Tortilla is here leading our Masterclass Monday to teach us all about the different varieties of apples, the best way to use them. Hi, Jet.
Hey, what's happening, Savannah or Jenna, or especially Bob? Anyway, that's a really bad. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry,
she's known as Bob.
I'm Bob. You can call me Bob.
Oprah calls her Bob.
Yeah, just Oprah.
Exactly. Well, it's that time of year, right? It's apple time, October, kind of all the way into January. You probably went to pick apples and you saw some at the store. I just want to take you through them on which ones to eat, which ones to cook with, which ones can kind of do both.
Good to know.
Can we just start with cutting and peeling,
yeah, go ahead.
though? Can we cut and peel first? Because we don't know how to do that.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Everyone should have one a peeler. There's many different kinds. I kind of like the kinds that have a little serration on them. So here's a little bit of serration. So I'm not doing anything fancy. It's like a game for me, right?
Fancy.
I try to do.
That's very fancy.
No, it's not.
Oh, you got a bruiser on that one, though.
And you didn't take the sticker off. I like that you didn't waste time. You're just going straight in.
What do you do if you're going to bruise the apple like that?
You bake it.
You know what you do? You bake it. Very good. Or you just cut it off. You take a little piece and you go chip, just like that, and it's gone, right? And it's like a game. I try to make sure I get it all in one, and then my kids can. Yeah, anyway, we compost that. So that's how I cut and peel. Another tip I have for you is the way I get the most out of an apple is I'll peel it, I'll cut it in half, and check out. Here's a really good tip. I take a teaspoon, and I'll actually use the teaspoon to remove the core.
Oh, look at that.
But look at that. Check it out. And I get the most amount of apple that way.
Somebody just said
waste.
wow in our studio. Somebody that
thank you very
rarely
much.
says wow. Anthony, was that you over there?
I actually impressed someone in there. I'll cut this 2 ways today. So we're gonna do. I've made a apple compote, kind of a warm cinnamon brown sugar apples that'll go over a Dutch baby, and then we made a savory situation, making a little bit of stuffing for an apple roulade. But I think we should talk about tasting apples, right?
Okay.
So I break them down into 2 general categories. Tart and crisp is good for cooking, and you have a honey crisp. Not a honey crisp, but you have a Granny Smith there, and that's green.
Tart and crisp. So Granny
guys.
is what we should cook with, right?
I want you to cook with these, and look. I mean, look. I don't want to tell people what to do. If you love tart, then you do it. But I cook with Granny Smith. This is the best cooking apple. Really crisp, right? Really tight. And then next to you, you'll probably have a honey crisp or a red delicious.
Yeah.
Granny Smith, tight, tart. Red Delicious, kind of mealy, good for snacking. A snacking apple, and in between there's a Fuji, and there's so many new varieties out there. So that's a Gala is one of the top 5 apples in the world. That's kind of going to go both ways, like a Honey Crisp,
Who ranks these
but
apples?
also good for snacking. You know what? We kind of just take the info. Apples. Jet Fuel is appleinfo.com. We kind of just go by sales information. And they also come in these little ones. I put these in my kids' lunchbox every day. So you have a snacking, a big size and a little size. So yeah, another thing you can do is you take the apples, you cook them down, and look what I made. I made a pork roulade here, and what I've done is I love apples and pork. So I've taken the apples, I've taken cranberries, some dressing there, and I'm show you how that works. So here's the piece of pork loin. You take the pork loin, and here's the dressing that I made, and you basically either cut the pork loin into a sheet, or you can actually just use a mallet if that's easier for you. You want to leave a little room on the edge, and all we're going to do is I like to use parchment paper, so I don't really have to be making too much contact. And look, I'm just lifting and rolling, lifting and rolling, and I haven't even touched the pork. Check that out. So you tie that. You tie that with a little bit of butcher twine.
This is fancy.
I brown, I roast. It's really not that hard. The nice thing, and then you make one of those situations. Another really fun deal is I actually take the apples and I cut them bigger, and then just butter and brown sugar and cinnamon makes everything more delicious.
I love a Dutch baby too.
Oh, and you never had a Dutch baby, guys?
Yeah, I love a Dutch baby. It's just like a large pancake.
So take your Dutch baby. It basically poofs up in the oven really big, and then I'm going to take the apple. Look at that. Look at that apple. The warm apple
over
there.
ice cream though, that'd be good too, right?
You had me with Dutch baby, Jet. This looks so delicious.
Right? And then you know what? How you finish is always really important. So a ton of powdered sugar, ice cream, whipped cream.
Yes.
There it is. Go out, pick apples, eat apples, find a new variety every day, and then play with it and eat it.
Thank you, Jet.
Thank you so much.
This morning on Today Food, quick and easy cooking is the name of the game. Mark Bittman is the best-selling author of over 30 cookbooks, and now he's out with a revised version of How to Cook Everything Fast, with all the recipes in the book, which everybody's raving about, by the way.
Thank you. You're my favorite host.
I
what
love
can
it.
I say?
Yay! All right, so we're going to make ham biscuits.
Drop biscuits.
Drop
You
biscuits.
think they're hard? Most people do.
I do.
They're not.
I mean, dough and all that's a lot.
Right, dough. So dough is flour and baking powder and baking soda and salt and pepper.
Okay.
You need chilled butter.
Okay.
That's the secret.
Check, check, and check.
Could be frozen even.
Okay.
Really. And you just want to.
Which blade are you using?
You just want to use the
blade?
regular
So that's how
steel
you know
blade.
those 70s. She's like, which blade are you using? I'm over here like, okay, just push on.
This is kind of chop that up.
All right.
And then you put.
Do you have
This
to
is
have one of these?
buttermilk.
Do you have to have a?
I mean, you could do this by hand, but we are trying to talk easy,
30
right?
minutes? All right, fair. I actually have one. You don't have one of those? No, I'm proud of myself. I have one.
And then you do
It's a
this
food processor.
until it looks like this.
Okay,
Okay.
done.
And then you could use an ice cream scoop. You can use 2 spoons
I like
to
this
shape
way.
these,
Yeah.
but I do this.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to roll it out or
You
get
don't have to
it.
do
So
anything.
that's
That's
the
why
thing,
they're
I think
called drop
I
biscuits.
assumed it was, having to beat it and all that.
Drop biscuits. And you want to keep them small because
They
they cook
expand.
faster.
Mm.
And then they stay beautifully crisp like
Okay.
this on the outside.
Okay.
This is just a mixture of mustard and jam,
That's
apricot
fantastic.
jam,
Wait, you
chutney,
mix mustard and jam?
and then you get this.
How is that, guys?
That's fantastic.
So
I mean,
good?
they're raving
ham
about
is
it.
They are raving.
So
What
you
makes
do.
mustard? Is that a thing? Mustard and jam?
Yeah, it's
Bittman
a
made it a
thing.
thing.
It's a thing.
That's
All
the
right.
Bittman sauce.
It's his thing.
Any kind of ham or no?
Well, any kind of good ham. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next thing.
I'm going to try this while you start on that. So the next
Oh,
thing we're
yeah,
going to make is apple.
good,
something.
good. You eat a biscuit. So
Oh!
I know, right?
Eat a biscuit.
This
That
is-
was good when you smack somebody's arm. I
it's
apologize.
good, right?
So good. All right, what are we making
So
now?
this is diced apples. I like to leave the skins on, actually, but these are off. But Honey Crisp and Golden Delicious, but they can be any mixture.
Okay.
And you're going to saute those. So the idea of this is it's an apple crisp in 2 pans.
Okay.
So much easier and faster.
Okay.
While that's cooking, you add a little water so it doesn't
Just
burn.
a little bit of butter and that's it, right? Or no?
While that's cooking, we make like an apple crisp topping.
How do we do that?
So let's do it in the right order.
Okay.
Oats.
Check.
To the butter. Nice.
This is a fair amount of butter.
I know, it looks so
Oats.
It's not low fat.
Walnuts.
Walnuts, okay.
Coconut.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Brown sugar.
You guys didn't see the taste of coconut in there?
We'll have another biscuit.
This is.
What is that, cinnamon?
Yep.
All right.
And just a little
Woo! Got that one. A little bit of salt.
And then just cook that until it's crisp, until it's like that.
Okay, this is what it's
So that's
like.
basically granola, right?
I bet you this by itself is delightful.
I bet it is.
Oh, have you tried this by itself? I'm sure he has.
Yes.
This is dangerous. Before I even get to the apple on top,
That's the problem. I
That's
make an
good.
apple crisp and I just eat all the
that's
crisp.
good. All right,
And
so
this
after you
is,
do that,
yeah, you know, we're gonna eat this afterwards,
Mark, that's
so we got to
fantastic.
do this.
Okay.
And so you wind up with something that looks like this,
Mm-hmm.
or something that looks like this.
We're making there.
Can I try it now?
It's your
How long
show,
do
you know.
How long do you do that?
I mean, this is like 5 minutes,
Oh, so it really
7.
is quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
We're gonna cook this.
You got 30 cookbooks?
So, this is why you have 30 cookbooks.
All right. Do you know what would go so well with that cup of coffee you're having right now?
Okay, I know. A
Oh,
breakfast taco?
what?
No. A slice of warm, buttery apple pie.
There is nothing more classic or comforting this time of year, so we asked Maya Camille Broussard, she's the owner of Justice of the Pies, to share her best pie making tips. Take a look.
We have 3 cups of flour. Then we're going to add some granulated sugar, some kosher salt, and we also need 16 tablespoons of really, really cold unsalted butter. And we're going to cut the butter into the flour. What you want to see is pea-sized shaped pieces of butter. And that butter is going to steam into the crust and puff up, and that's going to make it flaky. I always start off with a little bit of water, and then I add as I go along. All right, so once all of that comes together, then we essentially create a disc. And the disc is about 13 ounces. We're going to wrap it in a plastic wrap and put it in the fridge to chill for 1 to 2 hours. Just a little bit of flour on top. Roll away from your body. Lift it up and roll away. And then you're going to turn it. When you lift it up and turn it and roll away from your body, you're making sure that the crust doesn't stick to the countertop surface. Now we have to make the apples. So I have about 6 or 7 apples that I've sliced, cored, and peeled. We're going to put in cinnamon, ginger, and nutmeg, granulated sugar, light brown sugar, all-purpose flour, and then I'm going to work that in with my fingers you can use a silicone spatula or a very large spoon. Then I'm going to add in some lemon juice. I'm going to take 1 tablespoon of butter, put it into my saucepan, and then I cook the apples until they are fork tender. So we have our pie shell that is lined with 1 disc of our crust. I'm going to take the apple pie filling, and we're just going to simply put it into the pie shell. Now I've got my crust that I rolled down earlier, and I am just going to simply roll that on top of the pie crust. See how easy that was? Then we're going to take the edges and we're going to roll and tuck, roll and tuck. And then I take my finger and I'm going to push like this. So push to crisp your pie crust. Then I'm going to take a knife and I'm going to cut some bits on top of the pie crust. It's a very important step because your pie crust, because of the butter, is going to pop up and it needs space to release the steam. So that's a very important step. But this is my favorite step that I love to do, which is the last step before I pop it into the oven. I have 1 egg, and then I'm going to have 1 tablespoon of water, and then I do an egg wash. So once I've done the egg wash, I am going to place it on a baking sheet and put it in the center rack of the oven. Another tip is that I really don't want you to miss is to place it on a baking sheet so it can catch all of the juicy juices that may fall. I don't like to clean my oven, so I much rather clean a baking sheet than to clean my oven. So I have a beautifully glazed egg wash pie, and then when I take it out of the oven, boom! It looks like this. It's beautiful, golden, delicious, golden brown apple pie, the best you'll ever have.
Well, just ate a whole apple pie before 10:54.
Worth it, Maya. Worth every calorie. To get Maya's recipe, head to today.com/food. We'll be back right after this.
Delicious.
Peak apple season, folks. So we're going to celebrate this morning with 2 delicious apple treats this Superfood Friday. Today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer is going to show us how to make apple fritters and also a fun spin on caramel apples. Joy, always good to see you. Take it away.
Hey guys, first let me say I love apples so much. They're crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. Depending upon what variety you have, they bring all sorts of different flavor profiles, right? And they're loaded with nutrition. So we're going to start with a healthified version of apple fritters. And I'm holding an apple here. The first thing you do is you're going to core it right down the middle, turn it sideways, and we're going to slice it into thin, I would say about 1/8 of an inch pieces. They're circles. Let me show you what this looks like, just like this. And so here I have a pancake batter. And so I'm using a whole grain, but you can use any kind that you have in the house. And
neither did I.
So I'm going to dip it right in.
Oh, that's easy.
Whoops. Right? And oh my goodness, hold on a minute. I got to get another piece. Here we go.
Joy Bauer's just like us.
I know.
Joy Bauer messes up. And so all you're going to do is put it right in a heated skillet, and you let them sit for about 2 minutes on each side. And you have two options here. You can either make, I'm going to show you, I have a skillet right over here. You could make pancake-like pieces. You could see the apple peeking through over here. Or if you want to poke the whole of the apple, you could make it more so like a little apple ring. And now, after they're all done, I'm going to bring you over to my island because I'm going to show you how to put the icing on the cake, or I should say the icing on the fritter. Yes.
Does it cook
Yes.
when you do it 2 minutes on each side? The apple still cooks enough?
Yes, and this is what I would tell you, and that's a great point, Chanel. If you take a bite and you find that the apple is a little bit too firm, just lay them out on a plate and put it in the microwave for about 30 to 60 seconds, because ideally what you want to get is this doughy goodness on the outside and a gushy, soft, sweet apple on the inside. Yeah, and that's what they look like. So now I take a little bit of melted butter, and all I'm going to do is spread it on the top and a little bit of sugar, or you can use sugar substitute if you want to pull back in a little bit of ground cinnamon. And that's it, guys. It makes a great big bunch, and it's really delicious.
And
I
so,
hope everybody loves
Joy,
them.
you also have your own take on, and I'm not surprised, caramel apples. You make a caramel sauce at home?
I am so excited about this recipe, and it's a caramel sauce you could feel really good about because I cleverly use dates. I'm taking dates, which have natural sweetness. You put them into the blender. There's no corn syrup in this, and you don't need the stove either, which makes me very excited. So I add a cup of boiling water, and what that's going to do is soften up the dates. You let it sit for about 15 minutes. Again, it's going to make the dates much easier to blend. Then you remove about half a cup of water. It doesn't have to be an exact science, just some water. And I put in some maple syrup, a little bit of vanilla extract, just about 1 teaspoon. And then this is really nice. If you could find it, this is just maple extract or maple flavor. You whirl this up. I'm just going to show you what this looks like. This is caramel sauce. This is caramel sauce. And now we're making sheet pan caramel apples because we're going to take this over the top. So this is what it looks like when it's done.
Beautiful.
But you line your apple slices up, and then all you do is you put the caramel sauce over the top and all sorts of toppings, chocolate chips, melty chocolate. Look, I have coconut in the middle. You could do walnuts, pecans. I mean, it's a party.
It looks delightful.
It's a party.
Thank you, Joy. For the recipes,
Exactly.
folks.
Bye, guys. Mwah.
Have a great weekend. As always, it's today.com/food.
Alejandro Ramos is here with comfort foods to warm us up as it gets cold. This mushroom kind of freaks me out.
It's kind of fun, right?
Yeah,
I love
it's a
it.
yummy one.
It's a yummy mushroom. What's great about this is you can use any kind of mushroom. So you can use the classic button mushrooms, or go for something a little bit fancy, like an oyster or shiitake. You can get the mix.
Mix it up.
Yeah, and so all you want to do is you kind of want to do a nice little rough chop on these, right? Doesn't have to be anything
They break down
perfect.
quite a bit when you cook
They
them.
break down a lot. So you're going to see all these mushrooms are going to go in there, but that heat is going to pull out all of that water.
Okay.
Also, when you're adding, like a little bit of olive oil and salt, that pulls out all that water.
Okay.
So
What do you have in here?
Here is we've got some carrots, some onions, and some celery, basically the base of your dish. Then you add your mushrooms in, right? And I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to do all of them right now because it does need time to cook down. And then once those mushrooms cook down a lot, Then you add the garlic.
I think I've overcooked my garlic because I think I've been putting it in with it.
Exactly. You don't want to do the garlic at the top because then it can burn and it can get bitter, and then that flavor is going to be in the whole the dish.
And Chef, this is like very hearty, right? So it's good for fall.
Yeah, it's a great fall dish, and what I love about it, it's like mushrooms they're meaty, right? So they're really satisfying, and I love that they're just really filling. And you can add other things to it too. So if you've got leftover rotisserie chicken, or you want to add a little bit of Italian sausage to it, go ahead and do that. I love it vegetarian. I think it's fantastic.
And it's all in one pot.
Once the veggies are cooked, you add some flour. This is going to help thicken
I was wondering.
it. Yeah, so that's what it is. That's going to thicken it. So, Dylan, if you want to give it like a little bit of a mix there.
Okay, so
then
flour.
we're doing some chicken broth.
Chicken broth.
And then you can do, this is optional, but you can do a little, like a little sherry or a little brandy. It adds a nice flavor to it, right? And this is just going to grate.
That smells great.
I mean, it already smells great, right? It smells like fall. It smells like cozy times. And then you're going to add some great herbs. Okay. So here we've got some chopped up rosemary, some sage, some thyme, all those wonderful winter herbs. And then this is my little favorite trick. So this is nutmeg. Okay. A whole nutmeg. You can buy the ground.
I was just buy it in the thing.
I know, you can do, I mean, totally go for it.
And it lasts forever.
It's fun. You like grate it in. That goes right in. Okay. And it adds this wonderful little sort of touch of like subtle warmth to it.
Oh, we got a minute left.
Okay, so it gets really nice and thick, and then you put your puff pastry right on top. Everything is in the
Can we
pot
try
that you
this?
cook it in.
Can we try
Please
this?
try it in, yeah.
Talk to us about the dessert too, though.
So the same pastry?
Exactly. So yeah, so then over here, now I've got a dessert version. So you can use either store-bought pie crust or puff pastry. Okay. And this is an apple pie empanada. I grew up eating empanadas for everything. We basically just put everything in dough.
Yeah.
Right, Tom,
No, I was going to say, and this dish is like, think of a McDonald's apple pie, but way better.
Exactly.
Very similar, very similar.
Exactly. So there you go. It's like a little, it's a McDonald's apple pie with a Latin twist.
To another level.
Doesn't it just totally elevates those flavors.
Do not go food shopping until you see this next dessert.
Because our pal Dono Skian has a beautiful apple crumble cake that your family will devour.
We can't wait to see this dessert you're going to cook up for us. So what are we going to make?
We're going to make an Irish apple crumble cake. The book is filled with family classics, and there's a whole dessert baking section in there that celebrates the sort of things we want to cook around this time of the year. So we're going to make up this Irish apple crumble cake, and the first thing you got to do is soften down your apples. So I'm going to take some peeled, cored, and diced apples, pop in a little bit of water. There's a hot pan over here. A little bit of water. They're going to stew out, and we're going to literally, oh, that's a very hot pan over there. We're going to stew them out with a little bit of sugar and basically cook them out until they're really nice and softened down. And what you should be left with is something that looks like this. It's still holding its shape a little bit, but it's gone sweet, soft, and mushy, and gorgeous things are happening in here.
Is there, I mean, I know there are a million kinds of apples out there. What do you like?
What should we use to bake?
I always get nervous when I say this in America, but do you know what a Granny Smith is over there?
Yes, we
love
do.
Granny.
Go with the Granny Smith. It's going to be gorgeous in here. It's crisp, it's tart, but it's still got a bit of sweetness, and it's going to be lovely in this batter. Now, for our batter, I have creamed together some butter and some sugar. I've added my eggs. I've added a little bit of flour in there as well, and we're going to get that stewed apple in alongside a little bit of flour. And now, of course, it's fall. We're thinking of Thanksgiving around the corner. You got to go with a little bit of cinnamon spice in there. So go as heavy as you fancy here. It's really something that works well with apples. And for a little bit of rise, we're going in there with our baking powder. We've got a little bit of flour as well. And basically, you're going to bring that batter together. It's quite a dense but sweet mixture.
Yeah.
And it really is a foolproof recipe. Like a lot of the recipes in the book, this is about getting results and making sure that if you go to the trouble of cooking, you're going to get a seriously gorgeous result. So with this cake batter, once you've mixed that through, the moisture of the apple is going to get in there, the cinnamons, all those great things are going to happen. You're going to pop that into 2 springform cake tins with a little bit of parchment paper. It's going to bake off for about 325 degrees Fahrenheit for about 40 minutes until a skewer is clear. And then you're going to have the 4 ingredients that bring together this cake. So I have my cake that is slightly iced. For our icing, you make up a very simple batter. It's just a buttercream frosting. I pop that on top, but the finishing touches of this are the crumble that we're going to create. So I've just with my fingertips pushed together some flour and some butter. To this, we're going to add some chopped hazelnuts and then a nice bit of sweetness in the form of some brown sugar. So get that in there, get that mixed through, and this is going to go into the oven as well. So you get this gorgeous sweet crumble mixture that's going to go beautiful over the top of that. So that's our topping. Into the oven, get that baked off, and you should have something that's crisp and crunchy and gorgeous place over the top.
You bake that
You
stuff.
bake it.
Okay, got it.
Yes, and it's sweet and it's crisp and it's crunch and it adds that, because you've got a dense sweet thing going on over here. You're talking about textures and flavors. And the other thing we're going to do is slice up some more Granny Smith, soften it down with some butter and some sugar and a little bit of water. And then you get these beautiful little strands that are going to be part of our decoration on top. But when you have your buttercream frosting, the trick here and what gives it beautiful sweetness is dulce de leche stirred fruit. Are you with me, ladies? Are you with me?
I love that.
So what do you do to make that dulce de leche?
Look at that.
Buy it. Don't make it. Don't even worry about it. Go and buy it in the store. This is Thanksgiving. You're up to your ears already doing things. You don't want to be making dulce de leche. It's an easy one, but at the same time, let's take the shortcuts that we need around this time of year. So we're going to finish the cake with our frosting that's spread over the top. Those lovely little apple strands, they're going to place in and around here, so you get a bite of sweet apple in every single slice. And then we're going to top it off with our finishing layer over the top.
Show us.
So
look at
place that on top, and then literally you build until you have something that looks as phenomenal as this. Now, can you imagine your Thanksgiving table landing that straight on the deck?
No, we really can't. That is beautiful.
And we're back with our Today Table series. When it comes to busy weeknights, whipping up dinner can feel exhausting, especially if the recipe requires a long list of ingredients. That's why chef and TV host Elena Besser is bringing it back to the simple basics. You only need 5 things to make this show-stopping dinner. Chef, good to have you.
Good to be here.
Let's start with this beautiful piece of meat. Thank you for bringing it.
I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy we are making steak today. This is a ribeye, and we're doing the reverse sear method, which means we start in a low-temperature oven, cook the steak through about 80% of the way through, and then we finish it on the stovetop in a cast iron to get that nice crust without setting our smoke alarm off.
This is Uncle Al's meat selection of choice. Am I wrong? The bone-in ribeye?
Bone-in ribeye.
Oh, fabulous.
And the reverse sear is the best way to go.
I agree.
Wow.
I was telling Elena, Al, that I've started doing reverse sear because the other way, you end up serving it kind of cold to guests, and reverse sear puts all that heat on it at the end. And even after your rest period, it stays warm.
Absolutely.
So salt the meat. Don't be afraid.
We're
in
going
a
to
generous
salt the
amount.
meat, very generous amount. That is what's going to give it all of that flavor. You want to take it out of the refrigerator about an hour before cooking, just so it comes to temp and it cooks nice and evenly. We have it on top of a wire rack-lined baking sheet so that all of that heat can escape and it can continue to cook evenly. And what I love about it is that it also makes sure that that fat renders down, so it's like butter when you eat it.
Butter.
Like
That's
butter.
what we
That's what we want. And if you have meat, you gotta have potatoes.
Absolutely.
I'm eating potatoes Midwestern gal, so that's what we're also serving with it. We are going to put these potatoes into a pot with cold water, and we want it to be cold water so that it can come up slowly and come to a
That's
boil
a
and
tidbit
cook
I never heard.
everything evenly.
Cold water and bring it up.
Yes, and we're adding a ton of salt here.
Wow, that's
and
a lot of
It's
salt.
a lot of salt, but we want to flavor these from the outside, and similar to how when you're making pasta, you want to salt that water so you get that really good flavor.
All right.
Once they're nice and cooked, we're going to drain them, take a mason jar, smash that down. For me, when I'm eating a potato, I want as crispy of a crust
Me too.
and crunch on the
You
outside.
gotta create more surface area by
This gives us
smashing
that
it down.
surface area, yes.
We got about a minute and a half. I'm going to start eating,
perfect.
Elena. Keep going.
So then we're going to hit it with some olive oil. We're going to pop these into the oven until they get nice and crispy. We're also going to hit it with
delicious.
some pepper because these are cacio e pepe smashed potatoes.
Will
So
you
we
flip
want
these
all
at
that
any
pepper.
time?
Yes, you're going to flip them and you're going to hit them with some more Parmesan. So we want to get that Parmesan over the top. We want it to get nice and crispy, even more pepper on top, and that's going to bloom as it heats up. It'll be even more delicious.
You baked that steak and you got it to an internal temp of what before you do this?
We
About
want it to
110
be
or something?
about
or?
125-ish because
Right.
medium rare is going to be about 130.
Okay.
So 120 to 125.
So this searing process is going to continue to cook it a little bit, but not too much.
Absolutely. So we're adding it into a super hot
Hello,
pan
baby. She's
with
talking
a
to me.
pat of butter.
Hello there.
And then you're going to, what I like to do is I like to tilt the pan, take that spoon, and we are butter basting
Who
this
doesn't
thing.
like a good butter bath?
Absolutely. It's the best. So it's going to give it even more flavor. It's going to give it a really nice sheen. You're only going to want to do it about a minute on each side. And guess what? You don't have to let this rest, which is even better. You can cut it right away because it's already nice and tender. We're going to slice it, serve it with flaky sea salt.
This is already better than everything we made last
And
week on the show.
And
the week before.
Elena, you're amazing.
All right, Melba Wilson is an icon here in New York City, an icon. Her namesake restaurant in Harlem is there, and today she's making us one of her signature dishes.
I mean, we are so excited because we're talking about BBQ, turkey meatloaf, and roasted garlic mashed potatoes.
Nothing says more comfort food than that.
Turkey is so healthy, and I like using dark meat. And when you use dark meat, what you're going to do is you are going to get a lot of flavor.
So wait, when you say when you buy it in the store, do you choose or do you just take what they have?
No, you can choose.
It's like the lighter meat.
Oh, I didn't never look.
Definitely,
Okay.
definitely.
Good to know.
So first thing we're going to do is we are going to dice up some peppers, right?
Yeah, which we love because you're kind of hiding all these veggies in
You are, which is great, Dice them up.
Okay.
And dicing, what you do is you make little strips and then you put
Yeah,
them on the
chop,
other
chop.
side, right?
Okay.
You guys know what to
Right
do,
here.
right? You guys know what to do.
We've done it. It's
Yep, we got it
gorgeous.
right here. And then we're going to take our diced red peppers and green peppers and let's add them into our ground turkey.
Aren't you dumb?
Yeah,
Do you want
please
me to
help.
use this thing?
Yep. We're going to mix that.
Okay, we're mixing.
Okay.
And what are we
and
adding?
We are adding some chicken base. Put that in there for me.
What's chicken base?
Oh my God. So I like my turkey to have a robust flavor.
Yeah,
So I put
yeah.
a little
What
base
is
in there.
chicken base, though?
So it's chicken stock. It's concentrated.
Oh, concentrated.
Right.
Pepper.
Bouillon, right. Bouillon, right. Some black pepper, some salt.
Okay.
And guess what? Mint leaves. Come on, help me out here, girl.
What are you doing with mint?
Girl,
I want a mojito.
Put it in here.
Just smell
A
that.
mojito.
so
But it's
bad.
gonna
That's
give
my-
it. It's gonna give it a freshness. You know,
Okay.
very, very herbal.
Okay.
And we have some onions.
Okay, I'll wait till you dump all that in.
White onions.
White onions.
Sometimes I use yellow.
What's that, panko?
And these are Italian breadcrumbs.
Oh, Italian
Put that in
breadcrumbs.
there.
Okay.
And eggs that have already been beaten.
Okay.
Okay, let's mix
If
it up.
if you're trying, if you're trying to stay away from the breadcrumbs, is there anything that can make it sticky without it, or not really?
I mean, the eggs are gonna make it a little bit sticky as well. So you should be
I guess
fine.
you could use some almond flour, maybe.
You can use almond flour.
Okay.
You can also use a little tapioca.
Ooh.
Okay. And let's put
Come
now
on, bring it,
barbecue
bring it.
sauce.
What-
I
You just
made
buy
this
it?
well,
Oh,
you
no.
can buy it, but I made it myself.
Of course you did.
Of course I made it, but we're gonna leave a quarter of a cup on the side, and we're gonna use that for
Okay,
glazing.
so let's pretend that
this
it's
is
all in there.
beautiful.
Good job, Hoda.
Beautiful.
Okay, so pretend that's
great
done.
job. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this on a loaf, okay, and put it in the oven.
Wait, how do we make the loaf?
Here,
You just-
like this?
So I'm a freeform girl.
Okay, fine.
I'm
Just do your
all about the
You don't put it
freeform.
in the pan or anything.
Some people do. I like a
Yeah.
freeform because I like to be a little more creative.
Okay.
Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put that in the oven.
Yeah.
For about 30-45 minutes on 350.
That's it.
Good to
Got
go.
it. Okay.
Now.
Garlic mash.
Oh
Come
my
on, girl.
God, roasted garlic. So I want you to take your head of your garlic, cut about a quarter about a 1/4 inch, right, from the top. You see that?
Look what's there.
You see that? We're gonna peel this.
All the little babies.
All the little babies.
They stay like that and you
Stay
cook it.
just like this. Drizzle some.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes,
Put some
ma'am.
olive oil on top of that. Oh,
Good.
beautiful, beautiful. We're gonna wrap this up into the foil.
How many do you need? A couple?
Well, you know what? I like to make enough for the month. I also sometimes put them in the oven pans, like in the muffin pans, and put them in the oven that way. Because the thing about it, you can put it in an airtight container, put a little olive oil on it, and keep it in the fridge for like a month.
You
so whenever
can?
you
Do
need
it
roasted
every
garlic,
Okay.
it's there.
So these
Okay.
are, do you use Yukon Gold?
Oh,
What do you use?
Yukon Gold.
Yukon Gold, you have to.
Buttery.
Buttery.
Lots
So what
of
are we putting
flavor.
in here?
So now we're gonna put some butter,
Look
because
at-
everything is
look
butter
at
with
that.
what?
And you, butter.
Butter.
And you leave the skin on?
I do. You know, my grandmother said all the nutrients are in the
Look,
skin.
skin on.
Okay, skin on. If
Hold
you
on, let her make these, baby.
Okay.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
And
Okay,
then we're
what's
gonna
this?
put our roasted garlic in there.
Look at that.
And we're gonna put a
Come
little
on.
white pepper.
Pour it.
And you know what? If you had a rough day, Hunter,
Yeah.
you can also take a lot of that stress out, okay?
So can
by
I ask,
mashing them.
what's the liquid that
And
you're going to put in?
Here we
Oh,
go.
heavy cream?
Voila, heavy cream.
Oh, girl. Oh,
Beautiful.
Yes.
Look at that.
Okay, so you mush it.
Gorgeous, gorgeous,
Sorry,
gorgeous.
it's so rude that I just
No,
No,
you had
that's
to.
quite all right.
Okay,
And we're
so
gonna
what's our
take that.
glaze?
So we're gonna take that extra little bit, and we're
it
just
yummy?
gonna drizzle it right on the top.
perfect meal.
Just drizzle it right on the top. And this is comfort food at its best.
Chef Gabby Dalkin is making one spectacular side.
First, we're gonna make potato gratin, which everybody obviously loves, and then the famous Dalkin Christmas mix, which is so good. Okay, let's talk gratins. Everybody loves them. We order them every time we go out for dinner. They're incredible and very easy to make at home. First things first, let's talk potatoes. So I'm using Yukon Gold potatoes. You can use russet if you want. Either way, it's great, just peel the russet if you're gonna do it. You wanna slice them, so whether that's on a mandolin, a little food processor, just like that. You want to get them to 1/8 of an inch thick. You could also do them by hand, whatever floats your boat. Once they are sliced, we're just going to layer them into a baking dish. And we just want them, I mean, it can be kind of willy-nilly, organic. It doesn't have to be perfectly layered in there. Just like make sure there's tons of potatoes. And then we're gonna get some heavy cream. So I have some heavy cream that's just been simmering on my stove, and this is where the flavor is gonna come in. So we're gonna add some shredded Parmesan, we're gonna add some shredded Gruyere, the more the merrier, and then a little bit of mascarpone cheese or creme fraiche, whoops! And then just take a spoon, stir that all together, and you can season this up however you want. So if you wanna make it kind of cacio e pepe-y, you can add some salt and a little bit of fresh pepper that I already have in there. You could add a little thyme, you could add a little basil. If you have, like oddly, just are someone who caramelizes onions on the regular, stir in some caramelized onions to this. It is delicious. Once that cheese is melted, you're just gonna stir it all through. Get it nice and infused and smooth. We are just going to pour this right over the potatoes, and it's probably gonna come up right to the top. That's exactly what we want, because when it bakes, this liquid is gonna help cook all the potatoes. I mean, this looks insane. Okay, so once that's on there, we're gonna top it with a little bit more Gruyere cheese and just pop it into the oven at 400 degrees for about 45 to 55 minutes. Once it's done, you should be able to take a knife and pierce it. It's gonna look just like this, and it's gonna be really easy to pierce with a knife, kind of like a baking test. Take your spoon. I mean, we gotta try it. There's nothing like a potato gratin early in the morning, right? Oh my God. I did caramelized onions on that one. Next level. Okay, let's talk sweet really quickly. So the Dalkin Christmas mix has been a tradition in our family for truly since I was born 30 some odd years ago. I actually don't know how old I am right now. 35. It is any of your favorite unflavored cereals. And then you're just gonna melt some white chocolate. You can do it in a double boiler. If you do it in a microwave, do it in 15-second increments. And that way it doesn't seize up or anything. Stir it in between. You're gonna take that and put it all over your cereal, toss it together. And then last thing you do is just add some Christmas colored M&Ms or whatever else you want. Let it chill on the counter on a piece of wax paper or parchment until it solidifies. Once it solidifies, you can bag it up, you can gift it to your neighbors, you can serve it for dinner, you can serve it for dessert. I'm partial to eating it for breakfast. It is cereal, and it is so freaking good.
Our buddy, our pal, Chef Ryan Scott.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's the beef short ribs, you guys, that I got from my butcher. There is nothing more than important that we can support a local butcher during these times. This is called a 3 or 4 rib. This is a delicious cut of meat that can go long and slow. And the great thing about this, Hoda and Jenna, the longer this sits, you can braise it the day before, the better it gets. So what I did was took these short ribs. I already seared them off and got them super duper 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 golden like I have here. I did that in the same pan. It's all about building flavor. You can roast the rib, roast the vegetables. So what we have here now is you're just gonna go ahead and saute these guys off. And inside here, Hoda and Jenna, I have carrots, celery, onions, you name it. And this is where we're gonna develop flavor. Once this is roasted in the pan for 3-4 minutes, you're gonna take some tomato paste, ladies.
Okay, straight out of the can?
And you're gonna add that tomato paste, and it goes right in. And this is where we really start to build the fawn. Are you guys all there?
We're there. We're there and we're in.
We're totally with you.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. I've been doing demos for years and years, so when people are quiet, that's a really good thing.
Yeah,
sometimes.
we're just thinking about that.
Soaking it all in.
All right, so what you do is now that the tomato paste has been caramelized in here, we're gonna take a little bit of rosemary, a little bit of dry thyme, anything. I know it's sweater weather on the East Coast right now with all the snow, so anything. Dried parsley, dried thyme, rosemary, bay leaf. And Hoda and Jenna, after all these years, girls, I know one thing that's a staple in the house that we all have.
Glug, glug.
Wow, that's a hefty pour.
Girl, I'm eating this, not my kids. It is all good. This has got to get me through the next couple of days. So you add just a little bit of beef stock. This can be vegetable stock. This can be chicken stock. Don't go shopping. Use what you have at home. And what we do, ladies, is these ribs go back inside. You put a lid on it. This can go in an oven. Great thing about it, set it inside an oven for 2.5, 3 hours.
2.5
when
or
they
3
come out,
hours?
How does it come out? Let's see.
So low and slow. Oh, come on, side camera. Look at
that beef.
Now what?
All right. Now you have to do the perfect mashed potatoes. And it's just not Thanksgiving and Christmas that's mashed potato time. I've got the perfect trick. So here we go. Russet potatoes, the one that we all know. You peel, you dice it, you put it with cold water. Hoda and Jenna, start with cold water always. You never want to do hot water because what the hot water does is it cooks the outside of the potato too fast. And then you have, how many people have lumpy mashed potatoes during the holiday season?
Yeah, we admit.
So if you start with cold water, bring that cold water up, it cooks the potato all the way through. Then what I do, and your producer is telling me that she loves this trick. Here's the deal. The potatoes come out, and once they're done cooking, I let them sit in this pan and steam. This is drained from the water, ladies. And what you do is you add melted butter and hot milk over the top. This is super diet friendly, great for everybody working out in February, right?
Butter.
Then mash it up
yes.
in there.
Butter.
Then all you do is you just mash this up.
Right in
and the great thing about this is
satisfying. Look at that.
right? Who needs a workout when you
I just
look
wanna watch
at
you
biceps,
mash.
girls?
Yeah, we see your guns.
Yes. Good. Say it again, Jenna. I need a
I
T-shirt
just
that
like
says that. I just
watching
want
you mash.
That went to a whole other level. So here we go. Mashed potatoes come out, ladies. Look at these.
Now what?
Silky, gorgeous, beautiful, nice. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a spoon here.
Yes.
And nothing better on the East Coast and the West Coast.
Oh, God.
We just want to
All right,
sleep
hold
in
on.
that fluffy cushion.
Here, Jenna, use this as a pillow. Here's your pillow
I'd
of
like
love right here.
I'd like to.
Okay,
Ooh.
now put that rib on there.
Okay, Mama. Here, I'm gonna put the rib on here. All right, Hoda, say that so I can make a shirt saying that.
Hoda loves a rib.
Oh, is there any sauce for those potatoes? Or
Yeah,
just like
what do you
that?
do?
yeah,
Do you put
okay.
the sauce? Where do you
Come
get
on.
the
All right.
sauce from?
You know what? Just for Hoda,
Oh,
I'm gonna put a little salt. Hold on.
yeah.
Oh, we don't need
Perfect.
the vegetables. Leave the vegetables for the kids.
Perfect.
Okay,
Oh my
look,
God,
girls.
I want it.
I love-
This is not. Oh, why are you doing
Can
that?
you send us some next
not
time? We
fair.
need some comfort food, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
We have 2 last-minute dishes that you can add to that Thanksgiving table that will absolutely steal the show, folks. Here to help us, Skylar Bouchard, food blogger, creator of Dining with Skylar. Good to have you back.
Hi. So happy. Good morning. Are you ready to eat?
We are. And it takes a lot to dress up a potato, but you've done it well.
You have. You know, it's simple. So we have 2 last-minute sides, really simple but restaurant quality. We're going to start with cacio e pepe roasted potatoes.
That's why it's so good.
Yes.
Cacio e pepe
Cheese,
roasted
pepper. We're adding cream, not traditional, but we're going to get right into it. Okay. You're my seasoning squad, so when I say olive oil, salt, pepper, you're going to throw that on there.
Done.
First step here, we're going to just slice our baby potatoes. Okay. Any potato works here. You're just going to like pinch them like this and slice right down the middle.
I just
and
like
then
because they're tiny.
Yes,
Seasoning.
I know, tiny, and you just cut them in half. Yep. So olive oil, salt, and pepper. Squad, let's get it together. Craig,
Sorry, we're
Jill.
eating already. Okay, tell me.
All right.
Sauce.
All right, olive oil, salt, pepper.
How much salt? Like, I
nice.
never know.
You know, you just, I would say like count to 1, and that's good. Yeah.
1.
And a nice moment. And then I'm gonna add some pecorino.
Oh.
Nice,
You want
yeah.
pepper?
Skylar, this sauce is legit.
I told you.
Yeah. So I'm
Wait
so
a minute,
excited for
chef,
you to try
explain
it.
it to people at home.
So we're gonna flip them over side down like that, and then roast them. They're gonna
Side
get crispy.
down. How long?
About 30 minutes at 475.
Oh,
I mean
425.
425. All right. So on a burner, Chanel, why don't you add some pecorino romano here? Got 1.5 cups. You just dump the whole thing. in.
Dump the whole thing?
Dump the whole thing. We are
Oh,
getting
yeah, this
cheesy
is-
and
this is
breezy
happy
over here.
Thanksgiving. Yeah.
And
That's right. Yeah,
happy Thanksgiving.
Okay.
We have some heavy cream as well.
Okay.
Jill, if you want to actually whisk this
Okay.
until it melts.
Okay. Craig's almost
Perfect.
finished.
So
I
So I'm gonna add some pepper here. So cacio e pepe literally means cheese and pepper. And I'm just adding that to taste. It should get nice and aromatic.
Oh my God.
We're gonna mix that until it's silky. I love when you say, oh my God, it makes me so happy.
I feel like you could dip a shoe in this and it would be delicious.
I know.
Right?
I did drink it a few times. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then
look at the presentation. I like this.
It's so easy. So a rule of thumb here, if you're making something crispy, you want to put it on your sauce. I literally, I kid you not, I just dump it right on. And when I add some pepper, because you say you don't cook, I'm going to get you cooking. Let's add some pepper right on top here. Just put it right on there. Yay! I'm so glad you like it.
What are you doing? Are
you eating a raw potato? Oh.
No. I was just need to be by myself.
It's okay. I understand. This is a meal enjoyed in solitude and with friends.
And really and truly, the sauce, you could use it for so many other things too.
I know. And you can make it ahead.
Oh my God.
And I do like the potatoes, cooked in the moment, but either way, that's our potatoes.
Like now, this is a side or a dish?
A side. It's like, and you really, it's so rich, you only need a little bit.
It's really good.
So we're gonna move on to our harvest salad with a crispy quinoa, you guys. So this is lighter. Seasoning squad, get in here. I've got some olive oil that I'm putting on, delicata squash, butternut squash, carrots, and what did I miss? Sweet potato. So just whatever you can find at the store. Yep, and I'm gonna switch spots with you, Craig, here. We actually have some quinoa, which I
This is very interesting. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Actually, I'm going to switch with you again.
And you say you can do this with any grain?
Any grain. So you fully cook the grain, and you just put it on a sheet pan. You can do this with farro, with rice,
so
make
it's fully
crispy
cooked.
rice. Yes, fully cooked. And then because our delicata squash had seeds, we're using them, right? We don't want it to go to waste. Yes, it's going to add some nice crunch. Toss it up on your sheet pan, like that. We want it to be like evenly coated. Seasoning squad, get on in here. Jill, it's you now, everyone. You got it.
Tell me.
Olive oil, salt, and pepper, easy like that.
How much, or just one?
Yeah, you don't want it to be, that's great, like this.
Skylar, I like the competing textures.
Yeah, right, you need a little,
I like
if we're
that.
going veggie, we want to add some pizzazz. Okay, so we're going to have you add some apple cider vinegar. We're making our Dijon vinaigrette and maple syrup. And then we're just gonna whisk it together. This is gonna be our maple Dijon vinaigrette.
Oh my God.
And you can just shake this in a jar. You don't have to get all fancy with the emulsifying.
How long can you keep that? Because that looks yummy.
You can keep this for up to 2 weeks. You can make it 2 weeks ahead. So you can do all of this ahead of time, but on game day, right before serving, we're gonna combine it. We're gonna add some crispy quinoa, our pumpkin seeds, our shallots, some feta, and parsley with our vinaigrette. I'm so happy you love it. It's a great way to eat vegetables.
A hit at any Thanksgiving because it's different. Do you know what I mean?
It's different, right? And you get that like root vegetable
I was trying to I ate too much.
The quinoa hits.
And it's got a little crunch in there too.
Oh, this is amazing.
It has like a crouton in every bite.
Welcome back. It is Make Ahead Monday. We're talking taters. Here with her mashup on the classic mashed potato is Chef Kristen Kish from True TV's Fast Foodies. Hey, Kristen.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
We are doing great. Hope you are too. So on Fast Foodies, you recreate iconic fast food meals. And of course, potatoes usually a key player. And you're going to help us mash them. What potato do you like for this recipe?
That is a perfect question. So for me, I do like a mix of like 50-50 russet to Yukon. So you have the starch, you have the waxiness. I love the texture. And so you kind of can work it and it will never really overwork into kind of turning into glue. So it's a nice little cheat.
That sounds good. And then you add a special ingredient, if you will, cream cheese. What does that add to the dish?
I love cream cheese on anything. You could put cream cheese on my breakfast waffle and I'll be very happy. So I love cream cheese. If you don't like cream cheese, leave it out. Otherwise, sour cream, buttermilk, anything with a tang, I feel like is really interesting, and mashed potatoes that are quite rich.
Yum.
So how do we make this?
So we're going to take our basic mashed potatoes. If you want to use box mashed potatoes, if you want to use fresh and then you turn it into something else, that's totally fine. But my classic mashed potatoes, I add a little bit of corn, a lot of bit of cheese, actually. We add some fresh thyme, some fresh rosemary, caramelized onions, garlic powder, onion powder, and flour. So I kind of took the idea of what I love most about fried chicken and those flavors, onion, garlic, thyme, and threw it all into mashed potatoes. And then I added the corn because for this particular challenge that we were doing on Fast Foodies, it was all about a bucket of fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and corn. So you kind of mix that all up together. And the best thing about it being Make Ahead Monday is the fact that you can make these ahead. So I take these little pucks, I form them, throw them in the freezer, and it's basically, no different than pulling out a frozen bag of tater tots. So when you're ready to eat them, you just kind of can throw them in the fryer. And the 3-step breading process we like to do is, so you take your mix, and we use flour, egg, and panko. So you can really form them into whatever shape you want. So the idea is you kind of drop it in the flour, and the flour allows the egg to stick.
Is there seasoning in the flour?
Exactly. So all seasoning, salt and pepper in all 3 areas. So you're seasoning as you go.
So you're
once you
double
bread
dredging
it,
this.
it's kind of, the flour's there to help the egg stick, and then the egg is there to help the panko stick. So you could keep double dredging back and forth if you wanted to like a really thick crust. And then from there, you end up with basically like these beautiful little breaded croquettes. So not only can you freeze them this way, you can freeze them with the breading already on them. And then I know a lot of people are scared to fry at home. It doesn't have to be that scary. So long as your oil never reaches like the smoking point, 350 is that sweet spot, it's perfect. And if you don't want to deep fry, I hear the air fryer is quite popular these days.
What kind of oil do you use?
I use grapeseed oil. So grapeseed oil has a higher smoking point. So you don't want to use something like olive oil. It'll burn, and when oil burns, it kind of becomes a little bit bitter and rancid. So grapeseed oil or vegetable oil, corn oil, whatever you prefer.
Kristen, you said something earlier that I thought was kind of interesting. So you can overwork the potato so that it gets tough?
So when you just similar to how you overwork anything with a flour, like cakes and beautiful, delicate pastries, a potato can overwork itself into basically wallpaper paste, for lack of a better term. And so if you want to throw your potatoes into a blender and try to make potato puree that way, I would recommend not doing that. You're going to end up with a glue stick.
Jocelyn Delk Adams, she's back with us. She's the author of Everyday Grand. Jocelyn, welcome back.
Good morning.
I know, it's been so long, guys.
Good
It's
to
been
see
so
you.
long. Thank you.
What are we making?
Meal you're making.
Lemony chicken rice casserole.
Chicken thighs.
Yes. With chicken thighs, because it makes a difference.
Yes, it does.
Right? Makes them nice and juicy. So we're going to start by dredging our chicken thighs. We've got some flour here. I'm going to add in some Parmesan. Yeah. I've got onion and garlic powder. You're like, ooh. And then, of course, some lemon zest. You know how to Okay, let me see. Let me see this. Let me see these skills.
Hey, this is a woodworker right here.
How much do you want?
All right. You like how much? I'll be over here all day, right? Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right.
I'll give you more. I'll give you more.
All right. I'm putting you to work here. We're gonna whisk that up, and then we're gonna dredge these. Okay, we're just gonna add this right in.
And why is it so important to dredge?
Well, we want to get that nice coating. It's gonna give us like that nice crisp coating. Want to get it in that flour.
Does it help thicken up the sauce
Well,
you're gonna
it's
pour
also
it all
going to
into?
thicken up the sauce too, right? And
Could
then
you
we're
use
going to
an
add
almond flour if you want?
Of course you could. Oh, come on. You know. And we're going to put this right into our oil. You can definitely play around. You can even use, any type of gluten-free flour if
And
that's
you like to start skin side down?
Yeah, I do too. I do. I like to
crisp
get
it
that
up a little
nice
bit?
Crisp it
crisp.
up.
Yeah, we're going to get that crispy. And then we're going to work on our casserole dish.
Do you have
We've
to
got
cook
some-
it through in the pan?
Well, you don't, because
Okay.
we're also going to throw it in the oven too.
Perfect.
So we just want to get it browned, and then we can get it in the oven. So we've got some cream of chicken. You want to whisk
Okay,
this up
sure.
for me?
Okay.
And then
This-
I've
this is
got
cream of
some
chicken
stock.
soup?
There you go.
Yeah, because nothing's more comforting than some
Yeah,
cream
I
of
used cream
chicken
of mushroom
soup,
last night,
right?
so.
Got
And
some
what'd you
chicken
add? Just
stock
some
there.
broth, yep.
And then I've got our rice that was going to go right in
Okay.
here. And then I've got some garlic too. I'm going to pop that
Okay.
in. Yeah, because we love garlic. And then down here, of course, you can see that our chicken thighs are ready. And then this is when we're just going to add this right into our dish. Goes right in. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You already
This
tasted
is,
it, didn't
Craig
you?
started it. This
You
is worth
already
making.
did it. I know you did.
This is worth making tonight.
Yeah, look, you're going to do it, aren't you?
Oh my goodness.
Chicken goes in.
So you just put it in there.
Yep.
So it's just a one dish.
Pop this
Oh,
in.
that is-
Pop this
And then
in.
how long are you going to put that in the oven for?
We're gonna put this in the oven for about 40 to 50 minutes, and then usually we cover it with foil because we want to make sure all that rice gets really tender. Y'all over there are killing my dish, right?
Listen.
Y'all know how I do. All right,
wow.
and then the lemon goes on top
Oh, my
because it's
God.
So you
beautiful.
cook it with the lemon there?
Yeah,
Oh, my
because we want to
goodness.
get a little bit more of that.
How long
in the
do you
skin, too.
bake it?
She told
So
you
bake
you
about-
were
I'm
eating.
sorry, so bake-
You're eating. She already
Come on,
said
Shannon.
I was like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? I can't remember.
Oh, my God.
So
Oh,
yeah,
my
this goes in. You put the foil over the top, bake it for about 40 to 50, then take it off if you want to brown it a little more for about 10 minutes, and then you're ready to serve.
And you got an air fryer sandwich.
I sure do.
Wait,
4
this is an air
ingredients.
fryer?
Yes, 4 ingredients. Because we were talking about the air fryer, how it's like the perfect appliance. If you want to add another appliance.
I've
'cause
never made
sometimes,
salmon in the air fryer.
So easy.
How easy is it?
So easy.
What are the
Because,
ingredients?
So easy.
and it's done really quickly
that's great.
too. 4 ingredients.
What's the
that's
glaze?
it. So I've got some soy sauce in there. I got some honey.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. What else do I have in there? I can't
Got
even
some
remember
sesame
what comes out.
seeds?
Yeah. Oh, that's a garnish. And then you just drop it in the air fryer for about like 10 minutes. But sometimes it depends on your air fryer. Sometimes it cooks really quickly. But I love the air fryer because it gets that nice crisp skin at the top.
This is
God.
delicious.
Come on.
Great.
Love the
Jocelyn,
salmon
well
skin.
done.
All right.
I like to make salmon skin bacon.
Oh, wow. I like that. What do? You just
Just put it
Jocelyn,
on.
this
Just
is
take some of the
amazing.
skin off the. In fact, I go to my fishmonger, and
Yeah.
he gives me extra.
He
Because
goes
a lot
to
of
his-
people
and
don't
it's
like
so
to use
good.
his
I love
fishmonger.
this
Right?
skin. It's so
He
good.
goes to his fishmonger.
Yes.
I'm 2
That
for
wasn't
2 on
lost on
these.
me.
You guys love them?
As one,
thank
as
you.
one.
I like a
good.
fishmonger.
It's been a little while, but it's time once again for Cooking with Cal. And this time we are making my mom's famous casserole, like super famous within our family.
Okay.
It's a super easy weeknight dinner, and my boys literally eat bowls and bowls of this. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Casserole.
Casserole. So there are so many different types of casseroles, but this is what my mom made when I was growing up, and she just called it a casserole. Whatever mac and cheese you like to use, we're gonna use gluten-free, right? We're gonna use some veggies, some ground beef, and we're gonna throw it all into a pot, and that's your casserole.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm gonna cook the pasta. So, I use the zucchini and the carrots because I hide them in the casserole and you guys don't even know they're there.
But we like them.
You do. Well, you finished that one already?
Yep.
Are you a speed peeler?
No.
You're just really good at it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like record time. What should I do next? The zucchini or the onion?
Zucchini. But what do I do? Well, I'm just standing here.
That's true. You are just standing here. Want me to give you something to do?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I could do the zucchini.
This knife is really very sharp. So, I'm gonna give you these strips.
Cut them in like to little pieces. So hard to open and shut.
Perfect.
Okay.
It was this. Ready, listen. Glug, glug, glug,
So much glugs.
So many glugs. That's how I measure things, in glugs. Okay, when that starts sizzling a little bit, we're gonna add the meat.
Can I mix it?
Sure. So while this continues to brown up, let's finish up the mac and cheese. Pop this right in.
And that's it?
So after 50 minutes, all the flavors should come together. It'll be a little crispy on the top, and we'll be good to go. Oh, it's so hot. Love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
This is delicious. Thank
Yummy.
you. It's just like a good family style meal. Now, if you want to go super crazy, and make this even more retro, if you take slices of American cheese and put it on top,
1984
and throw it in the
call.
microwave for a second before you eat it, it is so delicious.
So
good.
My kids would love this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cal.
Guys, we'll be right back.
Very good. It's like comfort food.
This morning on Today Food, we are bringing you a dish straight from the south of France.
It is called Provencal vegetable casserole. Brings back some childhood memories for our guest chef.
Chef Daniel. Hello. He owns several award-winning restaurants around the world, and he's joined us this morning to show us how to make this beautiful dish. Chef, it's always a pleasure to have you. So let's start with this special place that it has in your heart. What's the story there?
Thank you. Well, this is the kind of dish I cook every summer in my parents' home in Lyon because all those vegetables come from the garden. They are in full bloom, and we always make this. And sometimes I cook it in huge pans for at least 30 people around the table.
Wow.
And you can also cook it for just
So
a
it's
small
scalable.
gathering.
Okay.
Scalable, totally. And normally it's called a bayaldi or a tian of vegetable. So here you have some red pepper and some onion. So there's always a base here. Attends, be careful. I never used that knife here before. So, you know, NBC knife is good. and so I am slicing the vegetable, and you don't have to be too fancy. I'm putting pepper, I'm putting onion that has been sliced. And this is the base with some garlic, a little bit of, you can put pepper flakes, you can put jalapeno.
Okay.
And you use the red pepper. I assume you can use
little
green
bit of salt.
or whatever peppers you have.
Yes, absolutely. You put a little bit of rosemary
And how long will you
inside.
cook this down,
You
Chef?
put a little bit of thyme. Ooh, the pepper is hot. So you let it sweat until it's tender and not color a little bit. And
now you're going to do a little.
Do you keep the herbs in
and
there?
then you slice me some vegetable.
What about the basil here? We not using
you can put some basil as well. Yeah, why don't you put some couple of leaves of basil?
Sure.
So this is the base: onion, pepper, basil, herbs, garlic, and then all the vegetables. So normally you could take your time and make this dish very fancy.
Kind of like a ratatouille?
They may have a picture to show like of a tian of vegetable where it's layered, color by color, vegetable by vegetable.
Okay.
The difference of this with the ratatouille is that this we don't roast the vegetable, we bake them over the onion that has been sweated like this.
So we use some
And
eggplant.
Voila.
zucchini.
So I am putting olive oil. I have eggplant, I have yellow squash, I have tomato, I have zucchini.
Kind of whatever you have in your
salt,
garden.
pepper, of course, this. And then we can put a little bit more basil leaf inside. And actually, I just toss it like this.
Okay.
That's the quick version. If you have time and you want to play with the family and all that, then you can
just
make
dump
it.
that right on top.
Voila. You put it all on top like this. And then you bake it in the oven
put that
at
right in the oven.
350, 375
And that's it.
until it really baked down and it evaporates. And voila.
That's all.
This is the casserole of Provencal vegetable.
And this is the perfect side dish
my.
to use
Yeah.
up all those vegetables.
Absolutely. And this is totally vegetarian. And you can use it with a roasted leg of lamb. You can use it with a roast chicken. You can use it with eggs on brunch.
Oh, wow. This is...
And it's a quick version. I don't know. They told me, Danielle, you will not be able to spend an hour making all these vegetables beautifully laid down. So do you have any quick version? And I said, yes, I'll make one. And that's just toss your vegetable.
That's your version on TV there, by the way.
Oh, voilà.
That's your version.
Yeah, that's the cook one. And there's the other one, which is the raw one before I put it in the oven. And that is like beautiful. It's in a way, it's very artistic. It's very soulful. It's very Provence.
And
it's
how long
very
does it
summer.
cook for? Because the vegetables have still a bite to them and a lot of flavor.
You could cook that for about an hour, I would say 45 minutes to an hour. If you like your vegetable a little firmer, you cook it for 40 to 45 minutes. But an hour and a half, and what's delicious is you don't eat everything. The next day you reheat it, and
Put
it
it in an
has
omelet.
different flavor
There
in
you
an
go.
omelet or something.
Chef, thank you.
Merci,
Thank you
Al.
so much, Chef.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
By the way, for this
Happy
recipe,
summer.
it's today.com/food.
It is Superfood Friday, and today nutritionist Joy Bauer is turning two family favorites into casseroles. Good morning to you, Joy.
Hey, Joy.
Hey guys, we are casseroling right into the weekend with two scrumptious recipes. And the first is a veggie-packed, cheesy pizza casserole. Can I just tell you how much I love my job? I love my job. Okay, so what we're starting with is a cauliflower crust. So here I have 4 heaping cups of cauliflower florets that I microwaved. And then you're just going to want to mush them with a fork and take out all of the water. Then putting in some eggs, some mozzarella cheese, whoops, got a little bit stuck here, a little bit of Parmesan, and because I want to bring all those pizza pie flavors to the table, this is Italian seasoning and a little bit of garlic, salt, and pepper. So this is going to all get stirred up, and I'm going to show you what it looks like because I push it into the bottom of a casserole dish, and let me show you how it cooks. It's a crust. This is a real crust, and at the same time that this is cooking, we are going to have an antioxidant love fest because I roasted all these vegetables, again, at the very same time. We're going to layer it. Look at this. And you could do any vegetables that you want. And honestly, you could also open up your fridge and you could throw in whatever you have left over from the night before.
This is really good, Joy. And I think with all these veggies, it's like you wouldn't even know. It feels naughty, but it's yummy.
No, I feel like I'm
It's like
getting ripped right now just eating this, Joy.
Oh, you are. It's an antioxidant love fest, I tell you.
It's good.
So here I have tomato sauce goes over the top. Whatever marinara sauce is your favorite. Of course, we're going to layer on some more ooey gooey mozzarella cheese, or you could blanket it with slices of mozzarella, and then you get those puddles of cheesy bliss, and a little bit more Italian seasoning. And then I like to fake out pepperoni slices. So look what I've done here. I just sliced some tomatoes. You put them right in the oven, and it just until the cheese melts. So I would say that this is probably about 15 minutes. I'm going to show you what this looks like.
And Joy, I want to also get to the taco. We're already picking out on our casserole. Tell us about. Oh, there it is.
Really good.
We're going to eat that while you tell us about the taco.
Okay, so this is a Tex-Mex dream. I'm going to grab over here on the skillet. I have some sautéed lean ground turkey meat. I'm going to bring over all my fixings. And all you're going to do after the turkey meat is cooked, I put in a rinsed can of black beans, of some corn. I have 2 cups of jarred salsa. You know what I say? You are the boss of your sauce. So it could be mild or spicy. And a taco seasoning packet.
Oh my gosh, we can do this.
You stir this up, and you're going to then, let me show you how easy this is. You can do this tonight. I have a casserole. I layered some whole grain tortillas right on the bottom.
I'm sampling one.
You put your meat on top. Then you're going to add some cheese. I'm going to get to the finished one. You add some cheese. You put another layer on top of the tortillas, and then anything you want. I'm going to show you this taco bar. And you can set up a taco bar. Look what I have here. Shredded lettuce. I have tomatoes, scallions, jalapenos, guac, sour cream.
This is a no-brainer.
And everybody, right? You could make your own personalized taco.
Really quickly, Joy, how long do you bake it for?
I mean, maybe 10, 15 minutes, because all you want to do, the meat is already cooked. Right. So all you want to do is melt the cheese, and you want to slightly get those tortillas a little bit browned. It is sensational.
So good. Home run, Joy.
Thanks,
Thank
Joy.
you for these
Happy
recipes.
weekend, everyone.
You too.
You too. Head to today.com/food.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish, the casserole.
And you're going to help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get the kids
chip
involved. You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be, I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're going to get this together. So to start, I'm going to show you how we're going to dice up these like bell pepper, right? You're going to get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices, right? Really easy. Just gather all that. and that's all you
Even
gotta
I
do.
can do that, Josh.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning
Okay.
already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
Yep, you can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion
Yes,
and
ma'am.
some garlic
Yes,
for
ma'am.
me?
So that's it. That's pretty
That's
simple
it.
so far.
So yeah, you gotta start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic.
Okay.
All right, add it in. All right,
yes, ma'am.
add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might
Yes.
have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
like the
here.
chunky one, Jocelyn?
Yeah,
Not
you
like
can
a
grab the
syrupy one.
chunky
Yeah,
for that
chunky.
texture.
Yeah.
It's
Take
so
your salsa
good.
seriously out there.
I do.
I can't play around
Yeah.
with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning.
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al?
It's very good.
Oh, yummy,
Crunchy.
right?
Yummy.
Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this, and then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
can
love
throw it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Oh, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything.
Wow.
It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What the,
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans
Okay.
too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend?
Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, those are nice.
And then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, you know, just go for
Oh,
it and
yeah.
just, you know, get that
Get the
out.
kids. This is
Get
good
the,
guy.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over, right? You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
So bottom
that's-
layer is Doritos or whatever your
Yep.
corn chip is?
Yep.
Okay.
mhm.
I
You
bet
can use
do
the cheesy ones. you can-
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are, the flaming hot, you know, get
I
some
like
spice
that.
in there, like whatever you love, like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost
Yeah.
like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is,
really
and
like
like
that.
you bake it off, and you get all those textures. You get the crunch.
Oh, it's
you get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
Mhm. And then it comes out
I'm gonna
perfectly.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
I've got
The
something
book
for
is
you. Hey,
terrific.
Ooh, that's good.
Thank you. Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
good friend, Chef Ryan Scott from Ryan Scott to Go.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take chicken apple sausage.
You want me to cut it?
Yes.
Okay.
Look
like
at,
this?
oh my goodness.
She can actually
I
chop.
have been gone for 2 years and I come back and
You've been gone for 2 years?
Well, I mean, it was COVID. I haven't been in the studio.
You haven't been in the studio in 2 years?
No. Hi.
Why does it feel like
This is your first time in
I know,
2 years?
right.
Because you know what, you were on Zoom and then we just love you
Feels
so
like
much.
we know you.
All right, so we chopped that up.
So chicken apple sausage, you can do pork sausage. You can even do the vegetarian sausage if you wanted to.
Okay.
I wouldn't really.
Yeah. Okay.
So this caramelizes and it gets super delicious.
Okay.
So once that goes in there, get it nice and crunchy because you want those little pieces in there.
Crunchy.
Then we're gonna take some onions and some sage. These are already caramelized. These are
Look at that.
already cooked. And then what we do, Hody, take these out.
I like how he calls me Hody.
Hody?
Yeah.
Take those out for me.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, wait.
Yeah.
I watched you a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Light Bright in my house.
Yeah. Still now?
I have the old one from the 80s and I have the new one.
Wait,
Yes.
does the new one hold up?
No, I can't stand it. I like the old one. You know why? Because it has like two extra things.
No,
Yeah, we don't want extra.
I want the car to start
Simple.
without a button. I just want to turn the
Yes,
key.
yes.
Like, give me old school. Thank you. See?
Okay.
All right, now what is that?
Watch. Apples, not onion rings. Look. So,
So you
here's,
leave the onion juice
Yes.
and you put the
Yes,
apples on
and you
top.
put it in away from you. And look at this. So now we have that sweet and we have that savory that goes all
Okay.
together. Now we're gonna go into our pantry, kind of like a little quick fix.
here.
I'll take this away from you.
Okay, thank you.
A nice little quick fix. So what we're gonna do is make the wet batter, and this is pancake batter in your pantry.
So easy.
Plain old pancake
Everybody
batter.
has it.
All right, Jenna.
Okay.
You go over here and take 4 eggs.
Okay,
and
is this
some
cream?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Because we're
Cream.
super
Since
watching.
you haven't seen her in a while, she's no longer lactose intolerant.
my God.
Something happened.
Here,
it's a
here,
miracle.
Here, straight from this. There you go. Oh, wait,
Now, do we add
for
the
11
cheese?
years, I've
I
been
know.
making dishes
I'm
lactose.
not kidding. I don't know what
No,
happened.
she's fine now.
Drop it.
weird.
Like literally, you woke up and you're like,
Yeah.
I can have dairy.
By the way,
We'll tell you what she did later.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so chives and a little bit of salt comes
Yeah,
down.
this
just
is
like
giving me like,
I like that vibe.
Okay.
yeah, it's
Now
giving me
what?
like baked potato vibe.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's
So
this?
now this is pancake batter.
Yeah.
A little bit. So we have sage and onions in there. Here is dried sage.
Should I join this?
No, not yet. Watch. And a little bit of water until this comes together. Could you use milk? Yes.
Should you?
Should you use
well,
milk?
Well, since now you're not lactose,
Dump
we'll
it.
go ahead and just go. So
Yeah.
this is what I would do is go like this. So you have your egg batter. You have your apples caramelized. So Jenna, let's do the layers. Come over here, girl.
Okay.
So here's my favorite part.
Okay.
So everything
Here it
is
is.
mixed.
Okay.
Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our sausage and our onions and our sage, dump it on top of the caramelized apples.
Oh, I love that.
Doesn't this look fun?
And
Looks
you kind of
good.
spread it.
Spread it
You
out.
Spread it out.
Okay, then
the
what?
next thing you do, watch this.
Wait,
Ready?
wait,
Ready,
wait.
camera guy? Oh, yes.
Wait, what are you doing?
He was ready.
Layering. Oh,
He
that-
was ready.
Yes, he was ready.
Look
Look
at
how
him.
Ryan turned the bowl right way.
So
there
that
we
becomes
go.
kind of like a giant pancake.
Okay, watch
Now, do you start cooking that?
Oh, watch, Mama.
Well, you're
Here we
just
go,
still
go.
adding?
We're gonna put the egg on top.
Is that what makes it a Dutch
for
baby?
real?
The Dutch baby is more the pancake aspect of it all, and then the eggs usually would be inside it with a little leavening, and then you have to bake it real
Okay,
hot.
so what's
watch.
happening?
This guy goes in the oven.
Oh, in the oven. Okay.
15 minutes, about 400 degrees.
Look at
and
that.
then you cover it for 400 degrees for about 15 minutes, and then you uncover it, and then it comes out. And then what's cool about
Wait,
this
look
is
at that.
this can go in
Big,
the fridge
like
the
a
night before.
pie.
Get over here.
The
Get
night
on
before,
it.
this can
Get
go in
on
the fridge,
it.
and
And
then
you
you
put-
pop it out.
And
Oh,
you
hold
put
on.
a little syrup?
Hold on, a
I
little
need
bit
some.
of
A little syrup.
I
And
need
because
some.
you're no longer lactose,
Yeah, what
this
else can
has
you
butter
put?
and maple syrup in it.
Do
too.
it.
Oh, girl,
Do
here,
it.
just-
Bring it.
And you know what else she could do?
Hold on.
What else
Because
can I
she's
do?
no longer.
What?
You could add a little whipped cream.
Oh, girl,
Good,
you are
couldn't she?
crazy.
Or tequila.
Oh my God.
Right?
Hold
Well,
on.
that doesn't have lactose in it.
Delicious.
That doesn't have lactose.
It's a.
Oh my God.
Okay, you can tell me.
What do you think?
She's waiting for you to
Wait,
eat.
wait. The sausage, the apple, the egg,
Hold on, let me try.
the maple.
Oh my gosh, you did it. It's sweet and savory.
If tacos can totally fall apart and still be amazing, so can you, bestie.
All right.
I love it.
All right. Words to live by. This morning in Today Food.